To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, a legend in the making. History in the making.
Round one's on the verge of conclusion, and still we're left with a lot of question marks. Will the no-names qualify, or will they be eliminated today itself? Welcome to the last day of the round one, and also a final chance for the set red. I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be Super Johnny for this iQOO BMPS 2024. And as I mentioned, today will be the last chance to make the sprint.
Exactly, man. What an exciting day. We have been wondering what the cutoff is going to be like and who's going to qualify, who's going to get left behind. And today, all of those questions will be answered. Of course, as you talked about it, a few big names are still in the top 64, but by the end of the day, a few of them will be out of it, and we're going to be bidding them adieu.
And Team TAMILAS can just be one of those as well. So far, still on the verge of making that cut. And as we know, somewhere down the line, the cutoff should be somewhere around 60 to 65.
Yeah, somewhere around that marker. But as of now, the cutoff at the start of the day is at 59 points. Yesterday, we began the day with 54 being the cutoff of the top 64, so it went up by 5 points. Today as well, I think we can expect it to move up by 5 or 6 points. So somewhere around 64, 65, 66 points, somewhere around those lines, unless the teams that are still fighting for competition, they decide to step things up in a different way. But it is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the day turns out, because last 3 matches for these teams, and with those 3 matches, you get immense amount of pressure to deal with.
Pressure is definitely going to be there. As you mentioned, last chance, last 3 games as well. But yesterday, the way THW performed, it was like a complete different banner this time performing around, right? The players just felt much better, much smoother if you talk about the team synergy as well. The same thing can be said for Hyderabad Hydras. Doing so good, just dominating off the rip.
Exactly, and how can we forget GHUSO Esports, who at the start of the day were not even the talks, in the midst of the talks of the qualification conversation, but by the end of it, that amazing winner-winner chicken dinner that they were able to secure. Now they stand a chance of qualifying for round 2, but they need one more big game in the 3 matches they have remaining today.
Consistency is going to be the key, only if they do want to have their hands on this prize pool that's on the screen. 2 crore rupees on the line for the iQOO BMPS 2024, and as we know, the winning team, the champion team, will be getting 75 lakhs in their hands.
Yeah, exactly, and of course, along with those 75 lakh rupees, it is about that trophy that everyone is competing for. The runner-up of the tournament will walk away with 30 lakh rupees in the bag. The second runner-up with 20 lakhs, 4th position getting 12.5 lakhs, 5th position also walking away with 10 lakh rupees, and even if you are from the 13th to the 16th position, you still get 2 lakh rupees in the bag. Along with that, individual accolades, that is something we keep our eye on. So the iQOO MVP of the tournament will walk away with 4 lakh rupees, but our mobility partner, Hero Xtreme, they have also been extremely kind to us, because the MVP of the finals will ride home with the Hero Xtreme 160R4V, and the survivor of the finals will ride home on the Hero Xtreme 125R. Both of them amazing bikes.
So many things will be there to achieve, but the players still sometimes do tend to crack under that pressure as well.
Yeah.
And how do you exactly get your hands on all of that you just saw a while ago? Well, here's the points distribution. First placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points. The second placing team will be getting 6, and the third one will be getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best possible thing about the points distribution, and that's going to be 1 point each finish.
It's the best possible thing for us though, Necro. I mean, we enjoy the action, we enjoy the entertainment that the teams bring to the table because of those fights, but for the teams it becomes a pressurable risk to deal with, because you run into a 4v4, you never know, if you lose out on that first player, your entry fragger, then your team sits at a disadvantage and you are the ones losing points or bleeding points to the other side. But we do have the schedule for our day, and of course it will be Group 4 from Set Red that starts this journey from Erangel, moves on to Miramar, and then plays their last game on Sanok. And then we have Group 3 who begin their journey of the day on the map of Wakindi, followed by Miramar, and Erangel is going to be their last map as well.
Pretty much, and still my eyes are going to be locked on Team TAMILAS, because we know Erangel should be a place where Team TAMILAS should have a better starting for themselves, and knowing the fact that even GHUSO Esports, now that they've got a chance, the opening's going to matter a lot. If they mess things up, it's done for.
Exactly, but let's, I think, have a look at the leaderboard as well once, see how things are building up over there, because the overall leaderboard right now, I mean, which will be on your screens, it shows how many points these teams have gotten in this particular week, week 2 for Set Red. And again, Necro and I, we were having this conversation yesterday as well. Team TAMILAS, a big disappointment for this week. We expected a lot more from them, but yesterday they were only able to secure 6 points in the 3 matches they played.
Exactly. The overall standings on the screen right now. Of course, the top three the same. Not really changing. Even MOGO Esports with just a span of 3 games still getting 54 points. Yesterday we saw Team MOGO Esports in action doing so good. You've also got a few more known names like Angry Swans, Team Captain, Metal Esports too. But then on the latter half of the board you see Hyderabad Hydras with just 3 games played getting 45 points, making a major statement. And then you flip the page once again and you see a few known names still on the verge of that qualification.
Exactly, and starting things off, I think the first team outside of the top 64 right now is IMPRNT Esports, securing 57 points. And there's a lot of hope from Team IMPRNT, but let's see how their journey is going to turn out. But as we move on, I mean, it is going to be an interesting side for GHUSO as well this particular week. GHUSO did very well for themselves in that starting week, but this week is not turning out that great, in particular yesterday. We're going to see them on the last page. From here, I think it is comfortable to say that Elevate Esports will be moving forward from set red this particular week. Do or die, they have brought themselves into a decent position, but still a long way to go. And of course, still in a fighting position. So with 47 points on the overall leaderboard from Do or Die, I think they need that one big game at the start of the day to keep on going.
Yeah, even Team Psyche, man, I do have a lot of hopes on this banner, and I just hope they're going to be moving on forward in the overall standings, too. We've got a few more known names still there on the latter half of the board, maybe not even qualifying forward for GHUSO Esports. They've only got 9 points in the span of 3 games, 2 points per game. It's a pretty bad average, but GHUSO Esports, now it's time to buckle things up. You've also got R4W, but luckily enough, they performed so well in the week 1 itself, now they do not need to perform.
I mean, they do need to perform, still do need to perform, just a little bit. It's not about going all in, it's not just about securing those heavy frags every single game. You just have to make sure that your position in the overall leaderboard stays within the top 64. And as we have been talking about it, right, the sets that play on the last day of qualification, they have a massive advantage to work with, since they know exactly what the marker is going to be, what that benchmark is going to be that they need to beat in order to be inside of the top 64. As we mentioned at the start of the day, it is 59 points. So if in this first game itself you can bring your total tally close to 59 or hit that 59 point marker, you already are going to be extremely close, or maybe even inside of that top 64. For the next 2 matches, it's just about getting those 5-6 points and solidifying the qualification.
Let's just say, to be on the safer side of things, you need 65 points, right?
Yeah.
Just to have that cushion as well, and just to have the assurity that you're not going to be kicked out.
Yes.
Even if the teams later on make a comeback, you are still going to be there in the top 64 whatsoever. So 65 points is going to be the main marker. And a lot of these known names are still outside of it. As I mentioned, Team TAMILAS is one of those. Team Psyche is another one of those. GHUSO Esports as well. And even speaking of another team, HeatBeasts Esports, when we saw them making their appearance, we thought this team can quite be a formidable banner. But so far, with how things are, HeatBeasts, they have been lacking. As we've got the caster's prediction at the start of the day, we made our predictions, and I went with Team TAMILAS.
I chose to go with MOGO Esports just to have, safe option, man. I mean, I do not want to risk it on the last day. And MOGO Esports, I mean, to be very honest, I would love to see them build upon that momentum before they enter round 2.
It feels like you guys made an alliance. You, Ocean, Sparrow, and Salty. To be honest.
I mean,
did you guys have a discussion?
You can call it an alliance if you want, but it was just individual predictions, man. All of us had a feeling that MOGO Esports will do well, considering they already have a pretty good head start compared to the rest of the competition. And MOGO Esports, they do not have a lot to worry about. They can play however they want. We saw that in the matches yesterday. We saw that in the matches in week 1 as well. Second day of week 1. First day, they had a lot of points. I think the first day itself, they were able to secure 60 or so points. And then moving on to day number 2, they were just up to their own shenanigans, just slamming those buggies mid-rotation and taking fights in the middle of nowhere with no cover as well.
Yeah, I mean, MOGO Esports, with this new lineup, they have been looking incredible, right? That one single piece being changed, and now feels like a complete new and a different and a reformed team still. You move on forward, and today we know the day is going to be kicked off by the Group 4, where we've got a few more known names like THW. Yesterday, they performed so well. Hyderabad Hydras as well. I mean, it's quite a known banner. We knew they were supposed to perform, and once again, they performed pretty well. Raw officials in week 1, they did phenomenally well, so that's why they're sitting with 80 points.
Yeah. I mean, all of these names we expected a lot, and all of them have delivered. Raw Esports, as you said, Raw Official, Hyderabad Hydras. But if you want your device to deliver, ladies and gentlemen, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And of course, the opportunity for you to win a brand new iQOO device is still there for yourselves. All you have to do is go on to Google, search for iQOO Z9S, and you can be a lucky winner of the iQOO Z9 Pro.
Ooh, and 15 of those devices are being given away, so you might just be the lucky one. But yeah, moving the conversation on, right? As we know, even Carpediem is still on the verge of qualification. Even K9 Esports is right over there. What are your thoughts about these teams?
I mean, K9 Esports, they have been consistent. That's all I'm going to say. They are barely inside of the top 64. But they have to secure those 5 to 6 points in the 3 matches that they want to play today. Or they have to play, in fact. And if they can secure those 5 to 6 points, that gives them the safety cushion to work with as well. No one will be able to surpass them after that. And they will comfortably move into the round 2. But then again, if they bomb those 3 matches, because if you finish in the bottom half of your match, 9 to 16, you get no placement points. And if they get taken out early without any finishes, then they are also at the risk of getting eliminated. So it's about just not even being consistent. It's about doing the bare minimum for K9 Esports. For teams like Carpediem as well, they are in the same list as K9 Esports, and along with them AstroKids also. These 3 teams, just do the bare minimum and you will be good to go. Fail to do that and, well, it's all over.
Yeah, pretty much. As I mentioned, Group 4 is going to be the one to kick things off, and we've got the teams on the screen. THW, they performed phenomenally well yesterday. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras, as usual, performing pretty nice. Raw officials so far in the overall standings, they've gained 72 points in total, and even Rival Apes. What can you say? A new upcoming team that has been doing so great. The playing force, quite the newer bunch, and still performing so nice.
Rival Apes is quite safe, I believe. 69 points in the overall leaderboard, and they are in a safer position inside the top 64. But there are a few teams, Necro, that aren't really playing, that are going to be looking at the matches today and just hoping that the teams below them just fail to show up completely. I'm talking about teams like Assam Titans, SBA Esports, who are on that 65-66 point marker. And if things go wrong for them, then they are going to be outside of the top 64. So even for them, watching us from the comfort of their homes and boot camps right now, even for them, it's a stressful situation.
That's for sure. A lot of these players are going to be sitting down today and just praying to their gods, hoping that a lot of these teams playing today, they're not going to be making the comeback in the top 64. And Team TAMILAS, I really do want to see them make the comeback, though, man. It's quite a known name. We know they deserve to be there in the grand finals. And if they're not going to be making the comeback, it will be quite disappointing. As the Game 1 boots up on the screen and the plane fly path begins all the way from Stalbert towards down south, Sosnovka military base. Once again, this plane fly path is quite nice. It's not really going to be catching these teams off guard.
Exactly, but let's see, as you mentioned, a few big names need to show up, and right in game number 1 itself, that list is going to be very interesting. As you mentioned, Team TAMILAS, yesterday wasn't a great day for them, but hopefully today we get to see them perform to the best of their abilities. Along with them, Necro, IMPRNT Esports, Team INS, Team Psyche, Norules, Xtreme. These are also banners that we've seen in the past, and right now are still in the fight for qualification. But right off the bat, as you mentioned, the flight path, ARRANCAR Esports, a team that is also still kind of in the fight if they have a big game right in this map of Erangel. They are starting it off from the city of Severny, so going for that isolated drop towards the northern half of the map. If they can secure at least 15 to 20 points from this game, I think ARRANCAR will also be part of the conversation in starting next game onwards.
Yeah, might just be too much to ask for, though. Let's be honest, right? The realistic expectations is that ARRANCAR Esports is not going to make it. Even Norules Xtreme, they can't make it. The only chance can be there given to Team TAMILAS only if they have a nuclear performance right now, considering they've still gotten 39 points in total. All they need is 30 points in the overall standings to be on the safer side of things. It's all good in the hood.
How are you so negative that ARRANCAR and Team TAMILAS have a difference of 10 points and you believe Team TAMILAS can make it and ARRANCAR stays behind?
I'm just trying to speak about the past, right? Now, Team TAMILAS' past has been much more glorious compared to ARRANCAR Esports. It's quite a newer banner, and let's be honest, asking them to perform might just be too much to ask for. Before now, K47, he's getting pounced on. The man's taken down way too low. With just a pistol, he was trying his best to keep himself alive, but eventually he finds a beautiful connection. Now the players in the outskirts, even they're trying to wrap around. K47's taken down way too low. He needs to patch himself up, finds a few bandages, and now he's going to try to patch himself. Not a lot of HP to try and recover from, but still the shotgun can save the day. This man needs his backup, and still the teammates all the way in the back lines. No one's coming forward. Where are K47's teammates? But he still strikes down the second player as well. Could have found the first strike too. Unfortunately, K47, this time he fails.
This time he fails, but he has opened up the doors for his teammates to actually secure those frags. But hey, the distraction from Ninja Jord actually stops them in their tracks, and INS, that is a bad move. They should have kept pushing for these compounds. That was a big advantage their IGL gave to them, and yet INS in this first game, It seems like they're going to struggle with the 3 players they have left in the match now. Osiris, he's moving forward to try and cover up the exits of that house. Sees one player, goes for the spray. Does not really find the connection though, so the knock is still not secured. They do have some utility to work with now, the players of INS. Oh, that nade, it finds the opening they are looking for, and once again, they have an opportunity to re-engage against the players of HeatBeasts Esports.
Arthur gets knocked out. It's quite a bad start to this one, I'm not going to lie. HeatBeasts not really feeling at the top of their form. K47, one single man, dished out so much damage that now the entire team, they might just not be feeling that great. Osiris, he does hand out the death blow. Getting the confirmation for his team, INS. Once again, looking at the brighter side of things, they've got the advantage. Considering they did lose out on that player, but this equalizer is now going to make the players of HeatBeast think a lot more. And keep this thing in mind, INS, they're still in the race for qualification.
But look at the look at the finish feed right now, Necro. And in fact, a few seconds ago, we had GHUSO Esports going up against Norules Xtreme. And Norules Xtreme, they've been wiped from the map of Erangel. That's the first team to get eliminated. Norules Xtreme were also in a fighting position. They start the day with 30 points and get absolutely nothing from this game. Well, they get 1 finish point from this matchup, but we'll come back to that in a bit. HeatBeasts, it seems like too much heat for them to handle. Eternal also knocked and finished down to 2 players. And INS, they are not letting go of the pressure that's been built up on the players of HeatBeasts Esports.
As expected, INS having the advantage inside of the fight, considering they were doing much better compared to the players of HeatBeast in the overall standings too. Better form, better shape. And HeatBeast, they don't even stand a chance to qualify. They were just over here to go for a drop clash and maybe stop the odds of INS qualifying. But INS don't really need a lot of points. Just 10 points on the board, or maybe 15 to be on the safer side of things, to find themselves there in the qualification bracket and also move on forward in the tournament.
So as you just said as well, and we discussed 15 points for INS to qualify, right? They win this fight, they get 4 points. 1 more point from this game, and then all they have to do is just rinse and repeat in the next 2 matches. But INS also running into situations like these means they have to take the risk of getting eliminated as well, because those early fights never really, there's not a 100% win rate or any strategy that gives you a 100% win rate in those early fights. It all just depends on what weapons spawn closest to where you have dropped.
So here's my question.
Yeah.
There's still one more man in the back lines of INS. It's their own teammates. If he tries to wrap around the corner, he can get the knockout onto the player who's there in the outskirts. I'm not saying to be exposed, considering HeatBeasts, they do have the cover fire as well available. I'm just saying moving from building to building, just to make sure that you're right behind the player who's got the S12K in his hands. It is possible.
Yeah, sounds like a viable option, theoretically, but...
Yeah, but the man's too scared. He's just backing away constantly. And that's a big sign of concern.
I don't think he's scared. I think they might have just spotted out the players of ARRANCAR Esports on the hills and the backlines. But a little bit of a recap of how things went down between the players of Norules Xtreme and the players of GHUSO Esports. A fight out into the open. GHUSO Esports just showed up with better weapons and the vehicle as well. They found those opening knocks, and Norules Xtreme, they couldn't do much about it. But look at this, slowly and steadily, the players of INS, they are moving forward. And as you said, Necro, the isolated player from the side of INS, he's trying to see if he can close in, cross the road, and get close to Ninja Jod. He was the initial distraction that stopped INS, the backup that was sent towards K47 in their tracks. And if Ghosty can find that knock, then Slayer is going to be slayed.
I still think Slayer can be slayed with no problem. Only if he moves in from building to building. Just to make sure that he's going to be right on the backtrack. But still, things are taken way too cautiously from the side of INS, which makes a lot of sense too, because they're way too close to qualify forward. K47 was the casualty off the rip, and as we know, it's quite the known man in the community as well. So K47 now not through in the game anymore, and as we speak, so Slayer gets knocked out, and now it's down to just Ninja Jod. Might just be too much to ask for. HeatBeasts in a really bad spot for now. Ghosty with the nade in his hands. He knows exactly where the opponent is to. Just needs to find the right trajectory.
That's a perfect position to be in. Ninja Jod out into the open. And Ghosty trying to go for a nade. Is forced to lob it.
Wow.
In the middle of nowhere. Yeah, now that gives his position away to the player of HeatBeasts Esports, but I think this also accomplishes one thing now. Ninja Jord can't really provide any cover to Slayer, who's been knocked out, by the way.
Yeah. Ninja Jord's got his hands on the DBS, but he's still deciding to play with UMP45.
Players of IRNS are going to push him, and it's going to be a 3v1. And if they have the utility, the nades, and the Molotov, this man is not surviving at all.
Yeah, but once again, the main problem is the cover from INS. They did not provide the cover to K47. Now Ghosty's all by himself, up close and personal. At least this time around, it feels like the cover fire is going to be there. The cavalry arrives. So maybe we're not going to see an individual casualty. DBS in the hand. The man's constantly keeping the stairs pinned down. It's going to be tough to breach on forward. You need a few more utilities to flush out the man. And here comes the push. And the first shot connects. Ghosty gets knocked out. Ninja Jord for him. This can be an easy clutch converted. If the players keep on pushing like that, if the players keep on making hard decisions, this can be an easy clutch. The man's getting revived right underneath, and he can feel the revival coming through, but he still can't do anything about it. Ninja Jord moves out, directly ejects outside of that building, and he's also getting pounced on by the player. And eventually, it will be Osiris's beautiful shot that connects.
I mean, kind of an awkward fight, but they still win it, the players of INS. 4 points secured. Just about 11 more needed throughout the entire day to qualify for round 2.
And yeah, they've still gotten 3 more players alive, so they can keep on moving forward in this game too.
Yeah. If they manage to finish within the top 5, I think they should be good to go. The next 2 matches, Miramar and Sanok, they're not going to feel any pressure moving forward on those maps, but the circle, it seems like, is going to take us towards Gatka once again, Necro, today.
Yeah, pretty
I was
much.
expecting a early fight between the players of DOW and NIY, but that didn't happen. Both the teams, we saw them a few moments ago when we had the map in front of us the last time.
Yeah.
Towards pancakes, extremely close towards each other, but yeah, no collision, no confrontation over there.
Could have been a cool one, right?
Yep.
Then you've also got NIY on the screen for now, towards the Brit side. And once again, for NIY, there's a lot of these teams approaching that same vicinity. There's also going to be the players of DOW right in the back lines. Even K9 Esports is right around the fray. Hyderabad Hydras 2 now jumping up forward from that bridge. It will be tough to find the breach considering NIY, they're spread out to perfection.
So as of now in this game, 2 teams that are in a fight for qualification have done well and have secured those squad wipes. One is INS, the other is GHUSO Esports, but here come Hyderabad Hydras looking to go up against the players of NIY Esports. This is going to be an interesting fight because Hyderabad Hydras have pretty much nothing to lose. They are already way over 100-point marker, so they are guaranteed a spot within round 2. NIY Esports, I don't think this team can make it. 16 points in the overall leaderboard as of now. With 3 games to go, there is no way they walk away with 50-plus points.
Yeah, pretty much. Insidious got the compound of the front pinned down for now. It's going to be Mikey on the opposite side of things. NIY. Man's all by himself in that tower, while Hyderabad Hydras is constantly pinning it down. You can't even move out at this point. That's the main concern. And speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, as long as the zone is on top of them, it's all good in the hood. They've got all the 4 players camping the bridge too, so even the back lines, they're quite secured. Nothing to be worried of. And luckily enough for Hyderabad Hydras, somehow Mox just found the entry towards Fair Pier.
Yeah.
He's already over there, but the rest 3 teammates are all the way back on the bridge.
As soon as Mox crossed the bridge, shots fired from the players of NIY, and Mox was made aware of the threat that was there in the squad house and the watchtower. And Hyderabad Hydras, Necro, you have to get them mad props, man. I mean, they are just putting up a brilliant performance in terms of being consistent in placement and finishes. Even the first week, we were a little bit surprised why they're playing for survival, but I guess why they were playing for survival was put on display yesterday when we saw those amazing chicken dinner from them, especially that map of Wakendy was phenomenal.
Hands down. Hyderabad Hydras, they've always been a formidable force. And performing like this, it's something we all expected.
Yeah.
And they did so as well. Maybe they got their hands on the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. We do not know what the exact change was, but one thing is for sure. Whatever they did is working out perfectly, and they need to keep on moving forward with the same momentum.
Yeah. And if you guys want an iQOO Z9S series device, all you have to do is go on to Google, search for iQOO Z9S, and you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 Pro for yourself. As Necro says, 15 of those are being given out today.
You might just be one lucky person to get your hands onto that. Once again, moving back inside of the game, right? IMPRNT Esports too, quite close to the players of Carpediem. At this point in time, Carpediem, they pretty much made the cut.
Yeah, they did.
But once again, just to have those 5 extra points to top it off, to be on the safer side of things, I would say Carpediem, you might as well take those. They're going to be facing off against the players of IMPRNT Esports, and this will be an interesting face-off. IMPRNT, newer faces on the block. We saw this team perform in BGMI 2024 the last time, and they were doing quite nice over there too. But now in the iQOO BMPS 2024 as well, the week 1 wasn't really too good, but week 2 has been perfect.
Yeah, I mean, week 1, 6 matches, 32 points. Week 2, 3 matches, already 25 points secured yesterday.
Yeah.
And IMPRNT Esports not too far away from qualification as well, so I think they have to try the level best. A little bit of a failed stunt from Abhi, playing for Raw Official. Was a good jump, though.
I think so. He forgot a break.
Yeah.
His teammate instantly applied the brake as soon as he went on Hilltop. And then the other guy came through, and he forgot to apply the brakes.
Had it landed perfectly, it would have been impressive.
Yeah.
But
Would have
it
been a
did.
nice stunt.
Yeah.
Extra points to be cool. Carpediem on the block, and speaking of this team, with how they have been performing so far.
Right. As I was talking about IMPRNT Esports, because we do expect a fight between these two teams soon. IMPRNT Esports, Necro, right now to break in the top 64 need 2 points.
And that can be achieved with ease. It doesn't seem like it's going to be too tough.
But would it be the right call that they try to get those 2 points by taking a fight against the most aggressive team in this entire tournament? That is Carpediem.
2 points needed in the span of 3 games. Even if they do lose out in this game, they've still got 2 more games to go. And there's no way in the span of 3 games you can get 2 points. Even the weakest of the teams can get 2 points in 3 games.
You know what? There have been teams this week that have secured 0 points. In the opening week, Team Muffin had 0 points.
Even Team Snipey had only 3 points.
Yeah.
I would still say Team Muffins had more. Team Muffins had points. The only reason why they were on 0 points is because they received a penalty.
NIY yesterday, without any penalties, had 0 points. What do you say about that? 3 matches, Necro.
I mean, we're still speaking of IMPRNT Esports, though.
Yeah,
Let's
true,
be
very
honest,
true.
right?
They can get 2
It's
points.
IMPRNT Esports we're speaking of.
I think they can walk away with like 5 or 6 points right here, right now. They will have a lot of fighting opportunities since the teams are moving towards the circle now, and they are going to be towards the edge.
And yeah, IMPRNT Esports is actually on the run as well. As you mentioned, towards the safety lines, so they can easily move on forward. And at this point in time, IMPRNT Esports just evading the tracks of Carpediem, even Hyderabad. The Hydras finding themselves that perfect rotation. They waited for the players of NIY to evade their trackers, and as soon as they did so, Carpediem as well, they started to make the move, and even Hyderabad Hydras, they made the move. A fight popping up on the screen, K9 Esports facing off against the players of Rival Apes, and yeah, probably a few words being exchanged, and Viper is being salty towards that man.
Oh boy, I mean, we hardly get to see this. An emote being used right in his face after they secured the knock. And K9 Esports, I mean, K9 Esports, they just need a few points to get that safety cushion to qualify for round 2. But look at this, Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like opening has been found, Necro, against the players of NIY, and they're looking for that second knock. Player spotted out on the other side of the house, and Insidious, this nade should help him secure the knock, but no.
Was a little bit off that undershoot.
Yeah.
And now the players of NIY on the verge of being eliminated from the game as another man falls down. NIY doesn't feel like they're going to have a chance anymore inside of the fight. Crypto from the back is doing immense amount of damage. Hyderabad Hydras looking unstoppable in this fight. They want to contest Fair here, and with ease they can get their hands onto it.
Last man left. Sam from the side of NIY. It's 1v4, and we all know how this ends. Just with the nades, they finish him off. 4 points secured by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and this team does not want to lose momentum just because they are already moving to round 2. They want to put their best foot forward in every single game they play. I like Hyderabad Hydras this season.
Hyderabad Hydras Indeed, they have been phenomenal. Impressive, that's all you can say. Inside of this season, they have been quite aggressive.
Yeah.
Adamant as well to take those fights, not backing away. They just have much more confidence than what we saw them in the BGS 2024. And speaking of better things, things that can give you confidence and momentum, that's also going to be our official mobility partner, the Hero Xtreme 125R.
Why are you looking at me like that? I remember I promised you a bike, Necro.
Yeah.
Still haven't figured out a challenge for you, though. Should we ask the audience?
I'm pretty sure there's just going to be one basic challenge. You lose weight, you get to this much amount of weight, and then I'll get you the bike.
You wanted to do that as well yourself, though, right?
Yeah, sure.
So how much you want to lose? You set the target. If you hit that target within the next 6 months, you get a bike.
Next 6 months is way too less. You said year.
All right, 1 year.
Yeah, I can lose 40, 50 kgs.
All right, done.
All right. We've got Team TAMILAS on the screen. And this entire team, once again, quite the known banner, struggling too much in this red set. I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day for Team TAMILAS, but they need a big chicken dinner in their hands right now. If they mess things up, it's done for.
It is going to be interesting to see, as you mentioned, because Team TAMILAS do have a tendency of messing things up in the worst possible timing as well. That's a problem. Even right now, we see them sticking around that southwestern edge of the circle with GHUSO Esports in the backlines. And GHUSO Esports have been looking scary since yesterday. Raw official up north, Hyderabad, Hydras looking towards the western edge of the play zone as well. But ARRANCAR Esports, let's talk about them. 29 points to kick things off at the start of the day. One big game, 120 pointer. Do you think ARRANCAR Esports have the potential of bringing that 20 point in one match?
Realistic expectation, as I mentioned, as an analyst, as a commentator, I don't think so. It can happen. 3 games, the pressure's too much, Johnny. If they had 6 games, maybe I would have said yes, they can easily get 120 bomber. And they can easily move on forward as well. But now, there's just 3 final chances left. And we're speaking of ARRANCAR Esports. They have played so many games so far, and they haven't been able to achieve anything. So
Sure.
what makes these 3 games different?
Probably the perspective that they have nothing to lose now. Because if you have that mindset, I mean, we have seen teams with the mindset of nothing to lose just go at it with everything that they have. And of course, walk away with big matches. The perfect example of this is going to be a squad like GHUSO Esports yesterday.
Yeah. So Esports, indeed, they just reignited the chance for them to qualify with that one single game.
GHUSO Esports started the day with just 17 points on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah.
And, I mean, when we were having a conversation of, all right, who can make it through, who is going to be left behind, GHUSO Esports, well, everyone assumed that this team was probably just already out of the tournament. They weren't even going to try, but no, that one match yesterday, that one big win, got them in a position from where now even their dreams of moving forward are still alive.
Yeah. But Johnny, I'm really concerned about Team TAMILAS for now. With the position they've got, they need to move inside of the zone. And the surrounding lines, they're going to be cleared up by the foes. And then soon enough, also going to be filled up by a lot of these teams. Team TAMILAS, it's quite the open grounds. It's the jungle in the front. How can they find themselves shelter?
It's an open jungle as well. That's the problem. There's no cover there towards the southwestern edge of the circle. But we're talking about them. GHUSO Esports trying to breach the zone from the northwestern edge. They find themselves, in fact, their rotation path blocked by the players of THW. Overshooting GHUSO Esports. I think they might just run into the players of Carpediem on the other side.
Might. And GHUSO Esports is on the run. One man was picked off way too early. This game matters a lot for GHUSO Esports, and they're constantly dropping the man number. They're dropping that ball. They need to back away from this fight. Just a 2-man squad up against the entirety of DM. It's too much to ask for. And that's what GHUSO Esports is looking to pull off. The zone pulls down south, this time right in the court of Team TAMILAS and maybe even INS. And GHUSO Esports is on the run, but they're taking too many shots upon themselves. It's the entire firing squad of Carpediem, and they just want to blow up that coop. Luckily enough, the man ejects out at the right time, but still, Ashish gets knocked out.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the side of GHUSO Esports, but Carpediem, they might have bitten a little bit more than they can chew, because from the backlines, even Psyche official, as they were trying to breach in, Carpediem chose to pick a fight against them as well. And now we have it on our screens. ARRANCAR going up against IMPRNT. Both the teams still in contestant for the qualification. Knocks traded out from either side, but Phoenix oversteps his bounds, and it's going to be K9 Esports from the flank. Zap finding that knock, and of course, he steals those finish points away.
That's what they're here for, collecting the scraps, stealing the elimination points away. IMPRNT Esports taken down to a two-man squad, but still, as long as Maxis and Maverick alive, there's still a big hope. You've got ARRANCAR Esports on the screen, K9 Esports from the top. It's going to be constantly applying that pressure, because now is the time. As Carpediem, they collide against the players at THW, but it's THW to come out on top.
Oh man, TSW 5 points on the board already. Of course, TSW already doing quite well for themselves in terms of their rankings in the overall leaderboard, but look at that. I did not think that would actually happen. Carpediem, they just get eliminated from this match with just a single point to their name. But coming back to TSW, 80 points is what they had at the start of the day. Right now, with those 5 finishes, 85. So they are already inside of the top 64 and in a very comfortable position. At this point, Necro, as you said, this team can just ruin the day for a lot of people, for a lot of teams, just shatter their hopes and dreams. And it seems like Psyche is going to be the team in their crosshair. Team Psyche under a lot of pressure, and well, they're just going to evaporate under that pressure.
Yeah. The cooker explodes because too much of pressure. And this time, it's being helped by the players of THW. THW shattering another team inside of the entire competition. As Psyche, they take an exit, and also their dream being shattered. THW on the move once again, and THW at this point in time, they're just being the Alpha Wolves. The Alpha Titans in the lobby as they collide against the formidable force of DOW, and Kiolamau still finds one knockout, and he also hands out the death blow, and Kiolamau somehow still gets the second knockout too. Shinchan gets confirmed. THW, the fallen man, can be recovered once again, as even Sam was knocked out. Ninja is the only man standing on his feet, and Ninja needs to save the day for Kyo as well.
Man, majority of the teams that are taking those fights right now all qualified inside of the top 64, but here come Team TAMILAS. Necro team still fighting for qualification. The nade from Fox helped him secure those finish points for his team, but the job is not yet over. Or maybe it is actually. THW, they're going to be eliminated from this game, and eliminating the side of THW grants so much map control to the players of Team TAMILAS. Front lines completely open from the back lines. All they have to do is just finish off the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and this game is theirs to win.
Pretty much, that's what it seems like. IMPRNT Esports, they were taking so many shots in the front, and unfortunately, Maxis gets knocked out. It's not an outcome the man wanted, but it's something he needs to face off with. And now IMPRNT Esports, at least Maverick, wants to get the revival on the fallen player. Still, Rival Apes is a constant threat.
And of course, IMPRNT, as you talk about them, need just a few points to qualify. They've made it into the top 6. They might already be in the top 64 as of now. But if they can secure a few extra eliminations from here on out, it just gets them further and further deep inside of the top 64. So now they start looking for that safety cushion on the other side. Team TAMILAS still looking for that chicken dinner. And Hyderabad Hydras Crypto, he's looking at those smokes. He's just waiting for someone to be spotted inside of the gap. Fails to strike when the opportunity arrived. And Team TAMILAS, they find the opening. Fox OP somehow managed to stay alive, but in the final few moments walks into the spray of Termi, gets knocked out. Utilities being lobbed towards them, and yet it is Hyderabad Hydras who find those openings for themselves. Team TAMILAS, they are on the verge of being eliminated. This might have been a decent game, but they wanted so much more from decent.
It's a 2-on-2 now. And the fallen man's on the revival from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. He can be back upon his feet, but luckily enough for Team TAMILAS, they already found themselves shelter inside of the zone. They're barely on the marker. Team TAMILAS looking safe, but they're constantly taking shots, even against the players of Rival Apes as they try to move in. Even Rival Apes, they're facing a lot of that brunt. Team TAMILAS is taking 2 different fights at the same time. Hyderabad Hydras in the front, they've recovered fully. Before Team TAMILAS, they're taken down to just a 3-man squad. Hyderabad Hydras making a lot of harsh decisions, but this time around, Team TAMILAS, they're starting to face that brunt. They do not have a lot to do. Team TAMILAS, they're trying their best to survive, but eventually a few knocks are being found. And Manti, all by himself, up close and personal to a big threat, and he still strikes down another man. Team TAMILAS, they're taking a lot of damage, not just from the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but even from the players of Rival Apes. They're in the big pinch. How can Team TAMILAS escape this? That's my question, and they won't.
They walk away with 4 eliminations and a top 3 finish. I think this is definitely a good start to the day for Team TAMILAS compared to how bad their performance was yesterday. But I think these are going to be the final few moments of the match, Necro. We have Hyderabad Hydras, who are already pretty beaten and battered against completely unscathed Raw Official. They've lost one player, Superman, taken out Super L into this match, but Raw Official, we've seen them be consistent in week 1, and I think this week, at least day number 2, they have regained their old form. Nades lobbed and exchanged between Daljit and Insidious. Abhi spotted out by Crypto. He tried to go for a spray, failed to secure that knock, but considering Raw Official, they have control of the circle and those vehicles. I think this is going to be their game, and the vehicle runovers just helped them secure that chicken dinner. They made it look easy. Might be lacking in terms of those finishes, but Raw Official, Hyderabad Hydras, do they even care about how many points they have right now?
Yeah, they pretty much don't. Even Rival Apes, they don't care themselves. And Rival Apes, I thought for a moment they were being a big threat to the players of Team TAMILAS, but then Raw Official came forward and they wiped out the entirety of Rival Apes.
Yeah.
So I did not really see that fight coming to fruition, but one thing is for sure, man, with the way the fight was taken by the players of Team TAMILAS, they found the opener. It just blows the fact that Fox OP got taken down, and that was the instance where Hyderabad Hydras found themselves the advantage.
Along with that, they just overcommitted the amount of nades they had, right? By towards the end, even when the players of Hyderabad Hydras were huddled up together, Team TAMILAS, the reason they lost the fight then was because they did not have enough utility upon them to just lob them at point blank range and secure all those eliminations, or even find those 2 knocks to turn around the fight. Out of utility and out of the fight before they could even make a move.
I know, right? For Team TAMILAS, with the way things worked, they were just in the big pinch.
Yeah.
They couldn't really do a lot. On the sidelines, it was Rival Apes fighting off against the players of Raw Officials, and even a few shots were taken against the players of Team TAMILAS. There was that constant distraction going on, and even from the front, Hyderabad Hydras was making constant moves against them, so you can't really do a lot in that scenario.
But still a decent start, right? I mean, 6 eliminations, top 4 finish, so I mean, not a lot to scoff off about. I mean, 4 eliminations, my apologies, and a top 3 finish. So Team TAMILAS, this is a good start. They already have more points in one game than they were able to secure in the 3 matches they played yesterday. And as we spoke about it, need about 20 points to get to a safer position inside of that overall leaderboard, 25 or so points, and I think they should be able to get them.
They got 9 points from that previous game, which is quite a decent outing considering it was the first game of the day. But once again, they need to make sure they're being consistent now. These 9 points, they need to be carried on forward for the upcoming 2 games. If they miss out, it's done for. And with the way the final moments established as well from the side of Raw Officials, it was quite weird, I'm not going to lie. Raw Officials waited for the fight to come into fruition, especially between the players of Team TAMILAS and Hyderabad Hydras. As soon as they found out that, okay, one of the teams have been eliminated, they stepped in the playing field.
The reason for that is Raw Official, they had a direct line of fire for Hyderabad Hydras, but they did not know how many players remained from the team that Hyderabad Hydras was fighting. Anyone who stepped on the summit of that ridge, Raw Official would try to take them down. But there were so many smokes lobbed out that they did not have any clear vision of the opposing, the players from the opposing side, and all they had to play around with was those sound cues of the weapons being shot. But as soon as the smoke dissipated, Hyderabad Hydras were clearly visible. That is when Raw Official chose to slam in and try and pick a fight against them. So even though they have qualified, their approach to this final moment of the game, the last 4v4, the last 3v3 that happened between them, them and Hyderabad Hydras, it goes on to show as to how focused this team is on making sure that they convert their matches. It's similar to how Hyderabad Hydras was playing in week 1 and how they are playing right now.
Yeah, for Hyderabad Hydras, once again, this game does not really mean a lot considering they've already qualified, right?
Yeah.
But once again, the fight between Team TAMILAS and Hyderabad Hydras elongated for so long that we missed out on so many eliminations. Even IMPRNT Esports was wiped out in that instance. Even Rival Apes got taken down by the players of Raw Official.
GHUSO Esports.
Even GHUSO Esports was eliminated from the game. So many eliminations happened between that one single fight that was going on. And as we know, if a fight's elongated for too long, that's going to just invite a lot of those third parties, and that's what happened.
Exactly. Everyone hears the commotion and wonders what's going on over there, and someone is bound to show up. But as we were talking about the other teams, GHUSO Esports and Team Psyche, Necro, what an awkward exit for these sides, right?
Yeah, for Team Psyche, I'm not even sure what to say. Their dreams were shattered by the players of THW. And for THW, once again, they've made the cut. And I'm just loving this aggressive side of THW. I'm loving the way they're taking the fights as well, not really shying away from those. Even DOW was taken down by the players of THW as one single man, KARUNADU, struck down 2 players, even though he did not really have a lot of HP. But the point standings for the previous games on the screen, raw officials, even though they got the chicken dinner, but just 16 points they got off of it.
So the top 4 of this group is also the top 4 of this game. It's the same teams that have been dominating all this time, still dominating right now, and that would cause a lot of trouble for teams like IMPRNT, GHUSO Esports, INS as well. Man, I feel bad for INS, as we spoke about them at the start of the day. Did not need a lot of points, but they just take an exit with 4 points from this match. They needed just 1 single point more to keep that average of 5 points per game. But as you mentioned, Miramar and Sanok still left for INS, and if they have like 10 points in the next map, that changes everything. It still brings them into a fighting position.
I still think INS can easily qualify. IMPRNT Esports can qualify as well. Carpediem's done the cut, so it's not really that big of a deal. But the real eyes are going to be set on teams like Team TAMILAS and Team Psyche and GHUSO Esports. These 3 teams are going to be in that mid-pack, and all eyes are going to be locked on them.
Are we putting Norules Xtreme in the can't qualify portion of the...
Yeah, because looking at the past and how they've been performing in the past couple of games, they have been super inconsistent, man, especially in the week 1.
That is true.
And how they started things off, too. Yeah, 1 game, decent. 2nd game, instantly they dropped the ball.
Even in this matchup, mid-rotations, they just got completely shut down. But still, I will still be a believer, Necro. They have 2 more maps left. 1 Miramar, 1 Sanok, and of course, the last 2 maps are going to be extremely chaotic for this group, ladies and gentlemen. But before we move on to the next game of the day, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back after this.
Nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Chicka, 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 slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. Salty, first of all, how you doing, man? You were looking at that previous game. Team TAMILAS on the verge of making that big comeback.
You know, honestly, I feel like Team Tamilas, they always knew that they were going to make the cut. It was just about finding that right bit of consistency. And it seems like with this game, yes, they will have that consistency, but that confidence that Team Tamilas used to, exert in the previous officials that we have seen, it's still missing, don't you think so?
Exactly my point, too. They're avoiding the fights, man, and that's a big sign of concern because Team Tamilas, if you look at their firepower, they've got players like Foxy, man, and this guy is more than enough to shake the entire lobby. But still, for some reason, Team Tamilas is playing much more pushed back. They're playing that defensive play style that they're known for, but I still think they should tweak things up a little bit more and make sure that the team's going on the aggressive side of things. Getting that early squad wipe can help you so much with the confidence.
Absolutely. You still remember those days where Mr. Rigel used to dominate. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to dominate in your scrims, in your personal life, and your social media game as well, why not get our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series that starts at 18,999. It is an amazing device, power-packed with features. And of course, as you can see right from here itself, it looks...
I'm a big fan of white color myself, but what about you? You like the orange?
I like the orange, but it seems like Johnny has our side set on it, so I'm possibly going to settle with something
I just
else.
like the gloss on the white,
the gloss
right?
on the white and the pattern, I feel like that's perfect. It's very classy.
Even orange has got a nice pattern for better grip too while you're gaming. Even though if your palms are going to be sweaty, you do not have to worry that the device is going to slip outside of your hands. But you know what? For now, the overall standings are on the screen. As usual, the usual suspects are there still at the top. You've got Hyderabad Hydras making that breach towards the top 4 with 60 points. Hyderabad Hydras, as usual, just performing up to the mark. GHUSO Esports, though, is still 36 points in total. Now, even they stand a big chance to make the comeback.
Absolutely. You know, Necro, I feel like I'm extremely happy for Hyderabad Hydras with the way they've come back inside of this tournament, because last BMPS as well, Hyderabad Hydras, it wasn't really the outing that the fans would have been expecting, but now finally this team has found the group, at least in round 1 as of now. IMPRNT Esports is going to be in contention. They're right around that qualification mark. 2 more games left to go out of the 4 matches that they've played this week. 32 points is what they've acquired. Now the big question is IMPRNT Esports going to make it, or possibly teams like INS or GHUSO Esports are just going to topple them from the overall standings?
Now, that's a really good question that you asked me. But once again, for IMPRNT Esports, it's easy to make that cut. They don't really need a lot of points anyways. And we're speaking of players like Maverick and even Maximus.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I just have that trust on these guys that they can easily make sure that this banner moves on forward and qualifies for the upcoming stages. You flip the page and you still see a few more names over here, man. Some names they're already done for. Some names, they still do stand a chance to qualify. And one of those is also going to be Team Tamilas and Team Psyche.
Absolutely. Now, Team Tamilas, I feel like for them, this case is going to be extremely special, because currently, have a look at this. They have 15 points from what they have acquired this week so far. From the first week, they had 33 points. In total, they are sitting at 48 points right now. And from the cutoff that we've seen so far, it seems like they still need those 15 to 20 points left in the last 2 matches that they have. And I'm not really sure if they will be able to make it. One big game in the map of Miramar, Necro, and I think for Team Tamilas, it should be good to go.
I think so. Team Tamilas can easily make the cut. I don't think so they're going to be struggling to make that cut anymore. 2 more games to go. One of those will also be the map of Sanhok, and Team Tamilas, they can try and use the map of Sanhok to gain that advantage, gain the elimination points that they're lacking on. But the real question is going to be Team Psyche. In the previous game, they only obtained 1 single point. Do you think they can make the cut?
Absolutely no. I mean, Team Psyche, the consistency is not there. Their main strength in the past officials that they've played so far was their consistency, Necro. And me and Johnny had a discussion about this yesterday, that Team Psyche, they never really have those flashy plays or the biggest of games. We've never really seen Team Psyche get those 30 bombers. They just do enough that is required for them to actually move on forward to the next round. So now, right now, with them, this team, especially being so far away from the cutoff, there's a big question mark, man.
Listen, they've got 45 points in total in the overall leaderboard. I still think they can make the cut. 20 points needed, just like Team Tamilas. If they do obtain those 20 points, they can easily make the cut, man.
I'll tell you one factor, right, Necro? The Sanhok map, when these teams are playing their last game, has been the most chaotic map out of all of them, right? And I feel like it will be very hard for these teams who actually need those 20, 15 points to actually control the pace of the map. Sanhok will be an off map. If they do not make it in the map of Miramar, I feel like for them, the journey is going to be over.
Once again, man, Sanhok's always been that X factor. It can also help the teams. It can also work against against them.
Yeah.
So you never know how Sanhok's going to pan out.
Yeah.
And usually you see a newer face just rising up to the occasion
Exactly.
on the map of Sanhok. It might just be someone completely different. Maybe NIY Esports can get a banger game. Maybe Norules Xtreme can get a banger game. Or maybe it can also be the usual suspect that we're hoping to perform, Team TAMILAS, Team Psyche, or GHUSO Esports. If any one of these teams do get a game of Sanhok in their hands, they can easily qualify. But even in the upcoming game of Miramar, consistency is something they need.
Absolutely, and with the way the start of the day has kind of panned out, with the way we saw the top 5 teams of the group, Johnny mentioned it perfectly, right? The top 5 teams of this group are also the top 5 teams of this particular match. It seems like the table toppers, they are just continuing their run of form, and if that continues, it seems like for us to guess which are going to be the teams who make the cut, it should not really be a problem at all.
Yeah, hands down. Even GHUSO Esports are on the verge of qualifying, right? And GHUSO Esports, we saw this team in BGMI 2024.
Yeah.
They were looking so good. You talk about the firepower. It was on point from GHUSO Esports. Yes, the transition towards the iQOO BMPS hasn't been that too fluid, but still, I think GHUSO Esports should be able to make the cut as well. T-, they don't really need a lot of points. T-2 can easily move on forward. In the previous game, it was HeatBeasts drop clashing them, and maybe it can happen once again on the map of Miramar.
On the map of Miramar, I feel like drop collisions aren't really going to be there as much, because we've seen how the map of Miramar has been panning out. Initially, the first couple of circles are usually slow, and in fact, if you see the circles that are forming on the map of Miramar recently, that has been extremely basic, Necro.
Yeah, pretty much. The upcoming map of Miramar is going to be booting up on the screens. Team TAMILAS, GHUSO Esports, and Team Psyche, their fate relies onto it.
The penultimate game for Group 4, and all of these teams who actually want to move towards round 2 has suddenly begun all of a sudden. We are flying on top of the deserty lands of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, and the flight path is going to be in front of our screens right about now. Of course, we start our journey from Torreomada, and we end that journey in between Minas del Sur and Partona. Of course, a flight path which does divide the map in 2 equal halves, but considering a map like Miramar, which is extremely big, I still feel like moving towards El Pozo, moving towards La Cabrera can certainly be a challenge, Necro.
Indeed, this map, once again, is something that can provide you the placement points if you play your cards right. Because I always say this, man, the way this map goes, it's easy to rotate, but tough to sustain.
Yeah.
And once again, some of the teams, they do tend to crack under that pressure, especially when you're surrounded by a lot of teams in the open grounds. And this played flat path 2, once again, it seems quite nice, so teams can easily sustain 2 for a long time.
As of now, yes, we do find the likes of Team Psyche trying to move towards another fringe of the map. They are near the Torreomada and the Erangel region. You've got that nice big split coming in from Team INS as well. K9 Esports, as a matter of fact, it seems like this team has definitely surprised me with the way that they have improved from the last official Necro, but it seems like their firepower is still not at its 100% capabilities. I'm expecting big things from the likes of Aimbot, from the likes of Zap, from the likes of Pro, MJ and Believe as well. Believe himself as an IGL has done a phenomenal job with the way he has been controlling the team.
Yeah, pretty much. He indeed has been, right? A lot of these IGLs doing quite a great job, especially knowing the fact that even the meta's changed on to the aggressive side of things, so it's getting much more easier for these guys to get those points. But what am I watching on the screen? Crypto, he loses out on the elimination just because the door was shut right onto his face, and then Mickey finds a 2-piece in the perfect fashion. Mickey, unfortunately, does get strike down return, but once again for Hyderabad Hydras, this could have been a fight they could have lost out on.
They certainly can lose it even now as well. 2 players knocked out. 2 more players left to go. Termi is way too much out in the open. Takes a shot and he gets knocked down as well. And IY Esports, it was good news for them until and unless Mokes came in from the back lines. 3 finishes on this lad. What a brilliant recovery from Hyderabad Hydras. Just moving away from this fight with just 1 casualty, but they are going to be happy.
Yeah, but once again, it's Hyderabad Hydras we're speaking of, right?
Yeah.
For them to win this fight, it's quite ideal. But still, NIY Esports giving such a tough call to the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Now, that's different. Insidious is still knocked out. The revival's going to be there on the board. It's not that big of a deal. Even the players of RA, you've got them on the screen too. And speaking of RA too, Rival Apes, newer faces on the block, still doing so good. The previous game as well, decent outing, getting those elimination points in the hands. I'm just loving the confidence. Even though they're the newer bunch, still they've got so much confidence in the firefights.
You know, Necro rival Apex, they have an interesting history, right? This team is Team Orangutan's Academy lineup. Now, you know as a matter of fact that these Academy lineups, they get to see how it actually is to work behind the scenes in a professional esports organization. They get the mentorship of great, amazing players. And you also tend to learn from their experiences. So I feel like rival Apex, those foundations have kind of resulted in this team performing so well, because all of these players, they were always mechanically gifted. It was just about the right mentorship, and it seems like they're getting it.
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of these newer names, man, they do have the mechanics. They do have the prowess. All it takes is the right leadership and the right direction.
Yeah.
And you need someone to show you that.
To add on to that, it is also Teachers' Day, so why not just wish all your teachers a very happy Teachers' Day? In fact, for me as well, there's been some amazing teachers because of which I am wherever I am, so.
Yeah. Pretty much. Would like to say the same as well, but NIY Esports, this is how they were eliminated by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and this is how the fight started off. Speaking of Team TAMILAS too, with how the day started off, it's a decent one. 9 points in the first one, not that bad. They can't do much better, that's for sure. They need double digits on the board in every single game, and if Team TAMILAS, even one single game is left out, it's going to add on the pressure a little bit too much in the upcoming game. So Team TAMILAS, they know they're walking on a thin line.
Exactly, right? For Team TAMILAS, it seems like this will be the go-to game for them. Anything more than 10 points, I think Team TAMILAS will have resetted and restructured their position on the overall standings in a way where they are comfortable. But the only problem lies where if they do not really get a good game of Miramar, possibly the map of Sanhok can be way too chaotic for them. Considering this team does not really go that aggressive, but talking about aggressive, lucky to know from rival Apex in the last game was the iQOO MVP of the match. 4 finishes and 50% finish contribution. An absolute blockbuster performance. And expecting the same thing once again.
iQOO MVP of the previous game, it's Lucky to Noob from Rival Apes with 4 finishes. Of course, the man gets his name on the chart. And you've also got Daljeet from Raw Officials with 3 finishes. Insidious there too from Hyderabad Hydras. Even Termi from Hyderabad Hydras. And Fox OP from Team TAMILAS with 3 finishes. And once again, speaking of Team Psyche, for them, even this game matters a lot. With the way they're playing, quite a safe approach towards the northern side. There's no one surrounding them just yet. There's T-Minus right next to him. And a few more names like HeatBeasts, NIY, maybe even DOW Esports that have got nothing to lose. They can't try to play the spoilers, just like the way THW was doing in the previous game.
I have been loving what THW has been doing so far in this tournament. We have always been talking about the fact that this team had great positioning skill sets. And because of it, they always went to the LAN finals. But now their aggression game has also gone up quite a notch. But it seems like rival Apex, they are struggling in terms of their aggression. One of their players has been taken down, but they're still not putting their foot on the brakes.
Yeah, IMPRNT Esports still on the run. Unfortunately for them, one man was the casualty, and IMPRNT Esports still the qualifications on the line. They don't really need a lot of points, but whatever they need can add on a lot of that pressure. And Max's OG is pinned under the presence of the players of rival Apex. Max's OG looking to back away from this spot, but unfortunately he does not have any vehicle backing him up, and he's just on the foot. He's still running away to safety. And looking at how Maxis is doing, he does not have any helmet to play with in the first place. All it takes is one single headshot with the AKM to knock him out.
The sad part for IMPRNT Esports is, yes, they are kind of quite safe on their overall standings, but it seems like they still need a couple of those points to actually ensure safety and qualification towards round 2. And they cannot afford to make mistakes like these, Necro, especially when you are completely out in the open. You don't really have your vest and your helmet quite kitted up. And so far, IMPRNT Esports, they've done a good job, but small mistakes here and there that they're making. It seems like inside of round 2 as well, if this team does qualify, they will suffer some or the other problems. Do you think so?
Well, I don't think so. IMPRNT Esports, they're quite the formidable force. The only reason why they're struggling right now is because they're overthinking too much. They think they can qualify, but they also think if they mess things up, they will not qualify.
Yeah.
And that's the major problem. IMPRNT Esports, they need to know one thing. They don't really need a lot of points anyways. They can easily move on forward in the overall standings. All they need is maybe decent 5 to 6 points in this game, and IMPRNT Esports, they've already done it.
Yeah, 5 to 6 points. But we've also seen certain teams kind of, choke, especially when you're so close to the target, right? 5 to 6 points in 2 games should be absolutely nobody's job, but the smaller goals usually make you tend to make mistakes because you don't know what sort of strategy you have to go forward with. And I think one of the problems that Team TAMILAS has been facing is also the lack of clarity. Initially, I always used to say Mr. Erangel is a player who is class apart. You used to have so much responsibility on your shoulders. And we used to see every other game that Team TAMILAS play, this man walks away with 4 or 5 finishes by himself.
Hands down he does. For Team TAMILAS, this lineup is supposed to be a burning torch of consistency.
Yeah.
With how they were performing in the past and with how they were in the past couple of tournaments too, they're supposed to be quite the consistent bunch. But yes, the transition towards the iQOO BMPS 2024, it's not been that great. The consistency disappeared, it poofed into thin air, and that's why Team TAMILAS are now struggling way too much. The first 6 games that they played, they did not acquire a lot of points, and now they're on the verge of being eliminated too. But they still need consistent 10 points per game that can put them in the driving force in a better spot.
Can we say that Mr. Erangel used to be the aggressive Erangel before aggressive Erangels were cool?
Maybe?
Yeah, because this man used to live on those principles. But wait a second, where is the circle and where is the circle taking us as of now? It's moving towards LSR, quite towards the periphery, and it seems like almost 50% of the circle is actually in the waterlands.
Pretty much. A lot of that zone's not going to be played anymore, so teams will need to adjust with what they have left. Already the playing space is going to be limited. We might just see the clashes happening right now, and it will be super fun to witness as well. Carpediem towards that northern side, as Team Psyche is right underneath them. There's a high chance we might see that clash. And speaking of clash, you've got HeatBeasts once again pushing up close and personal against the players of Team TAMILAS. And here's the big problem. Team TAMILAS once again playing it quite suppressed. They're just not showcasing a lot of that confidence. And that's why they're also getting surrounded by the players of HeatBeast.
Exactly, I love the stuff coming in from HeatBeast so far. A 2-2 split that has actually worked out initially. Venturing out too much in the open. Mr. Erangel gets taken down and he gets confirmed as well. Team TAMILAS in a major problems.
My exact point. What is Team TAMILAS doing? Mr. Erangel just out in the open like that, making that rotation towards the compound, considering he wanted to try and reunite with the players. But then Team TAMILAS, they mess up big. Considering Mr. Erangel's now taken down, Team TAMILAS, they're playing this game quite scared. And that's also going to be limiting their own potential.
Exactly right. As soon as Mr. Erangel fell, it seemed like Team TAMILAS in their first instinct was to run away from this fight. Necro, you remember Team TAMILAS? They used to be the ones who used to take revenge for their fallen comrade. They used to go charge at the opposition. And that is the Team TAMILAS that I was actually looking out for. So far, it seems like even HeatBeasts, as a matter of fact, they know that they have surrounded this compound from all different directions. They also do not want to charge in. They want Team TAMILAS to make a mistake, and that is one of the reasons why they're taking those peppery shots, but they're also waiting out for Team TAMILAS to actually move out in the open.
Oh, they make the rotation. Team TAMILAS to make the cut. On the opposite side towards the bigger warehouse. Now they're going to be all good in the hood. And Team TAMILAS, they're just going to be camping there for a long time. It's a field trap being set up, and Team TAMILAS is hoping that HeatBeasts, they walk under it. Limiting their own potential, doubting themselves, and that's what the main concern is for Team TAMILAS. Manti, he wants to create an off angle, but that off angle is not going to come into fruition, considering it just does not find any line of sight on the opponents.
I like the fact with the HeatBeasts, they've left one player out in the flank who has the high ground advantage as well. So that is the player who is supposed to give you all the information on where Team TAMILAS is moving, while the rest of the 3 players, they're going in to take a head-on 3v3 battle. So this is going to be extremely interesting. As we move on, of course, we do have another fight which can potentially happen. Team Psyche, they have the high ground advantage for sure, and they have a nice little spread, but it seems like they have another team extremely close by. We'll have to find out which team it is. Carpediem is certainly there.
One thing is for sure, if this battle does commence, Carpediem will be closed on up as well.
Yeah.
Before we move on towards the fight, we got to give a huge thanks to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. And now focusing on the fight, the utilities being tossed from the side of HeatBeasts, as now they're moving up slowly and steadily. They've got the confidence. More utils being tossed in the front lines. Are they going to find the connection? That's my question. And the answer is going to be no. HeatBeast, all the 4 players, they've surrounded this compound perfectly. The warehouse is now going to be under control of HeatBeast. But still, the insides, not so. Team TAMILAS, they've sort of set up a big field trap. And Fox OP, all he's looking to do is find the first knockout. Util's going to be tossed, but it's not going to find any opportunity.
Team TAMILAS, they've actually spread themselves out, in a very lovely fashion. They're trying to cover up the choke points as well. They know exactly what the entry points of this warehouse are, and they want to use the utility in order to stop those choke points and the entry points. And so far, HeatBeasts, they've identified that they're not really making that fast push. They're trying to flush out the utility as fast as possibly can, and then try to make the move. And look at this, Team TAMILAS, they're already running out of nades and Molotovs. Manti does have that last single grenade. He does have those 3 Molotovs that can be extremely useful. But I think Team TAMILAS and their patience play right now is sort of paying off, Necro.
It indeed is. I wouldn't exactly say it's paying off, but it's definitely avoiding the inevitable for a long time.
Yes.
Now, is it going to be Team TAMILAS to come out on top? Is it going to be the opposition to come out on top? We do not know. Only the future knows. But Team TAMILAS still keeping themselves pinned down, not even moving a muscle. And HeatBeast, at this point in time, they have to run thin on patience. They've got nothing to lose. HeatBeast, they're hoping for a big game in their hands. Maybe that can bring their chances of qualification back. But we all know it's not going to happen. They were all the way at the bottom spot in the overall standings, but I'm loving this confidence and approach from HeatBeast. They're over here to try and spoil a few dreams. As soon as they found they're facing off against the players of Team TAMILAS, they know they can spoil the dreams of Team TAMILAS as well. And that's why they're over here. HeatBeast cooking up a nade in their hands, and now they want to flush out a few more players. Utilities are constantly being tossed, and Team TAMILAS, they're forced to reposition.
The patience play from Team TAMILAS gives them the opening. Team HeatBeasts, they've run out of patience. They want to influx the warehouse, but as of now, it hasn't really been successful. The crossfire setup from Team TAMILAS has been extremely brilliant. And now look at this, Manti can be extremely close with that nade. It's still not going to connect, but at least it's done a good job, and that is HeatBeast, and their movement has been stopped so far. And we know, as a matter of fact, that these fights, if they venture out too long, if they tend to last too long, it never really ends well for either of these sides. But at least both the teams are inside the circle. For Team TAMILAS, they know all they've got to do is to preserve that information of where exactly these players are repositioning from. But Fox OP gets taken down, Necro.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Team TAMILAS is now starting to crack under that pressure, and it's not looking too good. The opposition, they've got the man advantage. Manti needs to be careful. He's going to be the playmaker. If Manti messes up, he's done for. The nade's being tossed to perfection, and Manti will be taken down way too low. Team TAMILAS on the verge of being eliminated from the game, and maybe eliminated from the tournament too if they lose out in this game, because on the map of Sanhok, it brings in that X factor. We do not know who's going to be the one to close things off. But for Team TAMILAS, this can be the only viable option to convert this fight in a positive trade. Utilities are constantly doing damage as even Manti gets knocked out, and now it's down to just Fox OP, and even he will be dealt with. Fox is taken down way too low. He finds a knock on Eternal, but is that really going to delay the inevitable? That's my question. A DBS in the hand, pinned down inside of the room too. He wants to patch himself up. He pulls out the med, and he will be able to get the patch. But HeatBeast, they're surrounding the players of Team TAMILAS completely, as now the final man, Fox OP, he does get the revival, but can he stay alive? That's my question. He's still trying his best to fight back. Maxi, he's got too much on the plate, and he can't dissolve it.
That was brilliant from HeatBeast, running away from this fight with all 4 of their players surviving. Especially that revive was brilliant, the patient play was brilliant. Team TAMILAS really trying to keep away all the information that they had, not really giving in any sort of clue of where exactly they're positioned. But HeatBeasts, they just did an absolutely fantastic job with the utilities, flushing them out from Team TAMILAS initially, and then moving out slowly in tandem with each other. Great coordination, and it seems like this team, they are making a mark in their penultimate game. Yes, for sure, they haven't really dented the overall standings much, but it seems like they definitely are going to be denting some fans with this performance.
They're like, we're not going to be the ones to get taken out. We will take a few more teams with us. And HeatBeasts right now indeed being the Grim Reapers of the iQOO BMPS 2024. Making sure that they're going to be eliminating a lot of these teams with them, taking them home. The Dream Crushers, if you'd like to say so. Norules Xtreme taking shots against DOW. For DOW2, they don't stand a chance to qualify anymore. But still, they're giving it all they've got to make a mark in the final few moments. Shin-Chan was knocked out. Now the player's going to be back up on the feet as they make the run to the safety lines for DOW. The safety lines are not too far away, but one thing is for sure, they're filled up with a lot of those foes. And even DOW, they're struggling with the confidence in the fights.
Not really the best of positions where you want to have your pit stop, especially with Team Norules Xtreme right in the vicinity. Shots were being taken, but also the fact that this is the southern fringe of the circle itself, right? Multiple teams are actually coming along this way. Everyone's rotating comfortably, and if you also want to rotate comfortably throughout your city, then of course you can check out our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme, who has graciously provided the Hero Xtreme 160R4V for the iQOO MVP of the finals. It is going to be an absolutely impeccable display of skill in the grand finals, of course. Whoever walks away with that bike, but as of now, it seems like Team THW, they are ready to walk away with some finishes, Necro.
Yeah, and THW, with how things are, one thing is for sure, even they would want to be the Grim Reapers. GHUSO Esports, shots taken against HeatBeasts, and this time around, it's GHUSO Esports knocking on the doors. They're desperate for the points, and HeatBeasts might just be the source. As Ashish, he patches himself up. The Wall of Death is doing that constant damage, but this time it's not going to do a lot. Still the early phase of the game. He finds the second knockout as well, and HeatBeasts, they're taking too many bullets upon themselves. GHUSO Esports, the backup needs to be there. Ashish, he wants to get the confirmation in the hand, but then he realizes there's another player around the block, and that's going to be in the name of Slayer. HeatBeasts, they're indeed being the source of energy for GHUSO Esports as they need these points. And now a few more shots being taken from Ashish as he wants to get the confirmation on the player he just knocked a while ago. Slayer will escape the prowl, but Ashish, he wants to get the confirmation.
He will get the confirmation. In fact, there is no way this man is going to be saved. 3 finishes, in fact 2 finishes on Ashish, 3 finishes on Slayer. He is going to run away, but at what cost? HeatBeasts, once again, the pit stop in the middle of nowhere did not really pan out. The circle is so much out in the open. There is absolutely no hard cover for any team out there. And this is going to be cruel.
Oh my god, just look at the playing area.
Exactly.
It's next to none. There's barely any 10% of land available that you can play on. And all the other teams, they would want to just stack right next to this big mountain. You cannot even climb on top of it. There's only one team there at the top. But even they've barely made the climb. Luckily enough, Carpediem, they made the climb way too early inside of the game, so now they're going to have the advantage. But still, 10% of the playing field left. It's really tough that anyone can try and acquire elimination points. At this point, it's just going to be chaos all across the board.
It is going to be chaos, Necro. And it seems like everyone is trying to get themselves that little pocket of space to actually play from. But majority of these teams are going to be eliminated in this circle itself. Team Psyche almost on the verge of elimination. It seems like they are surviving with just 2 players.
They indeed are. And with how things are, even DOW is taking too much damage upon themselves in the back. THW engaging themselves in a fight. A lot of these teams, if they do try to make it inside of the safety lines, one thing is for sure, they need to go through hell. And that's what THW is going through right now. HeatBeast Slayer still pinning down that one man of GHUSO Esports in the back. And eventually it will be Ashish to get the better of him. As Slayer is taken down way too low, and he will be eliminated by the Wall of Death soon enough. HeatBeast on the verge of being eliminated from the game. There's still one last glimmer of hope alive. And now for Norules Xtreme, even Perfect's going to get knocked out and confirmed, as you've got Raw Officials on the screen for now. And even for Raw Official, it's just down to Anuj.
There's house fire in every camp, Necro. Nobody is safe, nobody is sound in this one. IMPRNT Esports finally slams it right against Raw Official. As of now, one of their players is knocked out. Takes an enormous amount of damage, but a nade flies in. Beautiful stuff from IMPRNT Esports. But they will have to reset back in this game extremely quickly so that they can take further fights. Now look at this, Team ARRANCAR as well. They are on the receiving lines. THW, beautiful play from there. Just one player who is still surviving. Can they make it happen? No, really, he gets 2 knocks. ARRANCAR, they live to fight another day.
And look at where the zone just formed. It's not even there in the playing field. It's completely outside of the map. What is happening? The zone's on top of the hill, and no one can make the climb. It's impossible. A lot of these teams are going to be eliminated by the wall of death. This is 1 in a million moments. You barely see zones like these pop up. Every single team is screwed. How can they go for the chicken dinner? That's my question. The only thing you can do and try and get out of this one is go for the med strat, maybe for the final few moments, and try and claim as many elimination points as you can.
Possibly want to be the Grim Reaper and just finish every single team who are trying to make the cut. 7 teams and 16 players, they're still alive.
There's also an airdrop on top of that entire mountain. No one can claim it. It's like the cherry on top of the cake. The game is just teasing the players at this point. There's no way you cannot make the climb on top of that, especially when there's so many teams surrounding it. There's no way. Carpediem's screwed, IMPRNT Esports is screwed, Rival Apes is screwed, everyone's screwed. There's barely any teams alive. And now the playing field, it just seems like it's limited to 5%.
It is not even inside the playing area, Necro, the circle. And like we're talking about it, it seems like... Wait, don't tell me the buggy is going to actually make the climb. This is too steep. This is too steep. There is almost no chance that this buggy is going to go up top.
He can't. It's slipping. He can't. He wants to make the climb, but it's slipping. There we go. It slips. Hyderabad Hydras, they can't make the climb on top. As I mentioned, it's not in the playing field anymore. But still, that one man from Hyderabad Hydras is constantly giving it a shot. He wants to make it up top, but he can't. Carpediem, they face off against Norules Xtreme. For Norules Xtreme, yeah, this game held a lot of value, but not when you've got a man like Fierce striking you down. And even the last man wrapped up in a sheet. Carpediem, they wipe out the entirety of Norules Xtreme as the last man was eaten alive by the play zone. And now Moksh is left to do the deed as he collects a few more points on top. That's it. The wall of death is going to close on up. Who's going to claim the chicken dinner? It's going to come down to a med strat. It's that one man of Hyderabad Hydras up against the players of Rival Apes. There's still 3 teams alive in the playing field, as even Carpediem is a part of the Met Strat, and everyone's just looting the death crates that are there underneath them.
Exactly, but the good part about Fierce is that he does have those death crates right in front of him. He can actually get those first aid kits and keep on popping them one after the other. But the timing has to be precise. You've got Rival Ape X, you've got Hyderabad Hydras, and you've got Carpediem. 3 teams, 3 players, just all of them trying to make the cut with the first hit kit so far. Moksh is going to find the likes of Viper. He's not going for the finish. What is happening?
Oh no, he's still going for the med strat constantly. He wants to survive for as long as possible. Now he's going to go for the shots, considering he spots the player out in the open. Shots are taken. Viper does not stand a chance. The deed will be done by the play zone itself as Hyderabad Hydras, they secure themselves that second spot, and both these players are now fighting for the first spot, and I think so it will be Fierce to get the second one in his hands. As now the man on top, Moksh, is taking shots against Fear. Even if one connects, things can be different, but Moksh, he dropped down. And with that, it will be Carpediem to seal the deal and get that chicken dinner. But what a game that was of Miramar.
It was certainly a good game, to be honest, especially with the way the circle panned out. I had a hunch, right, Necro? I had a hunch, especially when the circle was like 50% outside the map. I was like, what is going on with this circle? And then in the ending stages, it went completely on top of the mountain where you can't even climb.
It's not even there in the playing field. You cannot even go there. It's pretty much outside of the map. I'm not even sure what just happened over there, but one thing is for sure, it was 1 in a million moment, and I would want to see more circles like that because it really puts the team in a big state of panic and in a big state of discomfort. So many teams panicked. Even the likes of Rival Apes were not able to do anything. Even the teams like GHUSO Esports who were trying to make the entrance inside of the zone, they couldn't. There were so many teams being the Guardian Angels because the only thing you could do was just hug the mountain and play underneath it. And that's what they were doing.
For a brief period of time, I was like, alright, fine, Moksh is possibly going to make the climb with the buggy because he was actually going up top with the steep slope itself. But unfortunately, we all knew it was just way too steep enough for him to actually make the climb. But one team who actually did pretty well in this circumstance was Norules Xtreme, because they survived for a long time in the midst of utter chaos.
Yeah, I mean, with the way Norules Xtreme, yes, indeed, they were there in the final few moments. They also got shot down by the players of Carpediem. The only reason why Norules Xtreme was able to survive is because they were the lucky ones to move up on that spot way too early. If you were there in the early phase of the game, you will pretty much make it to the final few moments. That's what happened to the players of Rival Apes. That's what happened to the players of Carpediem. That's what happened with the players of Norules Xtreme too, because they were pretty much there underneath the mountain. And the other teams who tried to breach in, it was next to impossible. Even THW fell prey to it.
GHW fell prey to it, IMPRNT Esports fell prey to it as well. But this was a brilliant moment coming in from Fears, because this man walked in with his vehicle all by himself. 3 players of Norules Xtreme still surviving on top of it, and he still gets to see the chicken dinner at the end of this game. Moksha, of course, it was an extremely ballsy move. He tried to spray it down from top, but you can't really make sure that the shots are going to be accurate, especially when you're jumping down.
Only if one bullet would have connected, maybe the fate would have been different. Maybe it would have been someone else to come out on top. But still, just that one single bullet not connecting, costing the game for Hyderabad Hydras. But do they even care? They're already in a really comfortable spot in the overall standings. The same thing can be said for Rival Apes and even the players of Carpediem Esports.
Yeah.
But yes, one thing is for sure, the zone just added on the 5 stars to that previous game.
Absolutely. But Necro, let's come back to the storyline once again, because Team TAMILAS, for them, this was not really the game that they actually had wanted, right? And now we are back to that same topic. Well, one map left to go, Sandhawk being the map that is yet to be played. It is going to be chaotic, and Team TAMILAS still need those 15 points, and now the pressure is going to be on these teams.
IMPRNT Esports, they made the run, they made the pounce, they've easily qualified, that's for sure. Now the real talk of the town is going to be Team INS, GHUSO Esports, Team Psyche, and Team TAMILAS. These 4 teams, still the sword is hanging on top of their necks. Team INS can easily make the pounce as well, considering they just need 4 to 5 points in the upcoming game, and those can be easily achievable if they go for a drop clash against some of the teams. Some of the weaker names, for example, like DOW, Norules Xtreme, that are still struggling in the playing area. While you speak of Team TAMILAS, they need a banger. They need a chicken dinner in their hands. Maybe somewhere around 25 points in that one single game, and it's too much to ask for. At this point, Team TAMILAS, they need to wake up and rise up and start making waves.
And to be honest, with the way Team TAMILAS took that fight against HeatBeasts, it doesn't even seem like Team TAMILAS, they're extremely confident of their play, right? Mr. Erangel venturing out in the open, getting taken down, while the rest of the 3 players, they could not even stand to actually take a fight. And none of the players of HeatBeat Esports, who currently are bottom of this group, were actually eliminated in that fight. What is going wrong with Team TAMILAS?
Listen, that's my exact point though. Only if HeatBeasts would have played the same way in the past couple of games as well, they might just be there in the top 64. A lot of these teams, when they let go of all that pressure, when they let go of all the things that are there inside of their heads, they start to perform pretty well. And that's my main concern. Stop taking so much pressure and trust on the process. Trust on the practice that you've done for such a long time to get over here till this stage and just keep on performing. If you just try and take the extra bit of load, extra bit of pressure upon yourself, it's just going to be hindering your gameplay in the game.
Absolutely, but let's just talk about the point standings and look at exactly where the team stands right now. You've got Carpediem at the very top with 21 points on their board. An enormous game. I think Carpediem suddenly are getting back in the groove of things. Hyderabad Hydras, once again, a fantastic display, 16 points from this one. Norules Xtreme, this team definitely surprised me with the way they survived through all the chaos, 10 points for them. But as we flip pages, there is that point of concern. Team TAMILAS, they need 15 points from this game. They got absolutely nailed.
0 points from Team TAMILAS. Team Psyche just getting 1 point. And these 2 teams, they stand a big chance to qualify. Especially for Team Psyche as well. It's quite the known banner. I would like to see this team move on forward as well. For Team TAMILAS, even they stood a big chance at the start of the day. They got 9 points in the first game, and now in the second game, getting 0 points. It just leaves their fate on the map of Sandhawk, and as we know on the map of Sandhawk, they need somewhere around 20 points. It might just be too much to ask for.
It will be too much to ask for, and it seems like if Team TAMILAS, they do not actually take a drop collision, it will be the best case scenario for them. They do not stand the chance of actually taking the risk of a drop clash. They will have to drop down, get themselves the ammunition, and the goal should be clear in their head to try and take as many fights as they possibly can.
Listen, at this point in the map of Sandhawk, you can really get the value from the third parties.
Yes.
Now, Team TAMILAS should try and prioritize the third party, try and find as many fights as you can. That's the only way you can qualify. You need 10 elimination points in that one single game. You need to be aggressive. You do not have any other option. You cannot play the same defensive gameplay anymore. But let's move on to a short break for now, because on the other side, it will be the game of Sandhawk.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
We all needed a short break, especially after that very weird circle of the map of Miramar. Johnny, you were watching it from the sidelines. How exactly was your reaction, and what was your reaction?
I mean, again, it's one of the rare occurrences of the game, right? As we saw it happen in front of our eyes. For, I think, the first time, it just went up the hills, the zone, completely inaccessible to almost everyone inside of the game. And there was no way of getting to it, right? But that is what we want to see. A position where no one can get to and it just forces everyone to fight. And Carpediem, they're the most comfortable in those stances.
Exactly, right? Fierce just walks in with his vehicle. 3 players of Norules, Xtreme still standing. He goes in, bolster down everyone. And that is the Fierce that we know of, right? Extremely aggressive. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to be successful in your aggressive stance, then maybe you should consider getting this device, that is the iQOO Z9S series. Of course, if you go down to Google and type iQOO Z9S series, potentially you stand a chance to be one of the 15 lucky winners to get yourself hands on the iQOO Z9S Pro. And that is one of the segment's fastest device. Of course, it's also the slimmest, Johnny. In spite of having a 5500 milliamp hour battery, the phone, it's excessively slim and it's very classy to actually hold.
Exactly, it's very comfortable to hold. The big display makes playing the game a whole lot easier because you have a lot of more screen to work with. The touch sampling rate as well, even if you're spamming those buttons, nothing goes missing, right? That is the most important, because in the heat of the moment, sometimes you just like try to spam your lean buttons, or maybe just trying to ADS out in a particular duel. So yeah, do not miss out on any part of that gameplay. But I think now we're going to move forward, have a look at the overall leaderboard, see how the teams are doing today. And of course, majority of the teams, even in the map of Miramar, the teams that were doing well, still doing consistently well for themselves. And that creates a lot of problems for the middle pack.
Exactly right. You talked of the middle pack. We will come to the middle pack as of now. Considering we are witnessing the tabletoppers, you've got Hyderabad Hydras slowly inching closer to the likes of Esports. 85 points and 9 more points left to go, and it seems like Team Hyderabad Hydras will be toppling them all. And this is good signs, especially for a team like Hyderabad Hydras who were struggling in the last season of the Pro Series. Now they come back to iQOO BMPS 2024 completely reformed. They also had company in the form of Carpediem, who were also there. They also did absolutely fantastic. But as we flip pages, right, you've got the likes of Raw Official who have also done decent. You've got the likes of TCW who have done decent. THW themselves, they also have a nice little spot, but there is no sign of one big name, Johnny, and that will be Team TAMILAS, who are still 15 points off of that safety line, Johnny. One more map left to go. My question, you know it, do you think it's going to happen?
My expectations aren't going to be there. I think it's going to be too difficult for Team TAMILAS. No momentum today, no momentum yesterday. Not really being able to pick up the pace at all, and I think the struggles are going to continue. This is the last map of Sanok, so either they win it and qualify for round 2, or they just fail to do so and then get left behind. And it will be surprising to see Team TAMILAS not qualify, to be honest. This is one of the biggest names and one of the oldest names in the BGMI community. And for a team like this, the level of experience these players have, for them to even be in this position right now, it is a bit shocking, it is heartbreaking. But then that is the reality, right? Because we also have names like GHUSO who are struggling this week, but they did a lot of the heavy lifting in that opening week. Silly Esports as well, just 6 points in 3 matches. They are going to start playing in the next 3 games. But then again, this is another team that did quite a lot of heavy lifting in that opening week, so now not a lot left to do. But for Team TAMILAS, that opening week was horrendous. 33 points in the 6 games they played. And then this week, yesterday, is what I think even they were relying on already in the first 3 games. If we manage to secure 30 or so points, then we can qualify. But that didn't happen at all.
Absolutely. And in fact, there have been multiple of these names. You said, right? Elevate Esports will be one of them. CD Esports will be one of them. Team TAMILAS, for them, week 2 has been much worse. And even for Team INS, right? 47 points from the first week. Right now, currently, they only have about 10-11 points from the second week. So we've seen a number of teams fall. We've seen a number of teams lie. But at least for the next point of view, at least for the next game, the point of view will be simple, right? Few teams, INS, GHUSO Esports, and Team TAMILAS, and even Team Psyche, as a matter of fact, the eye line will be on them. The sight lines will be on them. And everyone will be looking to see if these teams will be looking to qualify. But Sanok, knowing that it's so chaotic, it'll be very difficult, Johnny.
I mean, it is definitely going to be difficult, but for the side of INS, I think with 5 or 6 points more, they can push through. And of course, if that happens in an early fight, then that gives them the momentum to actually be a little bit more aggressive in the upcoming match. And of course, as we mentioned, it is Sanok, and We have a lot of aggressive teams in this group, so those teams are definitely going to look to shatter the hopes and dreams of the teams that are struggling in the competition right now. But again, Hyderabad Hydras, they are going to try and build up on the momentum they've had since yesterday. TSW will look to do the same. Raw Official, I want to see Raw Official go aggressive for once. Because from the first game of Erangel they played in this tournament, they have been playing for placement. Yes, in that particular match they had 10 plus eliminations, but majority of them came in the last few fights of the game, entirely from the last few fights. I think they started picking up the aggression during the top 4 teams in that particular map of Erangel. So I would love to see Raw Official what they can do if they start playing aggressive right off the bat, try and go for a drop clash, because at this point you're just practicing for round 2, right?
Exactly right. And on the map of Sanhok, we've seen those drop collisions happen right from the get-go itself, especially if it's the last game of the group. And considering it's the last game of the group, there will be certain contenders to actually do the shenanigans. Carpediem will be my #1 priority. We know, as a matter of fact, these players will be looking to drop clash against everyone. That eyebrow tilt from Johnny says it all, right? You've also got the likes of Hyderabad Hydras. They know they've qualified, and this team is playing so well, they will go aggressive. THW, in fact, they've changed their tactics, and now they are a fabulously looking, very aggressive squad.
I think Hyderabad Hydras and THW, yes, but not sorry, Hyderabad Hydras. Carpediem and THW, yes. Hyderabad Hydras, I am actually a little bit doubtful that they are going to go for a drop fight, because Hyderabad Hydras, they are still try-hard. This team wants to be consistent overall, not just in a particular stage of the tournament. So I believe they are just practicing to be consistent in round 2. And let's see how this game of Sanhok turns out for them.
Well, we'll actually find out how this game goes. We'll find out if Team Tamilas are actually moving towards round 2 or no. All of this in the map of Sanhok.
Up, up, and away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plane is up in the air, and this time the flight path, it is going to start from the southeastern quadrant of the map, all the way from docks, and it's going to head towards the northwest, towards Hathin, just west of Hathin, in fact. So, in the last game played by teams from Group 4 of Set Red, they have the most comfortable flight path you could ask for on Sanhok, a diagonal flight path, and you can go wherever you want because of this. But as we've been talking about it, we are expecting to see a few early drop clashes, and one of them, Salty, I was so wrong. My apologies. Because look at Camp Charlie. It's Hyderabad Hydras taking a drop fight against rivals, ape out of everyone else. Both these teams, they have nothing to lose, so whoever gets eliminated, nothing lost, nothing gained.
Wait a second, do we have a third team in the mix of things along with rival Apex is something which we'll have to find out, but as of now it seems like, right, there is another name in the midst of things. But look at the circle once again, the circle dropping on the Northwest Island, ladies and gentlemen. The BGMI gods, they are absolutely not showing any mercy whatsoever on these players. And talking about mercy, rival Apex, they're not being shown mercy either. Hyderabad Hydra starting off on a very strong footing, Johnny.
Alright, there was no one else. It was just a 4v4 between Hyderabad Hydras and Rivals Ape. And Hyderabad Hydras, as you mentioned, they found the opening frag. Rivals Ape, though, they've gone for a 2-1 split. Luckily for both sides, I think both of them have found those weapons to put themselves in a fighting position. Viper even has a TBS to work with. But utility, that will be important. On the other part of the map, though, we have another fight breaking out. ARRANCAR taking on the players of Carpediem. This one happening in the city of Kampong. And I think Carpediem just let one man charge into the entirety of ARRANCAR's, because the other three players have moved towards the western exit of Kampong. They are heading towards Cave.
So, Johnny, usually what happens is if the IGL finds a knock, it's always a go-go.
Yeah.
Alright, the IGLs, if they find knock, it is always a go for the rest of the teammates as well. While the rest of the teammates did ditch Pokar actually got himself traded out, but that's fine. I think he also got a finish for himself. Yeah. And both Carpediem and ARRANCAR, they're going to survive with their 3 players. They have a lot of space in between them, but coming back in this fight so far, Rival Apex, what has been your opinion about this team so far? Because it seems like they've come very well prepared inside of this tournament.
They're very well prepared indeed. I mean, even in terms of individual firepower, Rivals Ape, they are looking extremely solid. Already the performance in Week 1 was 48 points, and Week 2 is also going decent for them. So this team, we are going to get to see a lot more from them. The only question is these are very young players, so for them this is going to be a learning experience. And if they make it all the way towards that grand finale, then this would be the best debut we have seen from a single team.
Absolutely. I feel like they definitely have started well, in fact, inside of this tournament. But the lobby does get much more difficult, especially as they move towards round 2 currently. And it seems like this team, they are definitely prepared in terms of their positioning. We have seen Rival Ape X almost always making it inside the top 5 of every certain game that they play. It's always been their micromanagement, the 4v4 fights, and their resource utility management as well. I think those are the aspects which they can improve a little bit.
But look at this now, what is happening? The urge to just beat down on the weakened opponents. We see GHUSO Esports dropped. They started the game from boot camp and then instantly picked up some basic loots and now swimming towards that Camp Alpha Island. They want to rotate early so that they can block the way for anyone breaching late. But on our screens, we have the players from the side of Team TAMILAS. They are playing from Khao, north-eastern edge of the play zone. There's absolutely no one towards them, so they won't be facing a lot of trouble in the early stages, but they still need to be careful because towards the south, towards Paradise Resort, you have the players from NIY, Raw Official. Towards Mong Nai, you have the players of DOW, and Team TAMILAS, again, a team that needs a very big game in order to move forward.
I feel like the northern part of the map is where they are holding. That can be a favorable spot for them. But this team needs to move out of that location and actually find teammates to get them those finish points. Because otherwise, Team TAMILAS, if they just play for the circle, they're not really going to make the cut.
Yeah.
But honestly, on the other side, Team Hyderabad Hydras starting to close on up. Rival Ape X just gatekeeping that information, not moving a muscle. Lucky to Noob, of course, this is the moment where he strikes, almost finds the knock, finds one. Can he find the second one is going to be the question.
Oh, they found the traitor. He instantly knocked and finished. And Crypto also falls. So Hyderabad Hydras, even though they had the numbers advantage, are taking a beating from Rivals Ape. 2 versus 3 situation. The Apes, they have the advantage and they're going to press it forward. Insidious gets knocked out and I believe things are done and dusted. Hyderabad Hydras, they get eliminated from this game. The first team to go down. But then again, Hyderabad Hydras, they were already the best performing team from this entire group. So they do not really care. Rivals Ape, they do not care about winning this fight as well. They are already qualified and moving to round 2. But it was an intense fight. And as you were talking about Lucky to Noob, we do not really see any finishes on him right now. But he has been one of the key players for the side of Rivals Ape.
Exactly, he went out, he found himself that first knock, if I'm not mistaken, and the way he actually pushed up in between the compounds, that was brilliant. We'll talk about Rival Ape X a little more, but for now we'll have to talk about this fight. You've got GHUSO Esports and you've got another lineup right up next. That can be the side of IMPRNT Esports. Shots were taken. One of their players, Ashish, has been taken down. From the distance, it's Team Psyche as well.
Yeah.
And the AKM 4X combo, it's been a long time, Johnny. The 7.62 guns have been used as a tap machine. But so far, it seems like GHUSO Esports, they're doing a very good job in the long-range battles.
No, though. This is unfortunate for GHUSO Esports. Now they get... This is not even a sandwich. They're stuck between 3 teams. You have K9 Esports, who have the high ground advantage as well. Then you have Team Psyche up front from the back lines. You have Team IMPRNT, who are going to look to build up some pressure upon this team, but still, they found the opening against Psyche. They're looking to secure those finishes. In the meanwhile, INS, they show up. Mikey from NIY, he gets caught off guard completely alone. Figures out a way to secure the opening knock in this fight, but that is definitely not going to be enough. And there he goes, K47 finding that frag. NIY not in a good position at all in terms of the overall ranking and in terms of this game as well.
Talking about Team INS, they need the 4 points. They need the 4 or 5 important points to actually qualify and be extremely comfortable with their position on the overall standings. It seems like K47 is going to secure that 3 points all on him. One of his comrades, of course, is definitely knocked out, but it seems like the last player from this team, NIY Esports, Sam, will he look to actually survive and try and play for the placement points? Or considering it's the last game, he wants to go out with a fight? That's going to be the question.
Oh, well, let's see. He's completely exposed out into the open and not a lot that he can do over here as well. But INS, they will be extremely glad to secure, even if it's this just isolated point. Every single point matters to the side of INS. Just on the verge of qualification, all of these small little boosts that they get are just going to push them further and further within that top 64. And there it is. They find that 4th frag for themselves, but now they need to be careful. Because Team TAMILAS, they have closed in on their position. And as soon as INS, they try to get out of these shacks, out of these compounds, Team TAMILAS, they will have marked the exits and they can try and bait the players of INS into a false sense of safety.
Talking about a false sense of safety, I'm not really sure if Team TAMILAS should utilize that much time in order to get these finishes against INS. INS themselves, they're taking a much longer rotation, trying to venture out towards the blue. They know, as a matter of fact, that Team TAMILAS might be gatekeeping from the cow region. And that just goes to show that Team INS, they have come well prepared. They know exactly where the drop locations of teams are going to be. And for Team TAMILAS, I think this should be the go call. Right now, they cannot waste any more time. Like we said, 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner is the only thing that Team TAMILAS can expect from this game to actually qualify. Doesn't really seem like they will start off on a very strong note against INS. Will have to rotate inside the circle and have to be positive from that point on.
I'm wondering what is ARRANCAR's up to. They started from Ongnai, then moved down south, and are now again pushing up north. The collision against the players of INS. It can result in an interesting fight from both sides, in fact. There we have it, I believe. The players of INS spotting out the players from ARRANCAR. The circle still towards the Camp Alpha Island. Shots from K47, they connect. Gonu knocked out both the teams quite far away from the play zone itself, but the hunt, the chase is on, and ARRANCAR's put under immense pressure by the players of INS. The second knock is on the board. It is secured, and INS, they will be able to convert the finish quite easily without even breaking a sweat. ARRANCAR's, they are down to their last player, Ryu. And I believe he has also been stopped in his tracks by K47, the IGL from INS. So it should not be a big struggle if they are looking forward to regrouping with K47, finishing off that one man and then rotating inside the circle, the play zone.
What a force to be reckoned with Team INS.
Yeah.
3 players traveling in the same vehicle, just driving by every single player that actually comes in front of them. ARRANCAR, their last player, has actually been spotted. Ryu does cook up a nade. Can he manage to land it to position? That is going to be the question. The explosion does not do anything, but his position has been given away. The first shot connects. The second one possibly comes in from the backlines. Yes, he has been cleaned up. And Team INS, with 4 eliminations, in fact 7 eliminations, they certainly are extremely comfortable. We've always thought about this map of Sanhok, right? Some or the other team who we least expect to actually come in and perform, they walk away with a dominating performance.
Yeah, and INS, they have been walking away with a few finishes in both of the maps they played before this. So I think these 7 eliminations, they do help out, but now, again, they need a top 3 finish just to make sure that they have that safety cushion to work with after their games are done, and we are going to be moving forward with the last 3 matches of round 1, but after that awkward circle on Miramar that all of these teams dealt with, we move forward to another extremely western circle in the map of Sanhok as well. Still sticking on that Camp Alpha Island though. In the meanwhile, GHUSO Esports finally get pushed upon by the players of HeatBeasts, but still, I think they forgot about the third party because it is Team Psyche who have found the opening onto 2-2 OG. GHUSO Esports down to the last man, doesn't matter. HeatBeast Esports eliminated from the game, mistakes being made. They also were unaware of the third party by Team Psyche, and they got punished for that. But GHUSO Esports, can they recover? Smoke slopped out. I think Fragger will try his level best to try and bring his teammate 2-2 OG back into the game. Just a 2-man roster remaining.
The roster will still stay alive with 2 players, but the question is, Johnny, with the way they are proceeding towards the circle, I don't really think they are going to find that vantage point. Look at that, they do have Team Psyche right up top. As soon as they cross Team Psyche, they will find the lads of Team K9 Esports as well. And from the backlines, you've got Rival Apex also charging on forward. You've got the likes of Team Raw officials trying to make a move. And Team TAMILAS, the rotation is here. Yes, for sure, they will make that rotation happen. But will survival alone help them make the cut is going to be the question. I have always asked this question, Team TAMILAS. Have they any clue of how many points they need from this game itself? And if they do have that clue, why are they not taking appropriate measures?
I think they just want to keep all 4 players alive for as long as possible and pick the fights in the late game stages. But the problem is, or at least the problem that we are seeing develop slowly and steadily, is majority of the teams are going to be lacking those players. So by the time that Team TAMILAS make it into a fighting position, there might not just be enough bodies for them to capture. Meanwhile, Team Psyche, they've taken that high ground, and on the finish feed as well, we notice INS going up against Carpediem. Back and forth trades from either side. Carpediem, they've just lost 1 player in the early stages as Pukar got finished off. 1 man just knocked out. And INS, I believe they have managed to gain the upper hand in that fight. Team Psyche still controlling the Temple Hill. Just want to make sure that GHUSO Esports have been eliminated from this game, but those 2 players are still hiding in those compounds and they are not letting go. In the meanwhile, towards Hathen, we have the push coming from the players of Raw Official, and Dawn, he pulled the trigger first, and yet he was the man who was put down. Without even breaking a sweat, Raw Official, they find a massive advantage in this fight, and there's absolutely nothing, it seems like, that Norules Xtreme can do over here to avoid elimination.
Exactly, and the fun part is Raw Officials, they were the ones who actually swam all across the way from the mainland to the Northwest Island. And in spite of doing that, in spite of having control over Hathen team, Norules Xtreme just could not do anything to stop this team. An absolute force to be reckoned with, and now the last player from Norules Xtreme is going to try and run away as far as he possibly can in order to survive. And in doing so, it seems like they are going to come close to Team TAMILAS. In fact, Team TAMILAS' entry inside the Northwest Island is going to be so interesting, Johnny. I really want to see how this team is going to make it to the shorelines, because we've seen majority of the times if you actually come through a rotational path, it does not really end in a very happy ending.
Yeah, it doesn't, but I think half of their work has already been done by the players of Raw Official, because the one team that's blocking Team TAMILAS right now is Norules Xtreme, and we just saw 2 of their players got picked off. And now even IMPRNT is going to chime in as Abs goes down. And IMPRNT, they're taking fight at distance, to be honest. This is very impressive, but yeah, I think they are going to run out of ammunition soon if this keeps on going. But look at the circle. Half of it is still in water. And Team TAMILAS, turns out that risk they took also puts them in a favorable position to go for a chicken dinner win now. All they have to do is take control of that 4-cluster compound where they are headed. And they can walk onto the land and win the fight that is approaching them by the players of IMPRNT Esports. Then this should be their game. But IMPRNT, they get there first. And now they will have the high ground advantage to work with.
Yeah, Madrick is actually quite close to Team TAMILAS as of now. 4 players just charging up against him. He does have the nade equipped, but the rest of the players will start flooding in. Manti goes inside. Mr. Erangel falls. Team IMPRNT Esports, they're looking to wipe off the dreams of so many fans. Team TAMILAS, they're still looking to hold on. Johnny Manti has resurrected situation for this team so far. The Molotov can also go, and Fox Soapy from the flank angle has to do a lot of job. IMPRNT Esports, for them, problems escalated. Team Psyche come into this fight as well.
Exactly, a brilliant third party coming in from Team Psyche, but it doesn't matter. They have taken a beating as well, and out of nowhere, 3 teams in 3 compounds extremely close to each other, and so many bodies knocked on the floor. Whoever shows up now, all of these points are theirs. But INS in the backline quite hesitant to move in. Team TAMILAS looking to bring themselves back into the action with the numbers advantage. Maxi OP, he's run out of utility and hasn't found those conversions, which is a little unfortunate since Team TAMILAS do need those elimination points as well. They have 5 already.
They do have 5 eliminations, but the best part is they still have those 4 players on board, and currently a lot of these players in front of them, they're hurt. Both Team Psyche and IMPRNT Esports, they actually duked it out way too much. THW and Carpediem duking it out in the backlines as well. Majority of the teams, they have suffered losses, and Team TAMILAS, they keep on progressing forward. Mr. Erangel in the front lines, of course, always leading the charge. Another nade blows in. Sirvi gets taken down this time around. Team Psyche slowly and steadily crumbling down under pressure. Manti gets taken down, but now it's time for Maxi to actually step in as well.
THW, for some reason, they are also playing the shorelines. They have the perfect line of fire to build pressure on the players of Team TAMILAS. But Psyche, how do they deal with the situation? Again, Team TAMILAS, 2 players knocked out. And Team Tamilas, they need to be careful because IMPRNT Esports, have they forgotten about them? What is going on? Completely exposed, although they do wrap things up against the players of Team Psyche, handing them an early exit. But is that going to be enough? It's a big question. IMPRNT Esports, they are being extremely cautious and passive in this team fight now. Having lost 2 players, they have completely backed off. Do not want to re-engage against the players of Team Tamilas. But IMPRNT also needs a big game. They are also worried about their qualification. I think with these points, they might have just made it through.
Johnny, mark the day today because today is the day of weird circles. Miramar was an absolute weird circle, and this one as well. We've got 50% water and 50% land, and Team Tamilas, they certainly are being the crocodiles of it. They are the reptiles. They can survive on water. We've seen that happen, and they certainly can survive on land as of now. IMPRNT Esports, 2 players still surviving right in front of them, and if they get those eliminations on board and keep their 4 players alive, for Team Tamilas, I think the case is going to be a beautiful one. Mr. Erangel, of course, guarding the shorelines. This is a very good strategy Team Tamilas have invested.
Yeah, Fragger from GHUSO Esports, he's having his own personal Ironman marathon. First ran all the way towards Northern Edge, now going for a long swim to try and enter the circle, but hey, well, this player's mobility was compromised. You do not have to compromise your mobility with our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme. The Hero Xtreme 125, amazing bike. Do go ahead and check it out. But ladies and gentlemen, look at this. GHUSO Esports, they've been had an early exit in this matchup, but GHUSO Esports were doing quite decent. We will have to look at the total tally of the overall day to see if they qualified or not. But Team Tamilas, exactly what we wanted from them is being delivered. 10 eliminations secured. They have all 4 players still alive. One of the few teams that still holds on to all of their players inside of this game. They are looking to secure one more exit, and with a wonderful nade, they do find it as well. Manti OP. An extra finish frag secured. 11 points on the board for Team Tamilas as they make their way into the top 6. Carpediem in the backlines, I believe, have handed an early exit to the players of Rivals Ape. And I think Raw Official might be next, since one of the players, Pharaoh, was right behind the players of Carpediem in the backlines towards the southern edge of the circle. But another hard shift comes in from the play zone. And now the players of TSW have complete control of it. And yet, without the numbers, it will be extremely difficult for them to secure this win.
Talk about numbers, and it seems like even Carpediem don't really have the right end of it. The nade was in his hand, but Gamla, boy, my man, what a movement over there. Beautiful stuff from the backlines as well. Team INS look to charge on forward. K47 out too much in the open. He gets knocked out fierce all by himself right behind the knock. He does have the nades. It does fly in, but no connection whatsoever. Team Carpediem, it looks like it's going to be a hard task to actually hold on to this position, especially since they're so much out in the open.
Yeah, Carpediem is just practicing firefights right now, it seems like. And Gamla Boy does secure a knock onto Ghosty, slowing down the rotation from the players of INS, but Carpediem, they get eliminated in the process. But look at THW. Sam has been sent down the cliff just in case the zone takes a shift or the last moments of the zone are in water, and Destiny has stayed up on the mainland. And Team Tamilas, again, the prime position for the win, but IMPRNT Esports with the backstab do secure the knock. The instant trade comes in, and IMPRNT Esports are going to be handed the early exit from this matchup. Oh, one last man remaining from the side of IMPRNT, but he's stuck in the blue zone. And I don't see a way for him to escape death over here, but down to the top 4, TSW still in the fight. They've already done the job of qualifying for round 2. Not a lot of incentive for TSW to win this game, but for Team Tamilas, all on the line on this map of Sanok. And we were talking about this, Salty, before the game began, how difficult it was going to be for them. But I believe now, already they have enough points for qualification. We are going to confirm that once we have the look at the overall rankings.
They still need those placement points, Johnny, as of now. They have done the finish bit. Nade blowing on his face, Manti getting taken down, and IMPRNT Esports will look to fancy his chances.
It was his own nade. And Team Tamilas, even though it was a blunder, I think they can afford to make those blunders now. Manti was knocked out. He will get a revive, or maybe his teammates are just too upset with him for making that mistake that they don't just go for it. Mr. IGL got knocked out of nowhere. Wow. INS still looking to third party. And all of a sudden now, Team Tamilas, they're left bleeding down to 2 players. Destiny going for a push along the cliff line. And Maxi right on the other side. Do they have any utility to work with now? They've used quite a lot of it. Oh! Destiny! Seems like it was his destiny to win this fight in a 1v2 to deny the chicken dinner to the players of Team TAMILAS. They have a lot of eliminations, enough to compensate for the chicken dinner. And a lot of placement points from this game as well. But Destiny, what a phenomenal play. Now, he's that one man who goes up against the entirety of INS. Sam is stuck in the blue, so I guess we know the chicken dinner will be handed to the players of Team INS. They do get the win that they wanted at the end of the day. But the question still remains the same. Two teams were fighting for qualification in this match. We had the players from INS, we had the players of Team TAMILAS, but Salty, who made it through?
I have no clue, honestly. Team TAMILAS, they did so well so far, but they needed those placement points, Johnny. They desperately needed those placement points because we were talking about it. 15 to 20 points is what they need in the last moments. And what just happened? Manti gets taken down. Team TAMILAS, all of a sudden, their formation is completely dismantled and Destiny wipes off both those players.
Alright, that's 17 points from this game, right? And the game of Erangel, they were there in the top 4 as well over there. So they do have a decent number of points from that as well. I think they are going to be in those mid-60s, but how far deep in the mid-60s exactly? That is the question. Because the cutoff might fall around 65, 66. And imagine Team TAMILAS having 64 points and not qualifying. Ouch, that's gonna hurt.
Had it been a chicken dinner, Team TAMILAS would have completely qualified without any problems whatsoever. And now this team might just be kicking themselves because the effort was there from Team TAMILAS. And imagine their luck factor as well, right? The circle, they came in from the rotation line of things. They got themselves the shorelines very comfortably. And then the circle got on top of them. Every single team charging at them. It was like a frenzy fest.
Man, this game was handed to them on a silver platter, to be honest. And they messed it up. Manti first getting knocked from his own nade. And then Mr. IGL, for some reason, getting knocked from the distance. His teammates not really covering his back. I don't know what was going on. It seems like for the first half of the match, they were completely focused. Everything was perfect. And then they just got lost when they had the momentum. I think they just got overheated, overexcited with how well they were doing and just made those mistakes that resulted in them getting eliminations. But THW, man, Destiny in particular, what a day he's having. You would not imagine. Alright, so that is how it happened. The revive came in and then the utility from INS resulted in Team TAMILAS losing out on 2 players and Destiny just pushed forward with that S12K and secured those frags.
Absolutely. Team INS and the positions were brilliant. Sam, I believe, had he not gone down into the waters, potentially Team THW could have put up a fight. But the point is, again, with the circles behaving so weirdly today, especially on the map of Miramar and Sandhawk, it seems like it was a very desperate attempt from THW because nobody knew if the circle is going to be on land or is it going to be on waters. But Team THW, they've done the job. Raw officials, they've done the job. Even Rival Apex, as a matter of fact. IMPRNT themselves, it seems like they've kind of made the cut. But Team TAMILAS, in that last few moments, I'm not really sure, and I have a very bad feeling about it. I will be very happy if Team TAMILAS make it through, but again, that big question mark, it is in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, the question is going to be there, but I think the answer will be revealed at the end of the day. So we have to wait for the next 3 games to come to an end, for them to conclude, and then when we conclude round 1, that is when we will have the top 64 that move forward to round 2. But I have to say, INS, a winner-winner chicken dinner in the last match to just move to round 2. That is the momentum you want before you transition to the next stage of the tournament.
Exactly. And another team, of course, we had our eyes on, Johnny. Team Psyche, as a matter of fact, could not really do much. That fight with IMPRNT Esports and Team TAMILAS for Team Psyche did not really go well. It was a triple threat. Team Psyche did try to get those finishes on board, but it seems like Team Psyche, they are left stranded, are they? I mean, they are kind of quite far off from the required cutoff.
Yeah, Psyche actually might be quite far off from the required cutoff. They tried the level bears though. I mean, they were trying to pick off fights even during the late stages of the game, but things not really going well. Every single time they would get to the edge of the circle, try to see if they can find a way deep close to the center. The zone would just completely take a hard shift towards the northwest, and the circle just kept moving towards the northwest till the very end. So Psyche, I think they just got quite unfortunate, but then again, it's not just this match, right? It's the 11 games they played before this as well. So you have to be consistent, otherwise, bye-bye.
Well, we'll actually see if it is going to be a goodbye or is it going to be a welcome to round 2 as of now. All of those will come in Crafton, India Esports and their socials, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about the point standings, we do have the results in front of our screens right now. Team INS, 10 finish points, 10 position points, 20 total points. Team TAMILAS, now this is going to be a point of discussion because 17 total points, is it going to be enough? I'm not really sure considering the first 2 games not going according to their plans at all. Carpediem, 12 points. I think this team will make the cut. THW with 11 points will make the cut. Even rival Apex, as a matter of fact, 9 points. A decent job for them.
Yeah, that was a decent job, but Team TAMILAS, ooh, they're going to be very close. Alright, so just running the numbers in my head. I think they're going to be very close, but yeah. I think we'll wait till game 3 of the next group actually comes to an end, because again, a lot of teams remaining, and if someone actually surpasses Team TAMILAS, then things are going to look different. If someone is unable to surpass them, then they might just be on that 64th position and still qualify. Because the next group actually has a lot of teams that are very close to that qualification marker, and there are teams that are there in the late 20s, early 30s, and even if they pop off in their first match, the map of Vacancy, which is an off map, which makes things easier for them to actually secure that one-off big game. If they manage to pull it off, then they're going to stand a chance of qualification as well. So things are about to get very interesting.
Exactly. I mean, basically the conclusion is, had they gotten themselves a chicken dinner, Team TAMILAS could have been safe and sound. They would have known that they are going to be qualifying. I'm not going to be someone who talks about ifs and buts, but now their luck depends on how the other teams fare up. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be coming back after a very short break with the map of Vikendi.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Definitely know they go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
स्कॉट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
स्कॉट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Definitely know they go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, while a few dreams have already been shattered with the journey for Group 4 in Round 1 coming to an end, a few dreams are still alive from Group 3. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, that was an intense game of Sanhok. You got to enjoy the circle on Miramar. I got to enjoy the circle, the weird circle on the map of Sanhok. Where it seems like the weirdest group of them all is about to step into the action. Group 3, man.
Group, yes, I understand it's a new group, so the focus should be on them. But still, I would like to speak a little bit more about the final few moments of the previous game. What was Manti doing? Why did he throw the game like that? Just nading himself out.
See, I agree with you on everything you're about to say because I know exactly what you want to say, but I think we should just let them be.
Because of that, they might just not qualify.
Yeah, agreed.
Because of that one self-made, they might just not be seen in the upcoming stages of the iQOO BMPS 2024. Listen to that, viewers.
I don't even understand what the intention was over there, so I do agree with you because of that. Because, I mean, they could have just gone for a 4 versus 3. That was the best case scenario for any other team. Team TAMILAS had all 4 players of their squad alive, and the only team that was anywhere close to the numbers was INS with 3 players. They could have just gone for full-on firefights and come out on top.
So once again, I do understand the intention behind it. There was one man of THW right underneath him. So he wanted to nade that player. So that's why the cook had to be perfect. But he just overcooked.
That player wasn't even a threat. So that is what I don't understand. Like, why go for someone that you know can't harm you? Just let him be. He's going to get taken out by the blue zone.
Yeah, but still, they wanted to secure those extra bit of elimination points, right? Greed, Johnny. Greed is something that's never good. Before now, the overall standings on the screen.
Exactly, and in these overall standings, I think today one of the best performances we saw was from Hyderabad Hydras, like always, but THW has stepped up quite nicely.
They indeed have 64 points in total. You've also got MOGO Esports right underneath them, and MOGO Esports 2 is going to be stepping in the action.
Oh, yeah.
I do want to see MOGO Esports take the entire characteristic of THW and spoil a few games in the upcoming moments, because that would be super fun to witness, because you've got a few names in the mid-pack. Once again, VST, Alibaba Raiders, Do or Die, KARUNADU Esports, GODSAINTS Girls, struggling to qualify. They do have a little bit of that glimmer of hope, but if they can't qualify, it's done for.
Exactly, and it is going to be interesting to see how these teams actually move forward. As you mentioned, the list is big for Group 3. And all of them in a very close position to qualify. I think one big game and they will move through all the way towards TCW from Group 3 as well. They have 45 points from the matches that they played so far, in week 1 included. And today, I think 20 or so points and they should be good to go. But then again, teams that need to perform right off the bat, they will include the likes of Hub Esports, New Version, and Team Ruthless. Team Ruthless, They need a big game in Veikandi. If they can secure 15 or 16 points in the map of Veikandi, then that gets them into a fighting position. And even then, in the next two games, Miramar and Erangel, they will need to go all in, bring at least 10 to 12 points in both those maps to qualify. So it is a big task for Team Ruthless. It all comes down to that first game. But New Version, Hub Esports and TCWxEMP, these three teams in particular, they have the opportunity laid out. 10 points per match and you'll be good to go to the other side.
Hands down. Mize are also going to be locked on TCW, considering yesterday they pull off quite a great comeback. Yeah. And I do want to see them as well move on forward. It's quite a known banner. We have been seeing this team perform over and over again. Even Do or Die, we all gave up on the thought of them qualifying on forward. But now once again, back in the week 2 with vengeance in their mind.
Exactly. Yesterday was quite a decent run from the players of Do or Die. That first game, they started on a good note, but then failed to carry the momentum forward into the upcoming matches. But today, the opportunity will be there for them to strike. Now they understand the competition better. And as you mentioned, they have brought themselves into a very nice position from where they're almost able to grasp the spot in the top 64. But another team that is a surprising entry into this list is GODSAINTS Girls.
Oh, yeah.
Their start to this journey of iQOO BMPS 2024 was extremely shaky. That day 1, week 1 did not really go their way. But day 2, week 1, they brought themselves a few extra points, were able to keep themselves in a nice, decent position. Started off the journey yesterday as well on a decent note. It wasn't too shabby. They got 21 points yesterday. So today as well, if they can maintain that average, secure another 20 points in the 3 games that they are about to play, then maybe we're going to see GODSAINTS Girls moving on to round 2. But let's have a look at the teams. And of course, one of the most surprising performances from this entire group, and it isn't a good one, was from GHUSO, man. They got 9 points.
Yeah, for GHUSO, some are downline, probably getting too complacent, knowing the fact that they can easily qualify. They're just bombing the yesterday's day completely. An average of 2 points per game. Now, that's one of the things that we did not really expect from the side of GHUSO. Or, yeah, maybe 3 points per game.
Necro.
It's still not really going to add on a lot of that stuff, right? Just 9 points in the span of 3 games from a banner like GHUSO. You do not really expect that. But at least they're way too closer to that qualification marker, right? They can easily move on forward, topple the 65 points marker, and be on the safer side of things. Now, once again, focusing on GODSAINTS Girls, we had a conversation about this team even in the past week. They were quite good when it comes to the placement, but they were struggling when it came to the elimination bracket. If GODSAINTS Girls, they do sort of tweak the aggression a little bit in the upcoming moments, they can easily qualify.
They have done so already. I mean, if you notice, the first 6 games they played in round 1, they were able to get 25 points. Yesterday, in 3 matches, they got 21. So the average has gone up. Now it is time to maintain that average. So 21 points today as well. If they maintain it exactly, keep it exactly the same, GODSAINTS Girls will have a good chance of moving forward to round 2. But it's not just them, right? As we said about it, it's Alibaba Raiders as well that is going to stand in their way. It is KARUNADU Esports as well that's standing in front of them. Do or Die, Team VST. VST is a big name. It has been a part of the BGMI community for a long time. And now they have a little bit of star power added to them as well, with Snacks being in that roster. And yet, they're very close to qualification, but the question is, will they make it through?
Of course, I think so. There's not a lot of points separating them as well from that qualification bracket. So VST should easily move on forward. You speak of VST being the big name. Alibaba Raiders is another formidable banner. And even they're still outside of that qualification bracket. It all comes down to these final 3 games. If they can move on forward, one thing is for sure, it will be super punishing for their profiles on online. But let's move on to the map of Weekend. As the plane fly path begins all the way from Krichas towards down south Volnovo. And once again, as we know, this plane fly path is quite nice. Volnovo is going to be the exit point for the entire plane. And somewhere downline, the teams are not going to be struggling too much to move on towards their designated drop locations.
Exactly. I think there will be a little bit of a struggle if you want to head towards Trevno or Peshkova, but other than that, every single other drop spot will be accessible to almost every single one of these teams. But again, Necro, eyes will be pinned on the teams we just spoke about. GHUSO, VST, Alibaba Raiders, Do or Die, KARUNADU Esports, GODSAINTS Girls, TCW in particular. TCW, a lot relying on this game 1, and we see them take an exit quite early on this flight path. Few players heading towards Dobro Mesto, who might get drop clashed by the players of Silly Esports, and a few of them heading south of Dobro Mesto, probably looking to loot the city of Vihar and then quickly moving up north. But hey, that's a wide 4-man split coming in from TCW. Will they be able to execute this in the early stages of the game?
Now, once again, that's a good question, but knowing the fact that TCW isn't really getting challenged either, so it's all good in the hood.
Yeah, true.
VST is the closest one, and still they're pretty far away, so I would still say it's all good. VST dropping towards Villa, that's always been their main playstyle, and once again, they're dropping towards that same area. NIY is going to be towards Goroka, that's not going to be a threat at all. You've also got Silly Esports up north, Hub Esports right next to him. I still do want to see a few collisions.
Necro, I think Team Muffins might actually go for a drop clash. Look at them.
Yeah.
They're gliding towards the northeastern edge of the circle. There was another team right next to them, but Team Muffins decided to put their feet on the ground a little bit earlier than their competitors, have avoided running into any unnecessary early fights. But it would have been interesting to see Team Muffin charge into the action, to be honest. I mean, they are very far behind in the competition, only 13 points from the 9 matches that they played in this tournament so far. So with the last 3 games to go, it would be nice to see some action from their end.
They haven't avoided the fight just yet. Still, the opponents are way too close in the nearby vicinity, and it can come into fruition any time. If the players do get their hands on the basic weaponry, one thing is for sure, they will try to hunt down the players of Team Muffins, considering, let's be honest, they're way too weak in the overall standings.
Yeah.
And they can be the easy target for a lot of these known names. On the opposite side of the spectrum, you've got GODSAINTS, and this team has been doing quite decent. When it comes to the placement points aspect, they have been phenomenal.
Yep.
When it comes to the elimination points, sometimes they do tend to lack. Now they just need to now they just need to tweak up that elimination factor a little bit more, and it's all going to be good.
The one problem we noticed from GODSAINTS girls was players getting picked off in isolated positions, players being too far away from each other in the mid-game stages, which would never really work out. And majority of the times, you would just see one of them remaining till the endgame scenario. So that is why they were able to secure all of those placement points. But in week 2, I think we've noticed some decent fights coming in from the players of GODSAINTS girls. But we'll talk about that team some other time. It seems like Team Muffins, they are being cooked by Phoenix.
Yeah, and this time around for Phoenix Esports, as we know, it's one of those teams already doing way too good in the overall standings. They've got nothing to fear, and that's why they're charging head on like a bull. Shotguns in the hand, and Snow is making sure that the opponents will pay for everything they try and make happen. And this time around, Phoenix Esports, they've already lost out in 2 bodies, but they're still trying their best to fight back. And what am I watching? P1HC in the hands of Kolu, and still trying their best to fight back. One man is way too in the back lines. P1HC combined with the DBS. The confidence not enough to make the pounce. And now finally, here comes the push. Shots are taken, but Kolu messes up big. What's happening with Team Muffins? They're just giving away the advantage they had.
Yeah, now they're back again to their last player. It's Quiz going for a revive, but I don't think that's going to happen, Sham. As the information, the nade gets lobbed, and Quiz is going to be finished off as well. Phoenix Esports, they wrap up those 4 eliminations, lose out on 1 player. But Phoenix, do they even care, Necro? I mean, this team was already doing pretty well for themselves in the overall leaderboard. And I think with this game done and dusted, Team Muffin, their hopes and dreams have just been burned in the oven.
Overcooked.
Yeah.
We spoke about the tweak, and it's not exactly there.
Like the nade from Manti.
Yeah, they just tweak outside of the lobby.
Not the right kind of tweak, man.
Yeah. Not the one we're looking for.
Ooh, but look at this.
But I just hope that GODSAINTS, they tweak in the right fashion. They cook in the perfect manner. You've got AR up against the players of VST. Once again, 2 of the teams that are desperate for the points. Still on the verge of qualifying.
Big fight for both these 2 teams. Both of them, as you mentioned, just on the verge of qualifying. VST just a point advantage against the players of Alibaba Raiders. So they're right next to each other in the overall leaderboard as well. And this fight can change everything.
It indeed can. And somewhere down line, VST, they've got no clue. They're getting creeped up by the players of Alibaba Raiders. But still, Yadnesh, he wants to go for a jump spot, and he does not spot anyone. So it's still that big question mark in the heads of VST. Alibaba Raiders, I love the way they have surrounded the entirety of VST, and somewhere down line, VST themselves, they know what's cooking around the field. That's why Yadnesh has locked himself in this shack. Look at that one man from VST at the top, making sure that the players of Alibaba Raiders will be spotted. But Alibaba Raiders too playing it quite passive and playing it smart. The rescue operation comes into play. Shiraj is out in the open. Shots are taken, and that's a beautiful knock but not the confirmation just yet. Finally, now the presence is revealed as Roman 2 is taking too many shots upon himself. Roman will get the finishing blow as VST, they lose out on one early man.
Yeah, the first advantage has been gained by the players of Alibaba Raiders, and it's just not just one man picked off, it is also another one knocked out in a very awkward position. So VST already down to their last two players, but Dazzle, he finds an important trade for his team. Pro knocked and finished. So it's down to a 2v3 as of now. But VST, are they going to look to re-engage? Because one of the men did evade the fight using a vehicle. We see him circling back around. Maybe a rescue operation, try and bring Dazzle out of this awkward position over here towards Mount Kresnik. And Alibaba Raiders, as we spoke about them, they need these points. They need these early points to try and beat VST. Because they are their competition. They are the main competition, not just for qualification, but in this lobby as well.
Pretty much.
And of course, if you look at this fight, another incentive of winning the fight for Mount Kresnik right now is this is the smack center of the circle as of now.
Pretty much. And if you do get your hands on the Mount Kresnik, one thing is for sure, you can have quite a decent outing as well. You will have the high ground to play with. You can rack up a lot of information too if you play your cards right. But hey, look at what has happened. The Honeys attracted a lot of peace. And this time, one of those is going to be MOGO Esports. MOGO Esports is not a team you would want to face off against, especially when you're struggling in the point standings. While a team like MOGO Esports, I had to talk about this. I want to see them put on the characteristics of THW. And that's what they might just exactly do. They're here to spoil a few dreams. They're here to shatter them. And who's going to be the first one to fall apart might just be the players of Alibaba Raiders. They've got their backs against the players of MOGO Esports.
I think MOGO Esports is going to be worse than THW Necro, to be honest. I mean, it is MOGO Esports. We saw the shenanigans on day 2 of that opening week, and they're already off to it. Justin looking to lob an aid towards Ralph. If they find this one knock, then I'm pretty sure MOGO Esports will look to push forward inside of these compounds and try and see if they can eliminate both these teams together.
Oh my god, he just made the climb barely.
Yeah.
He's so lucky to be alive. They know what exactly is happening now. Getting surrounded by the likes of MOGO Esports. It's not something the players would like to have. VST, now they've got another uninvited neighbor. And how can VST defend this? That's my question. Alibaba Raiders being forced to reunite all the 3 players right next to each other. And things are looking now pretty dicey.
Look at the amount of utility the players of VST also have upon themselves. 7 smokes available on Beast. But how does he use them? That's the question. Alibaba Raiders, though, lacking in terms of those throwables, can be a detrimental factor for them into this fight. God, he's going to lob an aid into that corner room. Doesn't really work out. So, no information anymore about where the players of VST are hiding. And while the players from Alibaba Raiders hunt the players of VST and look for information as to where they exactly are, look at the radar. The players of MOGO Esports, they're closing in on the summit. If MOGO gets access to these compounds, it's going to be so much worse for both these two teams. Or maybe one of them just ends up securing the finishes from the side of MOGO and the game becomes a whole lot easier for them.
Maybe. The iQOO MVP of the previous game was also Kamla Boy with 7 finishes and 70% finish contribution. Man, just carrying his team on the back and assuring the spot in the upcoming stages. Carpediem. Beautiful stuff. Even the top 5 players, you do see a few names from the side of Team TAMILAS, IGL, and FoxOP himself. And focusing on the game once again, VST and this stalemate between Alibaba Raiders is now panning out in quite an awkward standoff. Because even MOGO Esports, it's one of those teams that has got nothing to lose. And one thing is for sure, as the time keeps on passing by, they will brute force.
Yeah. I think as of now, MOGO Esports is just waiting to see if the next shift of the zone is going to force them to move. I don't think so, because it is vacanty. You will barely notice the stage 1 to stage 2 transition. Stage 4 is where majority of the teams panic. Yes, the circle did move. But look at that. No one seems to care right now. Everyone was moving in the same direction anyways.
It's the classic map of Vikendi, and this will happen.
Man, imagine having a circle like we had in Miramar and in the map of Sanok. Imagine having those kind of zones in this map.
Would be fun, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Seen a water circle?
Yep.
The OG days will be back.
Oh, man.
But you know what? Speaking of the OG days, just a few times ago, Silly Esports was performing so good. And now look at them in the week 2. Just getting 6 points in 3 games. It's the complete opposite. I want to see the old Silly Esports back in the playing field.
Yeah, man. We've just seen this team for 2 weeks and we're already talking about how they used to play.
Yeah.
We gotta believe, Necro. We gotta believe that they show up again in round 2. Hopefully. I mean, because I'm also concerned the performance this week hasn't really been anywhere close to what they were in week 1.
Yeah, man. I'm especially looking at how they're doing in the overall standings. Yes, they've qualified. I know they do not really need to perform.
So in week 1, Silly Esports had the highest points in the overall leaderboard, right? This particular week, just yesterday, if I just talk about yesterday, they had the second lowest.
Yeah, because the lowest is 0 for Team RAFN.
And Silly had 6.
Johnny, you know something that's really good, though? Something that's going to make sure you do not secure 0 points? That's going to be our iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999.
Of course, man. Amazing device. Have you started practicing for your scrims on this?
Yeah, I have. I played a few games, had a great time.
I heard you're joining a team.
Now, that might just be a little bit too much, Johnny. Let's tune it down a little bit, yeah? We've got KARUNADU Esports on screen as they're taking shots against the players in the front, Phoenix Esports. And for KARUNADU Esports, with the way things are going, this fight might just be a big threat. Phoenix Esports is someone that is already qualified. They don't really care anymore. If KARUNADU Esports, they get dismantled by the players of Phoenix Esports, that's going to be quite a bad fruition.
But Phoenix was already down in numbers, so KARUNADU Esports can take advantage of the situation. If you remember, Phoenix Esports in that early fight against the players of Team Muffins, they did take 1 casualty. And KARUNADU Esports, I believe, have just picked up 1 more player. So with Phoenix down to 2, KARUNADU Esports could have gone for a push, but Phoenix Esports instantly just back off. But what is going on over here?
You've also got the players of TR, Johnny.
Ruthless going up against Hub Esports. Hub Esports in a fighting position. Ruthless way far off.
Yeah, their name is Ruthless, but they haven't been ruthless so far. Now's the right time. You've got the likes of BabyBot and a few more players in this entire banner. But this time around, that could have been a free knockout for HeatBeasts, but they still miss out onto it. Numan not taking the shots at the right time as Raw gets knocked out. Chronix is constantly tossing those utilities, wanting to find the knockout as well. But Team Ruthless, slow and steady approach is something they're taking. Sand City and a few more names still live in the playing field as you've got Do or Die colliding against the formidable force of AstroKids. And Do or Die, they're actually making the most out of it as they've already found the 2 knockouts. And now the situation is taken down to a 2-on-3. AstroKids down to a 2-man squad. It's not looking too good. Man disadvantage inside of the fight. But AstroKids in the overall standings, they've got the advantage. And that's where Do or Die, they might just crumble.
AstroKids, they do have the advantage, Necro, but they still need these wins. And Lavish, he's going to be stuck out into the open. Sheik, the last player left. Reaper, extremely low. Sheik, she has done it before, and it's time to do it again. Rescue her teammates from a very precarious situation. Still looking for the push, allowing the opposing player to go for that first aid. But with the DBS, the finish point can be secured. Now, Reaper, he was looking to nade around the corner. Doesn't really succeed listening to those footsteps. Has a little bit of cover to work with in form of the wall in front of him. And now the nade exchange is about to happen. Sheik backs off. Reaper crosses over. AstroKids and Do or Die. Both of the sides down to their last surviving players. But Reaper, what a phenomenal move to close in on his teammates and go for a revive. Now Sheik, she has those 2 nades to work with. Forces Reaper to cancel the revive and forces him into a firefight.
Yeah, and Sheik is still trying to play Around the walls. She does not know how to exactly pounce on top of the opportunity.
Oh, this is going to be beautiful.
Sure, the footsteps are being heard. The nade's being tossed to perfection, but still not enough to get the knockout.
Oh no!
And now Sheik does not know exactly where the man is, but still the revival comes into fruition, and eventually Sheik, she will just walk into a trap that was being set up by the players at DOD. Nicely done. DOD, they do recover from that fight, but at the cost of 2 players, but also getting 4 points off of that.
Yeah, I mean, brilliantly done by Do or Die, but AstroKids, now this is going to be a big blunder, Necro. At the start of the day as well, they were extremely close to qualification. I think these 2 points just moved them into the top 64, but with the teams chasing behind, can they stay safe till the end of the day?
AstroKids, they've already gotten 65 points.
Yeah.
So they're already there. They've already made the cut.
They have 67 right now, but okay, let's count how many teams behind them are close to 60, right? You have GHUSO, Esports, VST, Alibaba Raiders. And all 3 of these teams, we are expecting 3 of them to move forward, right?
Yeah, but let's be honest. It will be tough to make the cut. We are taking a lot of these names, but maybe only 2 can move up. That's the max number.
Who's going to get left behind?
Oh, a lot of names, man. GODSAINTS Girls maybe can be one of
No,
those.
between the 3. GHUSO, VST, and Alibaba Raiders.
I think so. GHUSO and VST can make the cut.
I agree with that.
Alibaba Raiders, there's a high chance they can be left out. But let's just see how the future moments they pan out. Hub Esports, considering they've got a few more foes they need to take care of. And this fight between the players of RUTHLESS and HeatBeasts, it's panning out in quite an awkward manner, but Chronix, he still deals with the man in the front, but eventually the teammate saves the day.
Yeah, RUTHLESS, they get eliminated in a matter of seconds, and as you mentioned, it was Cracks from the flank who showed up at the right time with the cover fire, and HeatBeasts, they do manage to survive in this game, but now it's time to go for those revives. And Team RUTHLESS, as we mentioned, and we talked about them too far away from that qualification marker. ESPORTSxSKULLTZ, they need a big match. They have 4 eliminations in this game already. They have the numbers to work with as well. At least 15 to 20 points from this game, and they'll be back in the fight for qualification.
Pretty much. For a lot of these teams, they need at least somewhere around 10 points in this first opening game, and they can easily move on forward in the stands. Looking at the zone and how it's forming up as well. Shifts down south this time around. That's going to give the majority of the idea of how the upcoming game is going to be shaping up. Mount Kresnik might just not be there in contention. And Johnny, remember the standoff between the players of VST, Alibaba Raiders, and MOGO Esports?
Yeah.
It's still going on.
Oh, man. It's a Cold War situation.
Trifecta of death. Someone needs to tweak that aggression.
Maybe it's going to be the side of RAFN, because we just saw RAFN towards the north as well.
No, they're just going to be caught.
Yeah,
RAFN, they've already got 0 points in this week, and they do not really want to improve their situation, it feels like.
They can be the catalyst, right, into that chemical reaction. RAFN walks in, everyone gets eager to try and secure those frags. They step out into the open. I'm just building a hypothetical storyline here.
Yeah, it's just like in Tom and Jerry, right? When Tom is trying to create a poison to get rid of Jerry.
Hey, they show up as well.
Yeah.
Let's see how it turns out now.
And this is the poison we're talking about, right? A drop of chemical comes in, it's an explosion. And now we're just waiting for this fight to explode. VST Dazzle is the only man left standing for VST, and Dazzle now peeks out and finds a man who's just strolling across the compound. I'm not even sure what he was doing, but now Dazzle, it's time to refocus on the plan, who's right there up above, and still somehow the players, they're completely lost. And that elimination point is going to be gifted to the man of Alibaba Raiders, but Dazzle single-handedly is still dismantling the team in the front. A beautiful Molotov, that's going to stop the push for a while.
And one of the points did get picked off by the players of Alibaba Raiders. So as I said, and as we expected, Necro, the Catalyst walked in, and everyone has gotten greedy to try and secure the points of RAFN. But the problem is that RAFN, they're already down to their last players. So this team is already out, and the jump shot connects. Dazzle, Razzle Dazzle, 4 points secured. He gets 3 of them.
Yeah, he finds himself a nice 1-on-3. Dazzle just dazzling the floor with his presence. And now the opponents, when they read the elimination feed, just seeing this one man's eliminations pop up over and over again, he has definitely instilled a lot of that fear in the opponent's heart. But still, it's not going to be enough to shake the players of Alibaba Raiders. They're here to claim the free loot. as they get their hands on the loot. Once again, they're looking to reposition themselves. MOGO Esports around the fray can be a big threat too, and MOGO Esports is slowly and steadily moving up. They themselves are amping up the aggression. Maybe it can be even better if they get their hands on the official mobility partner, that is the Hero Xtreme 160R4V.
Maybe. Let's see though how things turn out for MOGO Esports, because I believe they have abandoned this fight. They're going to move towards the play zone. And Alibaba Raiders, before they move away from the top of Mount Kresnik, they want to make sure that the backlines are going to be completely empty, and hence we see them get a little too aggressive onto Dazzle from VST. It's still a 2v1 fight, and we just saw Dazzle clutch out a 1v3 against the players of RAFN. It might not be as easy, this fight against Alibaba Raiders, as the one before this, but it's Dazzle, man. His hands are feeling warm now.
Johnny, you want to hear an important fact?
What?
RAFN, after this game too, they've got 0 points.
So nothing changes for them.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned, right? When they walked in that situation, it feels like they had no intention of changing their situation. That's why they walked into that trap. And let's be honest, when you're walking towards Mount Kresnik, when you know it's inside of the zone, you need to expect someone there.
That is true. But I have a question for you. Okay, let's make this a challenge. Not a challenge, a prediction. When do you think will RAFN get the first point for this week?
In the last game. But hold on to that thought. MOGO Esports, they're constantly taking shots against the players of Silly Esports as they ram their weak goals in this compound. And MOGO Esports, they welcome the players of Silly with their hands open. And now Silly Esports is standing true to their name because the way they're playing, it's quite silly.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we figured that out yesterday itself. I mean, they weren't doing so well yesterday. You were talking about 2 points per match average, right? That was the average for Silly Esports. They got 6 points in the 3 games they played yesterday, and today as well. I think this game is just already over. They're stuck inside of those tents, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Because the moment they reveal their position, MOGO Esports will come charging towards them. And even the flank is compromised by the players of KARUNADU Esports. But the circle takes a shift towards the southwest. JUX in the prime position to go for a big game. But the problem is that their sides, their flanks are compromised by HeatBeasts and TCW. But Silly Esports, it seems like the silliness does not go away till the very end. They just run towards the players of Phoenix and GS. And GS will be very happy to secure those points for themselves. Still looking for those frags. The knock is going to be secured by Clutchy. And she makes sure that she converts it into a finish already. GODSAINTS girls, they are looking to build up the momentum slowly and steadily, but this approach will not get them across the finish line. Necro, they need a big performance.
I know, right? They're still playing it way too passive, collecting the scrap points here and there, knowing the fact that there was one single man from Phoenix Esports just isolated towards that shack, so they made the pounce. But still, for GODSAINTS girls, they need to amp up the aggression. They need to tweak it up a notch. And you speak of things, you've got Do or Die just wiping out the entirety of KARUNADU Esports. What just happened there? All the players in that one single vehicle?
Yeah,
a surprise package delivered successfully?
Exactly, it was a package delivery. But DOD, they collected with open arms, 4 points secured, 7 already on the board. So Do or Die. From how their game began, we thought this wasn't going to be a good game for the side of Do or Die. But hey, with all of those 4 points now secured, I think even they are charging forward for their qualification marker. But MOGO Esports, they go charging towards the players of JUX Esports. And it might just be a little too much. The players from the side of MOGO Esports looking to enter the compounds. Amazing in a confusing position inside of that smoke. Takes the fight against the players of MOGO. Gets knocked out. Justin still left alive. But the side of JUX Esports, they're down to the last man, just like the players of MOGO. Can he convert? Justin, 7 eliminations already secured by MOGO Esports. And, well, they might not have an incentive to win this game or win this fight. It's MOGO Esports. They're going to be a menace for everyone else.
Yeah, still, it's quite a gutsy play, though, from the side of JUX Esports, right? Taking the fight against a team like MOGO Esports that they know is supposed to be the force to be reckoned with. But still, JUX Esports not really caring about the world. And even Suki's constantly tossing in those nades, the utilities, Molotovs over there as well. Justin getting the revival on the fallen player S-Power. This man's going to be back up on his feet. You've also got HeatBeasts making the move from the back. It's going to be an uphill climb for the side of HeatBeasts, but it's not impossible. They're way too close, and here comes the strike. JUX Esports, both the boys taken down way too low as MOGO Esports. They've got another team approaching them in the name of NIY. Now it's a big pinch. These two teams are in a big sandwich.
Exactly, new version now. They're going to look to secure a few extra points for themselves. And MOGO Esports and JUX, as you mentioned, both of them in a pinch. But at least they have recovered their players. Their teammates have been revived. So Hub Esports, while they might think that they're charging into isolated players, that's not going to be the case, and Hub can be caught off guard because of that. But look at the shift of the circle. Just moves into the middle of nowhere. Everyone's going to be caught off outside of the play zone, which might result in awkward fights continuing in this match. Look at this. Reboot takes the rooftop. Not going to matter from the backlines. Sanam finds that knock for his team, and Jux again down to their last player, Suki. Can he be the savior this time? I don't think so. His teammate gets finished off, and MOGO Esports, they're on the hunt.
New version can capitalize if they want, but they're still backing away from the fight. For some reason, they do not want to be a part of this, but here comes a nade from the side of HeatBeasts, and now that's going to ignite the fire. Suki inside of the vehicle, still waiting for the right moment to strike, and now is going to be the time. Ejects out, uses the vehicle as the cover, but the man from HeatBeasts is already wrapped up from the back, and it's a big surprise. That explodes on his face with DBS shotgun to the face. As we've got Chronix now close and personal. A few more shots taken against Chronix. The Utils are doing the damage as well as HeatBeasts. They are looking to pull back from this fight. Justin still knocked out from MOGO Esports, and the revival is probably not going to come through this time around.
Yeah, Justin might just get finished off over here, but hey, wait a minute, S-Power, he stuck around. And the revive comes in. They will have a lot of crates to loot in this position as well, the players from inside of MOGO Esports. And of course, Hub just assuming that MOGO Esports is done and dusted. They push forward, a big mistake from HeatBeasts. And here comes the punish from S-Power. Justin will look to chime in after he's done healing up. Hub Esports, one player knocked out. Another man goes down as the nade from TCW connects. And Hub Esports, they're down to the last player, in fact. Sirah also getting knocked out. Naman all alone in a 1v3. Not really a lot he can do over here. Even with the DBS, he is going to get finished off soon as well. But hey, Necro, we were talking about big performances required, right? HeatBeasts Esports, they have a lot of finishes to work with. TCW, they are climbing up slowly and steadily as well.
Yeah.
And new version in this game, and GODSAINTS girls. So out of the 7, 4 teams that are there are fighting for qualification, and all of them have decent number of eliminations to work with. Now this will make that middle pack collision in the overall leaderboard a lot more intense for the last 2 matches.
Yeah, but still, consistency is key. One single game gone good, that's really not going to count if you just completely bomb the upcoming 2 games. You need to be super consistent in the upcoming games as well. And speaking of consistency, TCW, 4 finishes on the board, still alive and cooking as they face off against the players of MOGO Esports. S-Power's the only man standing for MOGO Esports as he's taken down way too low. And unfortunately, the man does not have any meds either. S-Power screwed. He cannot keep on defending himself for too long. He's constantly tossing those utils, but as he picks up the meds from that death grade, he's going to patch himself up eventually. S-Power now once again okay in the playing field as he patches himself up. He's also restocked on the utils, and he's now got a lot of those nades. Another nade sells in, and this time he's also going to steal an elimination away. MOGO Esports really over here to shatter a few dreams as they eliminate the entirety of TCW.
Man, with 2 players, they are doing better than they were with 4 players. With 4 players, they resisted a fight against Alibaba Raiders and another team up the top of Mount Kresnik. And now look at them, S-Power and Justin just annihilating anyone they come across. Justin gets finished up. S-Power is the last man left for the side of MOGO Esports. He has 5 eliminations to work with, and he finds himself kind of sandwiched between the players of New Version and GODSAINTS girls, who are there in the top 2. It's a 1v4 situation, so GODSAINTS, they should be able to pick up this game, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from this team. And Necro, what a perfect opportunity and the perfect time to strike as well. They have 6 eliminations. The Chicken Dinner 16 points to start their day, and 16 points gets them, guess where? 62.
Oh, they almost are on the verge of making the cut, right?
Yes.
Just to be on the safer side of things, just cross that 65 marker, and you will pretty much be there in the upcoming rounds. GODSAINTS, what a game that was. Just that patience paying off, letting all the other teams duke it out against each other, having yourself a great spot inside of the zone. And this has always been the stronger suit for GODSAINTS, right?
Exactly.
Positioning. And once again, they rely on that positioning aspect to get that chicken dinner with not a lot of eliminations to back it up, but still 16 points, that's a way to kick things off.
Exactly, and we had the same conversation, right? You you were telling me, positioning always strong. We agreed on it. And in this game, we saw them be a part of an early collision as well and then completely avoid it and try to run away, try to disengage, which, as it turns out, was the smarter move. Because if you have all 4 players alive in the end game, it becomes very easy to close out the match. And with the kind of playstyle that GODSAINTS girls play with, this was bound to happen, right? There was going to be that one match where they were going to survive till the end game situation. What they wanted to do, I think, was just do damage control in the early stages, secure those 2 loose stragglers, and they were able to secure those points for themselves. So I think at this point, yeah, just go for an all-out fight in the upcoming game, see if you can get that 4v4 fighting stance down, and I think they should be good to go for round 2.
Now, once again, they can easily move on forward to the round 2. They have confirmed their slot with this chicken dinner, because if a team is pretty strong at placement, one thing is for sure, they can constantly keep on getting those points overall.
Yeah, they're very close, but, I mean, let's not risk it. We did see what happened to Team TAMILAS before them, right?
I think so. We're just overthinking at this point, man. Listen, 62 points. They just need 3 more points to cross on that 65 marker, so they can easily move on forward anyways in the overall standings. They have made the cut. Now the real eyes are going to be stacked up on teams like VST, Alibaba Raiders, because the previous game was a complete bomb. Even for VST, Dazzle was the only man who was constantly performing. And you've also got the winner chicken dinner moment on the screen. This is how the players of GODSAINTS girls, they got the chicken.
I just noticed one thing right now. They got extremely unlucky in that final moments, right? So they could have secured a lot more points, but every single time they try to take down the players of TCW, and whichever player they went after, MOGO Esports got there first and stole that point away.
Still, just not being able to be the proper opportunistic ones, right, for them. But now the real conversation should revolve around TCW as well, considering a team that was right above them, which was GODSAINTS girls. They've already made the pounce. They've already made the cut. Now for TCW, there's going to be this jealousy factor, but still they have started things off with a consistency manner.
Also, I think we can involve a lot of other teams into this conversation. Do or Die, Alibaba Raiders, and the side of VST, right? VST, we want to see them make some moves. Yes, that clutch was impressive, but then again, it wasn't enough. Alibaba Raiders needed a big game, and so did Do or Die. One opportunity done and dusted, and they weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, for Do or Die, still I would say they had decent amount of elimination points, right, if I'm not wrong. Do or Die were a part of a lot of those fights. They were getting a few eliminations here and there.
I don't think they will have a lot of placement points, though, and need to keep a good average.
So yeah, that's the main problem for Do or Die. They were getting those eliminations converted, but not a lot of those placements. Even if they do have somewhere around 5 to 6 eliminations, that would still be a decent start, in my opinion.
Yes, it would be a decent start, but look at the difference, right? What surviving till the late stages can do for you. GODSAINTS girls, they started the day off with 46 points. Do or Die was at 47.
Yeah. Pretty much. Do or Die had a bit more points compared to the players of GODSAINTS girls. But once again, it's just game 1 done and dusted. You never know, Do or Die in the upcoming games, they can just pull off a miraculous comeback and just place themselves directly there in the top 64, right? And speaking of the top 64, still a few names like GHUSO, they have failed in that previous game. Even Team VST, Alibaba Raiders, they failed. Even KARUNADU Esports, that is still there, quite close to make that cut. Even they failed.
Yeah, and JUX was one of those teams that we just assumed, like, all right, they will do well in this game. They just need like 9 or 10 points to get in a comfortable position from there. It's just 4 or 5 points per game in the last 2 matches, and they should be able to qualify for round 2. But turns out game 1 wasn't really theirs, man. GHUSO not off to a great start, and hopefully they can convert something on Miramar and Erangel. But now on Miramar, they will need a big game.
Yeah, and in general, with the way GHUSO likes to play as well, is by setting up Amazing in an amazing angle. That's how they like to play. Let Amazing rack up those elimination points while the rest of the players, they can try and play for the placements as well. But unfortunately, these days, Amazing hasn't really been in the forefront anymore. He's not been feeling himself in the firefights, and the entirety of the banner is now starting to struggle.
And that is why it's not a good idea to always rely on just one single player from your entire team. How consistent can that one man be? He's a human being after all. He will have bad days, and Amazing as well. While week 1 was amazing from him indeed, week 2 is not even good. It's not even okay. I mean, not really being able to perform. His teammates do have to pick up the pace. And again, as we mentioned, I mean, GHUSO not too far away from that qualification marker. One big game with 10 to 15 points, and they will be comfortable. But if that happens on Miramar, only then it works out on Erangel. If they mess up things on the upcoming map of Miramar, then I don't think they'll qualify in Erangel as well.
Yeah, I mean, all of that is fine, but then still a few more names that have already moved on forward, like Silly Esports. What are they doing in the games, man? It feels like it's not the same playing for anymore. It's just completely someone else playing from their devices. Of course, it's against the tournament rules, but yeah, I'm just speaking it as a joking manner.
But, I mean, If that is happening, then I think they should take their devices back, man. Because Silly Esports was so good in week 1. And in this week, I think they're just playing with one hand behind their back. Probably. I think they just keep on rotating and get taken out. But look at the leaderboard right now, the point standings from this game. MOGO Esports 17 points. Didn't even need them, but hey, they're going to be happy to secure them. GODSAINTS girls, though, as we talk about them, they needed a big game, 16 points to help them move forward. And even Do or Die Necro actually walked away with 11 points from this match. So Do or Die will be at 58.
That's what I'm saying, right? Do or Die got away with a lot of those elimination points. And once again, that paying off, that means Do or Die, they found themselves in quite the decent spot. 11 points added on to the tally. Do or Die, they're way too close to qualify.
AstroKids, if they're not careful, and with how Do or Die, KARUNADU Esports, not KARUNADU Esports, how Do or Die, VST and GODSAINTS girls are moving, and in TCW as well, if AstroKids aren't careful enough, they might get kicked out. I'm actually worried now.
Do or Die has 58 points.
Yeah.
They can easily move on forward. Upcoming game, if they get the same amount of points, they can easily qualify. So Do or Die is not going to have any struggles anymore.
All right, we will. There's a lot of time required to have this discussion, right? Because if two teams move closer to the 64th position, Necro, someone will get left behind. That's the logic behind it.
Yeah.
I will explain this to you right now, but I'm going to need a little while, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Yeah.
Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back after that short break, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's Salty with me on the panel. And Salty, two teams establishing that major comeback, Do or Die and GODSAINTS girls. Now, if these two teams move in towards that same points marker, maybe somewhere around 65, then someone has to get kicked out. Is it going to be AstroKids?
I'm not really sure. AstroKids, they've done a fantastic job so far already, right? And this team, AstroKids, they play phenomenally well. Now, GODSAINTS girls being the new entrant inside of this entire group, I feel like, yes, they have 2 more games to go. If they can actually get some huge performances, AstroKids will fall down. But I don't really think AstroKids have any chance.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of AstroKids in general and with how they started things off as well in the entire iQOO BMPS 2024, it's an old lineup, right?
Yeah.
We saw this entire lineup in BGS as well, and now over here too, doing pretty good. But still, the first game consistency sort of lacked. She got taken down in that final few moments. Nothing could have been done over there. You move the conversation on towards the few more games that we've still got left over. If AstroKids do not perform, one thing is for sure, in that tiebreaker, they can be kicked out. But you know what? Something that's going to help you stay inside of the tournament, or maybe perform even better. That's going to be our iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro, and 15 of those devices are being given away.
Absolutely, 15 devices are being given away, and you stand a huge opportunity of getting yourself hands on a brand new device. But coming back from the conversation once again, AstroKids, I feel one big advantage that they have was that this map was an off map. It was the map of Vikendi. Now they're going to play the maps of Erangel and Miramar, and I believe that these two maps, they are well settled for the likes of AstroKids. But for Do or Die, I haven't really seen them consistently perform over the period of time. This game, yes, for sure, it was really good, but now, yes, they will have the time to step up.
Now listen, speaking of Do or Die in general, in the previous game they had 11 points in total. So Do or Die, one thing is for sure, they're off to a great start. The upcoming map is going to be once again the classic grounds of Miramar, and that's where every single team should be in the comfort shoes. Even teams like VST, GHUSO can't stand a chance to make the comeback, but if they don't, well then it's going to be a big upset for the fans. As the overall standings pop up on the screen, still the usual suspects over there on the board, nothing really changing. You've got MOGO Esports with 71 points. You've also got a few teams taking a dip, but it's really not going to matter. You take a look at the latter half of the board, no one from this group as off.
Absolutely. I mean, MOGO Esports, they've kind of set a different standard altogether, but you look at GS over there, 4 matches played and 37 total points. Extremely proud of what they have achieved so far. 1 chicken dinner is what they have accumulated. And this was the off map we were talking about, right? These teams, the teams who are struggling, they always love these off maps, and one or the other just goes their way, and all of a sudden you see that bump on the overall standings. TCW over there with 35 points. They still have 2 more matches to go. Phoenix Esports, they definitely did the job in the first week. Now they're also inching closer. For them, I think the job is more or less done.
Yeah, even for TCW, it was quite a great comeback. GODSAINTS Girl 2 pulling off that comeback. So you can't say 3 teams in general in that previous game has ignited that fire of making a comeback in the upcoming stages of qualifying. Now you've got another page on the screen, aka AstroKids, just 23 points so far, not even gaining any sort of points in that previous game. That's going to be a bit of that letdown, and still a few more known names over there on the latter half of the board. Still waiting for Alibaba Raiders to step up by a margin.
Absolutely. Alibaba Raiders has sort of been a disappointing finish for me in that particular game, right? 0 points acquired. I kind of feel like Alibaba Raiders, they're not especially confident in taking their firefights, not getting to see the rotations coming in from Roman as well. Now, 51 points is exactly where they stand in totality. 2 more matches to go. They know they need those 20 points on board. Otherwise, the journey is going to be cut off.
Yeah, I mean, in general, for a lot of these names, right, 2 more games to go, and the only way you can try and pull off a major comeback if you're lacking somewhere around 25 points or maybe even 30 points is by getting consistent 15 points per game. Just be on the safer side of things, right? At this point, it's not about just qualifying. It's about making sure that you're comfortably qualifying in the upcoming moments. Because if every single team is thinking that, yes, they need 65 points, then it's going to be a major tiebreaker. And a lot of those teams can be in a big tie, and a lot of those can be kicked out as well.
We already have one contender, Necro. We have Team TAMILAS sitting at the edge over there, right? They're the ones who are going to be looking at these matches and figuring out what their permutation combination is going to be. But coming back to the conversation of Alibaba Raiders as well as GODSAINTS Girls, as a matter of fact, yes, these are the teams who need that 25-point mark from the two more games. But one good thing just that I've said already, right? Erangel and Miramar, they will have to try to get those early eliminations off the board, but both these 2 games, they will have to play for the chicken.
Now, once again, for the known names like Silly Esports, MOGO Esports, they can try and play the spoiler just like the previous game. MOGO Esports is S-Power, one last man standing. He was shattering a lot of dreams, I'm not going to lie. Shutting down a few leftover stragglers on that map, even taking a fight against the players. So TCW wiping them out as well completely. So MOGO Esports can definitely be someone that are the Grim Reapers in the upcoming game. And as we've got the matchup 2 booting up on the screens, even Phoenix Esports, they were taking a lot of those fights off the rip. They also shut down the likes of Team Muffins, by the way.
Absolutely. Phoenix Esports, they don't really have anything to worry about, so does MOGO Esports as well. But I feel like for MOGO Esports, these good performances, this is just like another day at the office. They don't really care. Their gameplay is just way too aggressive, and they will keep it up from the next round onwards as well. But for the likes of Alibaba Raiders, especially for the likes of KARUNADU Esports as well, these are the teams who are going to be hanging by a thread. I believe the best case scenario, Necro, for these teams is to try and go aggressive. We saw Team TAMILAS do kind of a similar thing as well, right? As soon as they got those 4 eliminations on board, the confidence was boosted up by a massive margin.
And you know what? Speaking of confidence, now at this point, there's still a few more known names that are not going to make the cut. New version, HeatBeasts, they're way too far back in the overall standings. Maybe HeatBeasts do have a bit of that chance considering the previous previous game was decent, but still in the upcoming games, they pretty much need somewhere around 20 points per game. That's the only way HeatBeasts can probably make the cut as well. If that's not going to be the case, well then let's be honest, they can't make the cut, because if they barely qualify, it's going to be a tiebreaker, and a lot of these teams will be eliminated into that.
Even Team VSD, as a matter of fact, right? Even for this team, I feel like there is not the safety lines established as well. Trying to go in for those early finishes, we saw there were a couple of times where this team looks a little bit off. They are completely not present inside the map, and I think those are the issues which needs to be fixed.
As the second last game of the day boots up on the screen, and the plane flight path begins all the way from Impala towards La Cabrera, still a lot of those questions are left unanswered. Who will be the one to take an exit? Who will be the one to qualify and forward? So far, the vision is definitely getting a little bit more clearer, but not clear enough to see the picture. As the plane flight path is in front of us, and I'm just looking out for a few more drop collisions, because that's going to be igniting a lot of that fire of comeback.
We all want those drop collisions, Necro, and it seems like right off the get-go there are going to be those birds in the skies. And Team MOGO Esports, they're going to be extremely happy with this flight path right now, because it starts off from their home turf on the lands of Impala. But we'll have to find out if there is going to be some or the other team potentially trying to drop a collision against them and getting those 4 points early off the chaps. But there is going to be one team, Necro, that I will have my eyes set on. That is the likes of Silly Esports, because first week 89 points, they get 3 chicken dinners out of the 6 games. Yes, you did say that this team doesn't really need to work hard inside of the second week, but not getting one good game, Necro, is this a coincidence?
Honestly, at this point, I don't even know. With the way Silly Esports is playing, I don't know if they're doing this on purpose, if they're trying something new out. It's really tough to say, but still, even if you're trying something new out, you're at least able to get some points, right?
Exactly.
If you're someone who's performed so formidably well in the week one, no matter how bad you're playing, you should still be better than the majority of the teams that are performing in the lobby. But still, Silly Esports is struggling to gain any sort of points. In the previous game, too, we saw them pull off quite a weird rotation and just getting caught between the players of MOGO Esports like that.
Exactly right, and I think Silly Esports, they need to get back in their firing best. Their player, of course, Hydra, needs to come back and get back into his absolute prime form. But talking about drop collisions as of now, there aren't really a lot of contenders. Every single team, they have their beautiful drop. On the other side, towards the lands of Picado. No, not Picado, in fact, it is Al-Azhar is where Team AstroKids, they are moving up against Psy Rulers. And right at the get-go, they have an early advantage.
They indeed do. As BabyBot's taking down AstroKids, that's a way to start things off. And once again, AstroKids just prioritizing the weaker ones. And I like that. Yes, it might just be a little bit too mean, but these are 3 points that a team would want. And these 4 points can actually save the day for the players of AstroKids.
Potentially. They need these points desperately as of now. Sand City is trying to hold on to this panic room as of now. He does have the AKM, but no other secondary weapon. Of course, at least he has those helmet and the vest to work with. Finds the first knock, but the trade is there. Beautifully done. AstroKids, they are moving it quite comfortably. And now the only job that is left to be done is finding that last player and exterminating him.
AstroKids, they move in with these 4 points. All they needed was this. Man, we all were doubting AstroKids' qualification. And Johnny was actually a big doubter in this. And look at Isha. Oh no, does not even have a proper vehicle to make an exit from this entire vicinity, but still on the run. It's quite funny to see the player on the scooter. It's been a while since we've seen this means of transport.
I like the scooter, Necro. I don't know why you don't like it. It feels like it's a chill, calm way to actually move about. You know, you don't really take much stress. You're just chilling inside the battlegrounds.
It reminds me of the old days when my dad had one.
Yeah?
You know.
He used to take you to school on it?
Not exactly school. My dad never took me to school, but you know, when I was like a really small kid, sometimes I would go outside on the scooter. Classic middle-class families.
Oh, wait, you're not supposed to take the scooter out if you're a very small kid. I don't think they give you driver's
My dad
license.
was taking me with him.
Oh, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I love the scooter too. My family had one as well.
It's the OG vehicle, right? No one can forget it.
100%. And brings back the old days. And even the truck, as a matter of fact. We didn't have
I still remember, it used to shut down so many times, but you would still constantly keep on using the same thing. That was one of the main problems with the scooter. It would just shut down in the middle of the road somehow.
Yeah, but you actually figure out a way to actually make it work once again. The amount of effort.
Man, it's the OG days. I'm pretty sure a lot of the people in the chat as well can relate. Not a lot, maybe. If you are from a rich family, you can't. But if you're someone from middle class who was struggling when it comes to the economy side of things, then you can definitely relate with what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I'm 100% sure that there are multiple people who have actually used a scooter in their life, because I still believe in the early 2010s it was still used.
Oh yeah, it was. Definitely was.
Up until, I think, 2015, when the scooter was actually transformed into a scooty and the modernized version of the same thing was utilized way more.
You called it the moped.
You call it what?
Moped. That's what you call it.
That's a first
the
for me.
scooty. Moped.
I've never heard it again. I don't want to hear it again. I feel like the scooty is a much better term. It makes it much more understandable. But coming back in the game so far, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO MVP from the last game, it's going to be S-Power. Once again, a usual day at office for this lad. 5 finishes, 45% finish contribution. This man, I think, the kind of standards that he has set so far, no matter which team he goes to, getting 5 eliminations under his belt should not be any problems whatsoever. He's individually that brilliant. I mean, of course, the MVP from the last game. From the last BMPS 2023 as well.
Yeah. S-Power's being a perfect man, that's all I can say. Especially when it comes to the gameplay. Don't know much about IRL. This man is quite weird, I'm not going to lie.
You're not supposed to do him that dirty on broadcast, Negro. He's a very good friend.
Yeah, I've had my fair share of conversations with the guy. It's quite funny. That's why I said it's quite weird. But yeah, focusing back on the game, right? You've got GHUSO on the screen, and GHUSO, seeing them struggling to qualify, something that I never saw coming, I'm not going to lie. Amazing is someone who's always been in the forefront of the action for the entire banner, but Amazing recently is failing to perform, and that's why the entire team is now crumbling under. The form is missing for GHUSO, but now it's time for desperation.
I feel like there is too much responsibility on Amazing as of now. This man individually has definitely been carrying GHUSO on his shoulders, but now the rest of his teammates, be it Rico, be it Clushy, needs to kind of step up and make sure that this team steps ahead in those 4v4 fights, because once Amazing gets taken down, it seems like the entire team and their confidence kind of shatters.
What is this guy doing all by himself?
I have
in a no man's land. That T outside of the zone, by the way, he's just camping over here.
His name is Stone BGMI.
Oh, he's supposed to be a rock?
He's supposed to be a stone inside of BGMI.
Yeah, he's supposed to be just standing in one single spot, immobile. Because that's how stones are, right?
Exactly.
GS, GODSAINTS, pretty good when it comes to the placement. And once again, when you speak of the map of Miramar, it really is quite good when it comes to finding those rotations. But can be tough to sustain the spot that you've got.
Talking about the spots to sustain, it seems like there aren't really a lot of spots which are being contested inside the circle, Necro. This time around, we have a basic circle, unlike the last Miramar that we just witnessed, moving completely on top of a hill, inaccessible to majority of the players. So this group is going to be happy as of now. There are still quite a lot of teams who are outside the circle. Team VST, as a matter of fact. Amazing fan following in the form of their players. You've got Snacks, who is such a well-known creator in the community. Of course, he used to be a professional player, and it seems like the glory days can be back if VST can pull some shenanigans right in the very end of this round 1.
They indeed can. For VST, for some reason, there's this trust that really just lines up whenever you see this team in the overall standings, and you just know that they can qualify. But still, for some reason, there's also this second doubt that comes through. It's like the evil side of the mind that says maybe they can't qualify.
Yeah.
These two sides always battling inside of someone's heart and mind. But which one can win?
You should always go with the heart, Necro.
So there's this beautiful question that I heard a couple of days ago, right? There's two wolves that are constantly fighting inside of a human being.
Okay.
One's chained in the dark and one's chained in the light.
Okay.
Which one do you think is going to win?
I believe the one who is changed in the light.
No, the one you feed.
Wow, that's deep. Wow, motivational speeches featuring Necro.
I know, right?
This can be the next edition of our podcast, As Necro.
Indeed, it can be. I mean, for now, that's what it seems like it is, right? podcast hours, not a lot happening on the screen, but as soon as I say so, do or die, they find themselves in a bit of that pickle against the players of Team Muffins. And once again, speaking of Team Muffins, they have been struggling way too much in their firefights anyways. And what is happening? This time, Team Muffins, they strike hard. Lena, beautiful tracing in midair as she clips the wings of the man in the front. But eventually, do or die, they just swarm the players of Team Muffin, and there's not a lot you can do. Golu as well, pinned behind that truck. Not a lot of that breathing space available anymore. Do or Die is constantly peppering those shots, but even Do or Die, they've lost out on 2 players inside of the fight. And Kuro wraps up all the way from the back, and Do or Die are on the verge of being eliminated from the game. If they do lose out in this game, this is going to be a big letdown for the team. Team Muffins, they're constantly trying to fight back, but they bomb this clutch. This could have actually came into fruition in the side of Team Muffins, but they still mess it up big.
What were the players doing in the back lines? Why was the rotation coming in so late? So many questions which have been left unanswered, and it seems like they will be hanging by a thread as of now, because this team is going to go back to the lobby and one more game left to go for Team Muffins. The journey inside of iQOO BMPS 2024 is going to come to a very sad ending, but at least for Team Do or Die, they live to fight another day and they still keep their round 2 hopes alive, Necro.
Indeed. Do or die with how the momentum is looking like for now. Almost losing out in that fight, but also getting that extra bit of cushion to play with off the rip like that. It's going to save them so much time and effort in the upcoming moments. They've already gotten 4 elimination points to start the day.
This is the ideal situation that we were talking about, right? Especially for a team like Do or Die who is battling qualification. The best case scenario is you try and drop clash against the teams who are on the bottom side of the overall standings, because they are going to be not as formidable when it comes to those 4v4 fights. Yes, Team Do or Die did choke a lot, but it seems like the shortcomings from Team Muffins, they just helped them, and now this team is going to feel the confidence once again.
Yeah, and this is what you like to see from a banner like Do or Dies, right? We saw this team back in BGIS, and this team was performing so well. There with the aggression, they were doing so good in the firefights too. That same form was missing for a long time, but now in the week 2, once again, they're back doing pretty decent. And Do or Die still outside of the zone. They need to find themselves a comfortable spot. And doing so can be a bit tough considering all the prime spots are taken away by the teams. But still, you can try and settle down for a few scraps.
This circle is actually very interesting, Necro. I mean, if we do pull up the map on the screen, you'll find that majority of the teams who are inside the circle have actually started to settle down around the Chumasera region. You've got Silly Esports, you've got GODSAINTS, you've got KARUNADU Esports as well. But majority of the teams who are coming in from the outside, they're not really going to find a lot of space inside the circle. Not a lot of hard covers in for contention apart from Chumasera. So I believe it's going to be extremely interesting. For the likes of Team VST, I believe they are in some troubling waters right now, Necro, because they're rotating extremely close to Team MOGO Esports. And considering that we know that MOGO has been a hunting pack of wolves, I'm not really sure Team VST what their condition is going to be if these two teams do decide to collide.
Maybe something that's going to help with the collision will be a great device. And speaking of great devices, one of them is also going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999.
Ooh. Great device, amazing specs in terms of the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3.
Wow.
Great in terms of gaming, amazing performances. We did play a couple of TTMs.
Wow,
Sadly,
keep going, Salty.
I mean, I could not win, but I'm still grinding. My goal of becoming Conqueror #1 inside of Asia is still going on, man. I'm still grinding for that.
Team Ruthless is now getting ruthlessly hunted. Last person, Isha. Oh, can hear all the footsteps approach. Ooh. And even Isha was getting shot at from the back. Not a lot could have been done at this point. But yeah, that one extra elimination to top it off in the overall standings for KARUNADU Esports. That can be something, a glimmer of light they were looking for.
Potentially. A single finish to top it all up against an entire squad. Yes, in terms of confidence, it's not going to do much, but at least they've kind of gotten themselves off the mark. But now the main piece of concern is going to be if they do decide to move further inside the circle, will they find compounds inside of Chumasera? Because majority of them are already occupied. Still want to find out where exactly VST is making that rotation from, because I believe VST and AstroKids, these two teams who are still in contention for qualification, if these two teams battle each other, there will be only one team making it through.
Pretty much. And speaking of making it through, AstroKids, they already have made it through. Those 4 early points that they got, or maybe 3 early points that they got, really puts them in the advantage.
Yep.
68 points in total in the overall standings. AstroKids in a decent spot. Still maybe a few more. And AstroKids are not going to have any sort of pressure upon them as they're taking shots against the players of VST. One man's taken down way too low. Dazzle still there, all the way in the back lines. His position's compromised as well, as he's locked in the sights of Lovish. Lovish himself has taken a bit more shots from the side of VST from somewhere else. But VST, they reunite.
They do reunite, but Team AstroKids, it does not seem like they want to carry forward this fight. They are inside the circle. They know, as a matter of fact, that the fight will come to them. So all that they want to do is hold on to their ground, have good ridges in control, and Team VST, let them do the job because the ball is going to be in their court. Shiraj just parking his vehicle in safety because it's going to be extremely important. Team VST find right themselves at the edge of the circle, and look at where the circle shifts completely away from these teams. MOGO Esports, Team Do or Die, AstroKids, VST, all these teams are going to be left stranded, as majority of them will have to now start a very long rotation from that northern corridor. On the other side, you have Team TCW, Alibaba Raiders. You've got new version as well, completely safe inside the circle. Even, I believe, Silly Esports is going to find themselves a good spot. Finally, Necro, one position from which Silly Esports can go back to their aggressive route.
I mean, for Silly Esports, do they really need to? The answer is going to be no once again. But the way they're playing, it doesn't feel like they want to tweak anything. They just want to stay to what they are right now. Alibaba Raiders, though, they can't stand a big chance to win this game, but as usual, if they don't drop the ball, it will be good in the overall standings, too. Alibaba Raiders, they have been choking a lot of these final few moments. GHUSO, too, still outside the safety lines, all the way back in the blue, constantly taking that damage. VST's going for quite a risky route. There's a lot of teams surrounding the players of VST. If they manage to pull this one off, it will be nice.
It certainly will be nice, but as of now, it seems like MOGO Esports, they're not really looking forward to taking any fights against VST or any other team for that matter. You've got Team RAFN as well in the back lines, and MOGO Esports suddenly huddling up all around them. Alibaba Raiders looking to find themselves the high ground, the higher lands of Jumasera is under their control. Silly Esports will be directly underneath them. Do they spot them? Alibaba Raiders still in contention for qualification. And I haven't really seen this team, Necro, go aggressive in a very long time. Initially, when he used to play from the banner of GlitchX Reborn, this team was absolutely formidable.
They indeed were. But maybe because of the recent tunes, they haven't been looking that great. Still taking a bit more time to adjust accordingly. Alibaba Raiders have been struggling in their 4-on-4 fights too. Even the communication sometimes, it seems lacking. But something that's never going to be lacking, that's going to be our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 125R. Salty, you gifting me one?
Potentially. On your birthday. When is your birthday, Necro?
31st October on the Halloween.
31st October on Halloween. Potentially I'll gift you the 160R4V. That's a better gift.
Or maybe you can give me a super bike.
I'll give you a Hero Xtreme. That's a super bike in my eyes. But as of now, getting back to that conversation, Alibaba Raiders, yes, certainly they are lacking. In my head, Ralph was one of the assaulters to actually watch out for. His growth had definitely impressed me when the 2023 circuit was going around, but it seems like all of that growth has come to a standstill. Majority of their players have kind of gotten very, very slow in terms of their growth and in terms of their aggression as of now. We'll have to find out if Alibaba Raiders can keep up the ante and keep up their qualification dreams alive. They do have good positioning, but they will have to make use of it right now, Necro.
They indeed have to. TCW on the screen, and with the high ground they've got too. They're looking quite nice. A few eliminations scattered across the board here and there. Once again, collecting those scrappy points. That's what GHUSO is doing. And GHUSO themselves, they're in a bit of that panic. They don't exactly know how to readjust because they know there's a team in the front in the name of Hub. And taking the fight against them, especially when HeatBeasts is positioned so well, it will be tough. There's a high chance they might just choke it. Phoenix Esports colliding against the players of VST as Phoenix Esports. They already deliver one death blow. And speaking of Phoenix, they've got all the 4 players alive, so the man advantage is already in their heads. VST, it's them who needs to back away. And keep this thing in mind. This is going to be really important with how things are for Phoenix Esports. They need to keep on moving up. But unfortunately, Phoenix Esports, they get struck down. VST, they do find a beautiful way to kickstart the fight as Dazzle as well's got his hands on the shotgun, but even he gets struck down. VST, they did try to turn the tides, but eventually Goku, one single man, he will save the day for the entirety of Phoenix Esports. And now Snowjaw is taking the fight up close and personal to Snacks, and even Snacks gets struck down.
My goodness, Team Phoenix Esports, they huddled up this fight. VST had the compound in their control, but completely wasted it. Absolutely.
Indeed.
I have no clue in how on earth Goku actually found those two knocks. He had no wiggle room whatsoever. He had no opportunity to move as well, but still Team VST lost all of their shots. Look at these crates right there, right next to each other.
Indeed. And look at the zone shift too. How it's forming. A bit of that Chumacera, a bit of that Minas del Valley too in it. High ground's going to be off the essence. If TCW get their hands on the high ground, no one's going to be stopping them from coming out on top.
I'm praying, Silly Esports, please give me a good game, Lord. You've done phenomenally well in week 1. I just want to see that performance in front of my eyes. But as of now, Alibaba Raiders, they're also huddling up right across Team TCW. Negro shots coming in. One knock.
No, it's going to be the answer. TCW, they get out of harm's free without any problems. And yeah, speaking of Silly Esports, maybe they just don't like you. Maybe they don't want to perform when they're on the panel.
A lot of these teams actually don't like me. Elevate Esports don't like me. One game I was actually off the desk, they actually get themselves a fantastic one. The games I was on the desk, they get themselves single digits. I don't know.
Yeah, man, it just blows, right?
Yeah.
But something that does not blow are the players of Alibaba Raider. With how they were performing from the top, now they would need to leave the high ground, knowing the fact that it's also getting stacked up with a few more names. And KARUNADU Esports is right on the track, and Prod gets knocked. He never saw this coming. Prod thought that he's not going to get chased down, but he eventually did. Prod knocked out. Now KARUNADU Esports, they instantly just bring themselves back in the action. They spring themselves back to life. Alibaba Raiders still on the receiving end of things as they do not really have the man number to sustain the fight anymore. Taken down to a 3-man squad, and that's the exact thing the players of KARUNADU Esports were looking out for.
Talking about KARUNADU Esports, they love aggression. They came in like a group of swans and they just absolutely blew the 4. As of now, Alibaba Raiders, they have no clue on where exactly they want to go to. They're still finding those ridges from where they can take a fight, but they are being shot at from multiple directions. From the lower grounds of Chumacera, there is Silly Esports. From the higher grounds of Chumacera, there is GHUSO Esports as well as KARUNADU Esports. And then, of course, they just had met TCW in a matter of seconds.
DOD. Clutcher is also going for the shot against Hub as the players are out in the open. Krax is trying to do something, but there's something that's there in the front that's blocking the bullets. It's not visible to our naked eyes. But as we speak of stuff, you've also got AstroKids hitting the deck inside of the fight as they face off against the players of Phoenix Esports. But Sheik does find the final blow and the nail in the coffin. So AstroKids is going to be surviving for a decent amount of time in the game. Lovish is being ticked to his death. The same thing can be said for Light as well. Smokes need to be tossed out right now. Lovish is going to find his demise. But luckily enough, at least Light is still surviving.
But what an IGL, you've got to give it to the IGL, right? Standing in a 1v1 against Phoenix Esports, landing the death blow, and of course, getting back your teammates up and alive. Once again, AstroKids, they live to fight another day, but right from the blue edge, it's going to be extremely difficult. Look at the way Team DOD have placed themselves. This circle and this positioning is going to help them get so many finishes. They've got the high ground advantage, and the biggest advantage that they've got is the blue zone right hugging their backlines. It means no more backstabs, no one coming in from their blind spot. Team Hub, XSKULLTZ, can potentially do so, but DOD have marked them. One of their players is still knocked out, so I believe Team DOD know exactly what they've got to do.
Yeah, but with the way DOD is approaching, survival might just be way too tough. They need to take a few fights. They've got the high ground for now, but soon enough, they might just need to give it up. Unless if they try to rotate all the way from down south and take a fight against KARUNADU Esports. But if they do try to do so, it's also going to ignite the fire in the hearts of Hub Esports. And even they can go for the third party. Anything can happen. But DOD does exactly what I'm saying. They move down south, that they are looking forward to take a fight against the players of KARUNADU Esports.
Yes, they do so. Clutcher is on his way to actually go towards a closed line, so wants to initiate that fight, gets a little bit of information, Seems like he wants to move his vehicle round and round to get an idea of where exactly the players of KARUNADU Esports are. And so far, it seems like it looks extremely risky because Hub Esports in the backlines can provide them the cover fire. But look at this, new version from the backlines. Hub Esports did not really expect this, and now their lives are going to be hanging by a thread, Necro.
They indeed are, but new version themselves, they need to move inside of the safety line, so now they need to prioritize the safe zone. And as they try and close on up to the safety lines, they're also going to collide against the players of KARUNADU Esports, and that's where HeatBeasts, they might just find the advantage. The fire has been ignited. They want to go for the third party, but HeatBeasts, they collide against the players of DOD. As this fight now comes into fruition, HeatBeasts, they do want to gain a few more knockouts in the fight. They do want to gain the upper edge, but how can they win DOD? They've got all the players up and alive, but Clutcher is still there in the off angle. Clutcher was knocked out a while ago, as DOD, with the three-man squad still looking pretty tough to try and convert the fight. GS, they themselves are getting picked off. Yin is going to be the only person inside of the safety lines.
So basically, Team DOD is fighting Hub Esports is actually fighting KARUNADU Esports, and KARUNADU Esports is actually finding New Version. New Version, of course, have been completely eliminated, but KARUNADU Esports, will they be able to reclaim that throne is going to be the question. DOD and Hub still at each other, but it seems like Hub Esports have finally been eliminated. Do or die, 5 eliminations on board, but their problems have not finished as of yet. Clutcher, can he be revived? Can he potentially be revived? Because KARUNADU Esports, they're almost about to peek in from the ridge.
Oh my god, no! He could have been saved, but what did Palu do? He did not go for the revival. What just happened on the screen? Palu, he let go of that revival. Clutcher could have been saved, but now DOD's taken down to a three-man squad, and they're constantly taking shots upon themselves. It's not looking too good. DOD, one man's knocked out, and that's going to be Reaper. Palu messed up big. The only reason why DOD is probably going to lose out in this game is because of this one man, Palu. But GHUSO still on the struggling phase as they're taking a fight against the players of Silly Esports. And speaking of Silly Esports, there's a big distance between the two players. 2 players in the front, 2 players in the back lines. The distance is a little bit too much. Can they provide the cover fire? That's my question.
For GHUSO Esports, I think they have a very good position. They need to keep themselves anonymous as long as they possibly can. On the other side, of course, Team Alibaba Raiders, they are being gate-kept. They are being prevented from entry inside the circle because MOGO Esports will be the first one to move in. And now, of course, you know there's going to be a rain of hellfire from the top. Of course, Silly Esports, just like you beautifully described, the split is going to be there. But I believe the players in from the backlines, Akshu, if I'm not mistaken, I think this man needs to come in and reinforce their defenses because currently with MOGO Esports inside the circle, I don't really believe it's going to be safety lines for anybody who are inside the circle.
Seems like it too, I'm not going to lie. Silly Esports is constantly taking damage upon themselves. It's tough to recover. MOGO Esports, yeah, 2 players knocked out, but once again, it's not really going to be putting any sort of dent to the players of MOGO Esports. Elimination points easily squeezed up by KARUNADU Esports from the top. And KARUNADU Esports, they're having a nuclear performance so far. They're having a bang inside of the game. 12 finishes accumulated. MOGO Esports still might just be on the receiving end of things as KARUNADU Esports with the high ground. They're just looking to deliver the death blow. Gyro, the man on the high ground, spots out the players of Silly Esports too. He tosses in a blind nade. He thinks there's someone inside of the smoke. The answer's going to be no. There's no one in that smoke, and now Gyro's got the confirmation too. He needs to change the direction towards Destro. He knows Destro is right there as well, but he just does not have the line of sight. And look at that one man at TCW still there in the back lines. He can be the major table turner.
He can certainly be the major table turner. As of now, it seems like the manpower is in the hands of Silly Esports. They have a lot of the circle control as well, but you can't really count out KARUNADU Esports and their positioning because from the high grounds, they have so much vantage point. Destro, he knows exactly where Gyrogod is. And Gyrogod, where exactly are you looking? You knew exactly where Destro was. Destro will get cleaned up, of course, by the likes of Silly Esports. And now Silly Esports, finally, this team steps up. 8 finishes on board and 4 players still surviving. Make that 9. It's just going to be 1 player from KARUNADU Esports and 1 player from TCW. Yash, still looking to find that 1 finish will be prevented. KARUNADU Esports land another one on top of their head.
Yeah, but a top 2 finish as well with a lot of elimination points. KARUNADU Esports, for them it's a win-win anyways. They needed to pull off a major comeback and they have done so. Second game of the day pulls up in a great fashion for KARUNADU Esports. And yes, Silly Esports, you want to see them perform, here you go.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I'm honestly extremely happy, right? Silly Esports, we got to see their approach, we got to see them rotate really well as well, fine positioning inside the circle, and finally, yes, 8 points, 9 finish points on board. That is a good performance, but giving it to KARUNADU Esports, stepping up exactly when it mattered, it seems like they have performed right at the exact time, because the last game would have been too much pressure.
Yeah, pretty much. For KARUNADU Esports, now that they know they've got the momentum too, it's going to be much more easy. Not exactly easy. It's going to be better than what it was in the past couple of times. And it might just be a smooth glide for the side of KARUNADU Esports. They just need to keep on moving with the same momentum. But still, the questions arise for teams like VST and GHUSO Esports. And VST, knowing the fact that they were so close to that qualification marker, still not able to perform up to the occasion, it's really starting to rise up the concerns now.
Absolutely. Once again, this team just completely dropping the ball when it came to that fight against Phoenix Esports, right? We saw how 2 players were taken down just by that one player, Goku, and these are small little mistakes you should never really commit, especially when you are in a 4v4 fight. If it's a 1v2 trade, then get the trade.
I know, right? With the way things were for Phoenix Esports too, they were not doing too hot as well in that fight. But still, that one single man saving the day over there just changed the entire course of the action. And it just put the players of Phoenix Esports in the big advantage. And speaking of AstroKids as well, at least luckily enough, they found a fight against the players of TR, so that saved the day. Taking the fight against the weaker bunch is pretty much going to give you those 4 elimination points, and that's what happened. They claimed 3 points out of those. And moving the conversation on forward to our GHUSO Esports as well, we had a lot of expectations from GHUSO, but even they failed. But the only team that has managed to stay consistent, that's going to be TCW.
Absolutely. TCW, they have been consistent, but the question is, on the overall standings, the positioning wasn't really that great. And TCW from this game as well, I don't really think they garnered a lot of finishes, similar to AstroKids, somewhere around 6 to 7 eliminations is what I'm guessing. The same goes for GHUSO Esports as well, right? They did manage to survive, but GHUSO Esports couldn't really find those finish points or the elimination points that were expected off of them. But still, around that 60-point mark, these teams know exactly what they've got to do in the map of Erangel.
Once again, man, just barely qualifying is not going to make the cut. You need somewhere around 70 points on the board. 69 to 70 now. That's raised up, because if you're just going to find yourself in the tiebreaker, it's just going to put you in a big state of disadvantage. You never know if you're going to be kicked out. It's just like the exam results being announced, and a day prior, you're just in a big discomfort. You do not know if you're going to pass or if you're going to fail.
Absolutely. And it seems like now the best thing that these players can actually do is to try and push up as far as they possibly can. You look at GHUSO Esports, around that 60-point mark, you mentioned it correctly, 70-point marker should be safe. But if you talk about the cutoff point right now, it's still around that 64, 65 points, and there are multiple teams who are battling for those last few spots which are available, and I believe there's going to be so many ups and downs.
And hey, you know what? Speaking of all of that, even Do or Die had quite a decent performance, right? Do or Die was getting those elimination points underneath the belt. As long as they're getting those 10 to 15 points per game, it's all good. But Do or Die in the previous game, they only got 6 points on the board. Now, that's a real sign of concern, but still, they are pretty close to that qualification bracket. In the upcoming game, they need 15 points, maybe to be on the safer side of things.
Exactly right. I'm just afraid that Do or Die, they just don't suffer the same fate as Team Tamilas, because they come so close and never really happen that they get so far. You never really know. TCW, 10 points on the board. I think this team has actually managed to find a steady climb. Phoenix Esports, no real cause of concern. You have got GODSAINTS girls. Now, last game was an actual shocker for me. They did make the climb, but 2 points off of this game. I feel like this team is also kind of trailing by about 4 or 5 points. 4 or 5 points, this team should be comfortable.
So many teams are way too close to that bracket, man. And it's just making me quite anxious, I'm not going to lie. Who's going to be kicked out of the last instance? Who's going to be there in a major tiebreaker? Which are going to be those known names that don't make the cut? Maybe Team TAMILAS can be one of those as well, with how things were, considering they performed in the last game, but then that one single choke came in from Manti, where he just naded himself, and it just threw the entire advantage away from their hands. Anything can happen, dude. So many teams are close. You've also got Alibaba Raiders still on the verge of making that cut. There's way too many teams. Alibaba Raiders, if they do make the cut, it's going to be barely. That means Alibaba Raiders is going to be their closer to that tiebreaker.
You know, I'm gonna give you one small incident. There was the similar incidents inside of BMPS 2023. Roman had said that one last game, I'm going to find a chicken, I'm going to qualify, and he did make that work. This time as well, I hope that something of that sort happens again.
Hey, if that's going to happen or not, only the game after this break will tell us. Now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega task. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch I'm not doing this 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we are here at iQOO BMPS 2024. Of course, a small change on the panel. Necro has taken a small break, and now iSuper Johnny is going to be back. And Johnny, potentially the last game of round 1 is on the cards. Does it make you happy?
It does make me happy. I'm quite excited as well because after this match is done, we get to see the 64 teams that will move forward to round 2.
Absolutely. And to be honest, there is a lot of competition going on, a lot of permutation combinations as well going on in the producers and the mathematicians as well at it. Who is going to make the cut and who is, of course, not really going to make it through towards round 2. Certain contenders, Team Tamilas kind of blew it away. They're still at the mark. You've got Alibaba Raiders right at the mark as well. I think these are the teams who will face a lot of turbulences, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not want those turbulences in your gaming experience, why not check out the official smartphone partner here at BMPS 2024, that is going to be iQOO Z9S series. It is a beautiful device, power-packed with features, and it starts only at 18,999.
Exactly, it's an amazing phone, and I mean, we can't wait for the league stage to end so that we can grab these and head back home.
Yeah.
Apart from that, I think a few teams are going to head back home after this match. Of course, they are already at home and they're going to stay there because they won't qualify for round 2. But we have to say, I mean, Silly Esports, I think all of that poking and the motivational talks that Necro has been giving them finally motivated them enough to secure a winner-winner chicken dinner on this map of Miramar. But let's have a look at the overall rankings for Set Red before we move to the last game of round 1.
Absolutely. Now look at this, MOGO Esports inching closer. We kind of figured that maybe Hyderabad Hydras is going to topple down Vasista Esports from that very top, but that did not really happen. MOGO Esports at 75 points. They're 10 points away from clinching that #1 spot. We'll kind of expect this team to do so, hopefully. But as we move on downward, you see Team TCW over there as well. You've got the only team who is yet to play a game, TCW. They've done a phenomenal job and potentially are also making it through in terms of the overall rankings. But as of now, we flip pages. You've got GODSAINTS and this team in this week, they've actually surprised us all.
Yeah, they've definitely surprised us. But again, this last match, they need to be on point. Go for at least 6 to 7 points. If you can do 10, that is even better, because that will help them be in a very comfortable position inside of the top 64. Now again, this is going to get very intense, because last game, Only the 64 teams move forward, and the cutoff, everyone is expecting it to be between 65 and 70 points. And if a lot of teams, which is actually happening right now, for Group 3, a lot of teams will be able to get very close and in fact will be able to cross that 65-point marker very easily. Now, who gets left behind? Of course, teams that were there are getting kicked out, but I expect one of these teams, even after all of the wonderful efforts that they put in throughout the day, someone might just miss out.
There is going to be 64 teams and a lot of the big names who are going to miss out, Johnny. And one thing that we had expected before, that is going to be the cut-off for the red set, will sort of be aligned and they would know exactly the points that they need to score. It seems like there's still a big question mark. Nobody really understands if it's going to be 65, is it going to be low 60s, or potentially even 70 points as a matter of fact. And I think Necro has been very right in saying that, you know what, if you actually want to qualify, get yourself beyond that 70-point marker, you should be extremely safe. But majority of the teams, it seems like there is a new problem on board. That is, with 5 points left to still score and 2 more matches left to go, it seems like these are the teams who are struggling because of that change in pace.
Exactly, and Miramar again, that change in pace that came in on that previous map was a little bit intense. But now heading into this last game of Erangel, and especially last game of Erangel, the last map of round 1, you have to go all in. You can't shy away from those team fights. You can't shy away from going for those frags. Do whatever it takes, because this could be the last time you play in the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Potentially. Now, talking about names specifically, I'm expecting Alibaba Raiders to go all in, man, because it's been a long time. They have actually succeeded in those four fights. Yes, in the first week, they did decently well, 37 points off the charts. But in the second week, it seems like they completely dropped the ball and they're struggling in those firefights. Even Roman, as a matter of fact, we ended the last segment saying that Roman in BMPS 2023, when he was playing from the side of GLitchX Reborn, he had said, this team needed one chicken dinner. He posted a story that I'm going to make this chicken dinner happen and I'm going to qualify for the grand finals. He made sure that happened. He got the chicken dinner on the map of Sandhawk. I really, really want this man to actually pull off something similar in this one as well.
Man, you should have told me before I went on a break. I could have checked if he posted another story right now, but we don't know if word is out. Will Alibaba Raiders go for that big win? But even better than BMPS 2023 was the form of Roman in BGIS 2023, almost a year ago from today, right? Absolutely phenomenal. He was that one player who grabbed the attention of everyone, and he was the reason that GLitchX Reborn also got a lot of limelight that they did back then. They played so well in the tournament, and Roman was one of the main reasons behind that performance, and Scuba as well. But now, ways are split. Scuba still with Glitch Reborn, Roman here with Alibaba Raiders, and it seems like while Glitch Reborn did have a decent run in their matches, Alibaba Raiders, their struggles do continue heading into this last match. But again, they did not have to the difference between where they were and where they needed to be wasn't that much, and unfortunately the game's not going their way, puts them in a very precarious position in this last map of Erangel. Either go all in, secure those points, or just go back home.
Yeah, it always comes down to that one statement, right? Brothers are always stronger when they're united. Well, we'll have to find out if Alibaba Raiders can actually make it through in this last game. Of course, multiple other names over there as well. Do or Die, Karunadu Esports with an amazing game. We'll all find all these answers in this map of Erangel.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One last game, one last plane ride, and one last map of Erangel to go before we have the names of the top 64 that qualify for round 2.
Well, talking about the flight path itself, it seems like air traffic control suggests we're going to start our journey today from an unexplored but a very beautiful terrain of Zarki, and we move on towards the left-hand side of Novorupnoi, a little bit northern side of Novorupnoi. And right at the get-go, we have a lot of these teams who are in the air. You've got Alibaba Raiders who are trying to move in towards the shooting range. And coming back to that conversation once again, you've got Do or Die who are extremely close, possibly 5 or 6 more points, and this team should be good to go. The same can be said for GODSAINTS Girls as well. VST, a team with a big name on board, a creator like Snacks, who has been a great professional player initially, now are in struggling shoes, Johnny. And it seems like this team is lacking confidence, especially when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely criticism to go around in terms of VST, but we can't really do much, right? Today was supposed to be there. They were very close at the start of the matches, 52 points to kick things off. But then again, there was fiasco after fiasco First on Wakendi, then on Miramar, and now this last Erangel is all they have, and they're heading towards Yasnaya Poliana. So they should be off to a comfortable start. But look at this, towards the northern side, just south of shooting range, we have Alibaba Raiders, and it seems like they have been denied a good drop spot. 7E taken over by Team Muffins, shooting range taken over by Do or Die. And Do or Die, in a position like this, they can cause a lot of damage to Alibaba Raiders. Even if they do not win the fight, they still deny a lot of position points and a lot of eliminations to Alibaba Raiders if they pick off 2 players.
100%, and it seems like it will be a battle between 2 straight contenders, right? These 2 teams, they are battling for that same spot. Whoever inches closer to that 64, 65 point mark is potentially going to move in, but we have a massive, massive cluster at the Georgia Pool region. You have potentially 4 or 5 sides in a similar trot. You've got Team RAFN, you've got Team AstroKids as well. You also have a couple of names, GODSAINTS Girls, and I believe you've got Team Russia, so Team Ruthless, pardon me for that as well. Team Ruthless starting things off. Initial contact has been set up, but it seems like Team Ruthless, they want to fall back, especially when I look at the smoke path.
Oh yeah, and Ruthless, they haven't really lived up to their name, but in this particular matchup up against RAFN, another team that was struggling for points, Ruthless might actually have an opportunity to win this fight. Doesn't change anything for the either sides, but it takes away potential points that the other teams could have secured to qualify off the map entirely.
Yes.
VST, it seems like a late challenge, but the challenge is still there in Yasnaya for them in terms of new version who have showed up to just cause a nuisance. Another team that's way too far off from that qualification marker.
But today has been a decent day for New Version, honestly. This team has managed to find themselves good positions, and they kept on raining down that hellfire. Yes, they were unable to actually score those points because majority of their knocks were actually stolen away by the other teams. But it seems like this is one of those hard-working teams who can potentially make it through. So for VST, it's going to be interesting. But look at this move made by Snacks. He wants to crawl all the way right behind the enemy lines. Now, this is going to be a risky move, but if he does manage to find that gap, the New Version, they can be broken into pieces. And I'm waiting for that first contact, Johnny.
Well, let's see. No one really eager to kick things off in this 4v4. VST, they have a better position as they have the players of New Version surrounded, as you mentioned. A New Version just hoping for a full frontal assault from VST, which might not be the case. They have avoided the roadside compounds, avoided getting spotted out by that one man towards the northern side of this Yasnaya city. Dazzle it is. But still, if they get a little too eager, anyone steps close to the window, Dazzle will dazzle indeed. And he has been playing well for his team today.
Exactly. Now, one advantage that New Version does have is the fact that the garage is going to be under their control.
Yeah.
So they will have the vehicle. They can find an exit from this fight if they do not find themselves in comfortable shoes. But talking about VST, it seems like they're not going to let them get away because Snacks' position can be that one key thing. Shots are being heard. So definitely Team VST are looking to find that opening. Nades are being lobbed as well, but oh no, Alibaba Raiders on the finish field. It seems like those players are being knocked down by the players of GODSAINTS Girls.
And I don't know what is going through the heads of Alibaba Raiders, to be honest, because they started off just south of shooting range and then rotated towards Hospital. That is a long rotation. And now going up against the players of GODSAINTS Girls, things are not looking good for Alibaba Raiders. Luckily, a revive does come in for them. But New Version, in the meanwhile, it seems like have picked off one of the lads from the side of VST. Just putting them at a massive disadvantage in this fight. But the trade comes in as Dazzle finds Mikey. The knock is going to be secured. He's going to struggle with the finish. There is cover available for the players of New Version to hide behind. But VST and Snacks in particular, they do not want to let go of the pressure now. Another nade lobbed indoors and they find the second knock. Beast overextends and he gets traded out. We're back to a 2v2 in this fight. It's down to Clutch along with his teammate King. And Snacks and Dazzle, two of the best performing players from the other side. But it is going to be Snacks' nade that picks off his own teammate. A big blunder committed by the players of VST. The revive comes in. Mikey is back on his feet, and all he has to do is just dish out a little bit of damage onto the players of VST, but he does not succeed in doing so. Snacks in a 1v2, gets knocked out. It's Dazzle, the last man standing from the side of VST now with an AKM, and he's been spotted out going for the revive around the corner. The nade is going to be lobbed, and this is going to be the end. Could have been. The nade misses out. Snacks still left standing, and Dazzle, while he tries to switch the angle, go for the fight, he does not succeed. VST, they get eliminated not just from this game, but I believe from the tournament as well.
Potentially. Team VST, this was a real big heartbreak, especially from the fight where they had such a big advantage from. But for New Version, it seems like they're not going to be given any signs to actually resurrect back in this fight. They will have to find that breathing room. On the other side, GHUSO as well, another team who was battling for contention. Even they are struggling. Nico needs to do something. Rebu gets blown off the face of the earth, and Nico, all he can potentially do is just fly away, but he will be denied the shot from HeatBeasts. 4 finishes off the charts in this team, doing amazing so far. GHUSO, even another team who potentially is going to walk out of the iQOO BMPS 2024 with their heads down.
Yeah, GHUSO, they could have done so much more. All of that effort that they put in the first week, now it seems like was in vain. And getting shut down by HeatBeasts as well. That has to be unfortunate. A team that was already struggling. But Phoenix Esports looking to set this city of Yasnaya on fire. They show up. A nade from the players of New Version finds the opening knock, though it's a 2 versus 3. New Version, they will have an opportunity, or they could have had the opportunity to secure the win in this fight. But one more player from the side of Phoenix shut down, and Zoro, before he goes out, actually makes sure that he has the confirmation onto Cheyenne. So Phoenix Esports, even though they walk away with 2 points from this Yasnaya collision, they still lose out on one player. Although I don't believe Phoenix have anything to worry about. They started the day with 76 points, so they are already on the other side of the top 64. The good side of the top 64.
The better side, where the grass is actually greener, Johnny. But look at this, Alibaba Raiders, for them, the grass is certainly not going to be green. They lost a couple of their players. We'll have to find out where they can actually... Okay, so yes, the players were knocked out, but they have been revived. So good start, at least a better start as we had imagined. But they still need those finish points. One finish point on board. But again, the rotation still doesn't really make sense, right? From shooting range all the way, you cross up the bridge, especially from a position where we saw 4 teams were contending in the Georgopol area. You come to hospital, you find that one finish, go through multiple instances of trades and knocks, but you still fare out on the positive end of things. But for Alibaba Raiders, it's going to be extremely important to preserve all those 4 players on board.
Yeah, and I think one play that they could have made, which might have transitioned into a lot of eliminations, considering we also have a Western Circle, was going to be that Everest control.
Yes.
But not really going for that high ground advantage over there. And instead choosing to take a fight against the players of GODSAINTS girls. They have managed to pick off 1 point, but is that going to be enough? That's a big question. In the meanwhile, HeatBeasts this time getting spotted out by the players of KARUNADU Esports. They lose out on Shaw. Not exactly lose out, he was taken extremely low. And KARUNADU Esports, we did have the iQOO MVP of the previous match. Gyro got 6 eliminations, Manijord with 6. So KARUNADU Esports, an impressive performance in that previous game. A lot of points secured.
They certainly are hot-headed right now. Look at the way they're taking shots against HeatBeasts, right? Kind of goes to show their instincts and goes to show how much aggressive they can be when they are in comfortable shoes. Manijord just pushing up, did find a knock up first. It does not even know where the rest of the opposition is, just wants to spam down and confirm his elimination. HeatBeasts are going to lose one of their players. Manijord still wants to press forward. No, he gets back finally to safety.
Well, he finally starts to fall back. And HeatBeasts, they also realize there's nothing left for them to gain from that early collision and early fight against a team that has already warmed up after that impressive run on Miramar, so they do back off. Silly Esports in the meanwhile, quite unfortunate. They find themselves going toe-to-toe against the players of MOGO, losing out on one of their men. Now forced to fight with the 3-man roster. They find those trays as Delta is going to hit the floor. Destro as well. And one more man from the side of MOGO Esports bites the dust. S-Power knocked out. Justin, he's going to be the last man left alive. And all of a sudden, Silly Esports, they have completely flipped this fight, torn off the script. The hunt is on Justin. He has to play to the best of his abilities. Can't miss a single shot. And he takes down one, but his backlines are compromised.
Oh!
Gets into the car to try and switch things up. It was a brilliant move, but Hydro very precise from the side of Silly Esports. Look at that. He just gets a 4K against MOGO Esports and makes it look extremely easy.
It makes it look easy. This man has been in the headlines since the start of iQOO BMPS 2024, and potentially by the end of it, we are looking at a new star in the making, Johnny. It has always been about making stars inside of BMPS, and this Pro Series, Hydro has been so phenomenal, especially in those close quarter combats. It's never easy when you're going up against a side like MOGO Esports where you get a 1v4, but this man, he's absolutely brilliant. Finally getting to see limelight and a lot of confidence from Silly Esports. It seemed like the last game will bring back all of that morale which they had lost after that first week.
I mean, an impressive 4K by Hydro, I have to say. I mean, don't really get to see those much, but I think Silly Esports, from the performance we witnessed from them in that opening week, this was bound to happen. I think in the last game, they're just showcasing, we haven't really lost all of that firepower that was there during that opening week. But RAFN up against Team Ruthless. This fight has been going on for at least 10 minutes now. Trades found either sides. RAFN lose out on one of their players. Ruthless still can't find a way to make that push. Delta Jord though. He's looking to see if he can flank the lads from the side of Team Ruthless. Isha in particular just cornered and Risley knocked out. This opens things up, and now RAFN will have an opportunity to go for that squad wipe onto Team Ruthless. They're trying to jump peek over that broken wall. The Molotov will do the trick to flush her out. Ooh, it's just a bit off. No!
No, it's not. Kind of unfortunate, right? When you're stuck in that corner and the Molotov just flies in, you've nowhere left to go and hide.
Now with the last player remaining, BabyBot, I think it's all over.
It certainly is all over as of now. RAFN will know exactly where BabyBot is. And yes, exactly right. This fight did overextend for quite a very long time. Team Ruthless, not really any position for qualification. They can potentially try and making it through. Even RFM, right? I mean, even if they try, the best that they can do is just one good performance, make some fans, give the viewers something which they'll remember, and potentially when they come back, they can build those fans. But now it seems like BabyBot, he will be swarmed with an entire army. 4 players charging by. The nade did not really connect. BabyBot needs to use the staircase as a choke point, but it will be very difficult, especially with that S12K. Shot still not connecting as of now, Johnny, as the first one does go down. One knock is going to be there, but he needs to reload, and I think there's going to be enough time for RFN to actually push up. Switch on towards the Scar, and a lot of damage dished out. Still not being able to confirm, and then the flush comes through. RFN, beautifully done. But now they are going to be moving on forward. Towards Georgopol, do they have any collisions? They potentially might have.
Who cares about them winning the fight? This will have AstroKids worried, man. Now there is 4 less points on the map for them to pick up. So RAFN and Team Ruthless, I think they just damaged everyone else inside of this game with that fiasco between themselves. But if you want to cause damage to your opponents inside your matches, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. The official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Talking about this device, right? I was playing a couple of TDMs, Johnny, and it seems like it does make my gameplay a little better, especially with that touch sampling rate, 2000 Hertz, right? Sometimes I used to feel my reflexes were not as fast. It seemed like my device was actually a bottleneck. I can go toe-to-toe against the Hindi casters. And someday, of course, I will go toe-to-toe against the conquerors of Asia. I'll be #1, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, so I've given a challenge to Necro by next year if he loses a little bit of weight. And this is, it was picked up by him. He picked the challenge. He set the goal himself. I'm getting him a bike. You get rank 1 conqueror, I'll get you 1 too.
Okay, alright, done.
I'll get you the Hero Xtreme, man.
But again, right, isn't Necro's challenge a little easier as compared to mine? For me, he has to come down. For me, I'll have to go up.
It's the same for both of you, man.
It's not the same, Johnny.
It's the same. Salty, you just overestimate your abilities, man.
Well, I think this time around I'm underestimating, but we'll come back to that conversation. For now, Team Muffins on top of the Everest. It seems like one of the first teams to actually get themselves a high ground advantage, but that can actually be stolen. We were talking about Alibaba Raiders potentially getting the Everest control, and that could have been much better if they had predicted the circle initially.
Exactly. I mean, Everest control in a western circle, especially if it is leaning towards the northwestern part of the map, and you know there's a cluster towards Georgopol or even towards Ruins. Everest control gives you a lot of vision if you have 6x scopes equipped on your ARs, and it gives you potential information to try and charge and set up fights for the future. Alibaba Raiders, because of that passivity and of course choosing to pick a fight for Hospital wasn't really a bad call, but them staying there was, and spending a lot of time there was, they have denied themselves an opportunity for a lot of finish points, and Alibaba Raiders desperately needed those finishes in this game, man. Now they're going to be stuck in a very awkward position with 3 different teams blocking their way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at least their mobility was good. Maybe they were using the Hero Xtreme 160R4V in this game, our official mobility partner. Hero for their Psyche BMPS.
Pretty long rotation. Once again, a very smooth rotation. In fact, they're right at the foothills of Everest right now. Potentially moving up north, but they will have to figure out that there's Team Muffins up top. And they can identify their weaknesses in that fight, but so far, it will be difficult.
Another team that's fighting for qualification right now, AstroKids. And towards the northern side of the map, we expected them to push for the fight against RAFN, but it seems like they've taken that western bridge, moved into the Georgopol city, and they will find themselves in an isolated position. AstroKids, if they do not walk away with a decent number of eliminations in this game, they could potentially slip out of the top 64.
Interesting stuff, actually, because with AstroKids, one thing for sure, right? They started off the day with 65 points.
Yeah.
On the map of Miramar, I believe they had about 6 to 7 eliminations, which takes their total to plus 70.
Then they're safe.
Then they are potentially safe. Now, they are still surviving. They've got their 4 players still alive. I believe in this game as well, they got a couple of eliminations on board. So if they have actually, I believe this should not really be a big problem. But the 2 teams we were discussing about from the map where it seems like AstroKids and Alibaba Raiders are going to go head-to-head, Naina.
Oh, man. If they are going to go head-to-head, and there's GODSAINTS Girls right between them. So things will get interesting, because GODSAINTS Girls also a team in the position of qualification. And imagine, out of nowhere, GS is the sides that ends up eliminating both these 2 teams. It can happen, because today they have looked quite decent, GS, to be honest.
Not decent, in fact, more than decent. GODSAINTS Girls, they were absolutely fabulous in taking their fights, especially on the map of Vikendi, finding those eliminations on board and the chicken dinner. I believe that that was the big game that was hampering their confidence, but now they've got it in full force. Now, coming back to AstroKids, as a matter of fact, they've got that 1 elimination point. And I believe in the last game, Sheik was on fire. So I really want to see this player once again proving up to her hype, proving up to her name, because I believe AstroKids is a team that is ready for the future. They certainly are a team that is built with fundamentals which are exceptional for this meta and this point system.
Yeah, and this team is very special, right? I mean, in this tournament, we saw a lot of all-male rosters. We saw a lot of all-female rosters. This was that one mixed team, and they're doing phenomenal, man. Sheik, as we talk about her, has been quite impressive as an IGL as well, but AstroKids, they just run forward and slam into the compounds of Alibaba Raiders. It's an all-out war between the 2 sides. Light is going to get knocked out, but Sheik on the other side was also taken down and finished off. AstroKids left with just 2 players. The jump shots connect. God gets taken out. Another knock secured, and out of nowhere, Alibaba Raiders are the one taking a beating in this fight. It's down to a 1v1, and even the Molotov failed to connect. Roman, he's trying to close in, and he does manage to close in onto these compounds, but the third party from the outer lines by the players of Hub Esports proves to be a distraction, and Roman is going to be forced to take that high ground, allowing Lovish the opportunity to go for revives onto his fallen comrades, and the buggy gets stuck. Alibaba Raiders, how unlucky can you be in a single game? Well, look at the performance of Alibaba Raiders right now, and you will have the answer.
Absolutely, Roman. He has no idea where exactly is he stranded. AstroKids give this entire fight to a silver platter. Man gets completely finished off.
No, GS took those points.
What?
Yeah.
This is absolute insanity. Okay, alright, fine. Once again, let's lay it down by sequence, right? AstroKids jump in, slam in on towards Alibaba Raiders. Alibaba Raiders, they try and go for those eliminations, and they did get 2 knocks out of them. But again, this man Light fires up, gets 2 knocks on board. Roman gets his buggy stuck out of nowhere. He takes on one of the players of the third party by mistake and then has to fly away. It's a comedy of errors after errors after errors, but on top of the errors, it seems like Phoenix Esports has actually been shut down by Team Muffins.
Oh, this is interesting. In the last game, they have to play. Team Muffins start playing well out of nowhere. How impressive. Now, this is where you start to doubt yourself, right? Had we played like this from the start, we could have actually qualified for round 2, but yeah, Team Muffin, they have been quite unfortunate so far. This time, I think it was that one decision of taking the high ground very early that has helped them. But look at GS. Did they just... Was that a...
Yeah, it
team frag over there? One of their own players knocked out. And RAFN will definitely take advantage of that situation. Oh no! GS, they just get completely wiped out!
They get wiped out. Vin was the one who actually got herself knocked out. So I'm not really sure what exactly happened in that fight. But in this one, Team Do or Die, they're going up against Silly Esports. And this is not going to be easy. Especially with the form that Hydru is in. 4 eliminations against MOGO Esports all by himself. Now, Do or Die need to figure out a strategy with which they can actually take this fight. Because look at the map. Once again, Silly Esports on the right end of things.
Man, still so many teams fighting for contention. Do or Die, you talk about them. They are on the verge of making it to the top 64. KARUNADU Esports, who are unbothered towards the southeastern edge of the circle. They are also still in fight for contention along with TCW as well.
TCW. You give any sort of credits to them, it will fall short because their comeback has been absolutely insane. Hydru did get knocked out by Ranveer. And seems like majority of the players from DOD, they're trying to make it work. Another nade just flies in. So Ranveer is going to get confirmed. Avnish, there is no intention from DOD to actually push up forward. In fact, they want to take a longer rotation. Do they? Or do they want to slam in?
Well, with the numbers advantage, I think they are going to try and pick those isolated fights, and exactly what they're going for. Do or Die. Bhalu, though, distracted. All because of the player in front gets shot in the back. Inferno finds the knock for his team, but now Inferno left to deal with a lot of pressure. The shotgun goes off, but the shots fail to connect. And Reaper finds that impressive knock for his team, but Clutcher in the back lines does get knocked out by KARUNADU Esports, the third party. From the distance, by the way, this fight is happening towards the northeastern edge. KARUNADU Esports are all the way towards the southeastern edge of the play zone right now. So that's quite a bit of distance from where they are looking to engage. And that might just swing the advantage of the fight. Not just swing the advantage, but give Akshu an opportunity to strike. Give Akshu an opportunity to get some revenge against the players of Do or Die. And look at this. He's just lobbing out those smokes, trying to make sure that nothing inside of this compound is going to be visible. So the players of Do or Die are forced to charge in at point blank range, in which, I mean, the shotgun that he has can definitely do a lot of damage. But another team that was fighting for contention, Do or Die. Now, how do they react to this? They've lost a lot of players. They're down to their final 2. And I think the only way they can try and survive and stay alive inside of this tournament is a chicken dinner.
Exactly, and they kind of messed up the fight against Silly Esports, honestly.
Yeah.
That split push, no idea where exactly the players were. Silly Esports, they're doing a good job, in fact, in trying to stall this fight. Nades being lobbed in by this man, Akshu. Play zone is going to get Avnish, so this man has been knocked out. Reaper is still trying to go in for the heal battle, but on the other side, it's going to be Hub Esports who are struggling, and AstroKids, there is no stopping. One game, it's the IGL who steps up, saves the day for the team. The other game, she goes down, but the rest of the players, they are on it. The army is still going strong. 2 eliminations on board, and it seems like AstroKids, they're not stopping for less.
Yeah, AstroKids, I think they just want to guarantee their qualification for round 2. And I think with these 2 eliminations and the top 6 position inside of this game, they might already have it in the bag. But look at this. Things made easier for the player of Do or Die, Reaper, as Silly Esports get eliminated, and he's going to be isolated in that position. But Lavish, that nade was wonderful. Secures the knock onto Cronus. Now they're looking for that last man, and with those shots, even Naman's position is now compromised. It's a 1v3, so Naman, he can't really do much. If AstroKids have decent amount of utility, just a few Molotovs or a few nades, they can finish him off with just the utility itself. Just run up all the way towards the rooftop in a fight towards the western edge of the circle. The circle is completely out into the open, by the way. So whoever survives in the end will have to take a fight against the players of KARUNADU Esports, who have the man advantage. But oh my god, that was an awkward duel, although Lavish still finds that 4K for himself in this particular match. Individuals pick from different teams,
yes.
But hey, points are points, right?
Points are points, and AstroKids, they certainly are going in strong, potentially ending round 1 with a chicken dinner. But we'll have to see if they can stop the wave coming in from KARUNADU Esports as well. TCW on the other side, 2 players still surviving, trying to make it through. But you mentioned it perfectly, Johnny. The circle completely being out in the open just goes to show that there is not a lot of hard covers that you can utilize. And that means you will have to use those vehicles, destroy those vehicles, park it in front of you, and try and make virtual covers out of anything.
Bye-bye.
6 first hit kids, he will survive, Johnny.
Wow.
Do or die. They are looking for those placement points. And I think those placement points can actually be enough for them.
Maybe. Let's see. I mean, they can be enough. It all depends on how many finishes they had in the previous game. And in this game as well, Reaper, the only concern that I have right now, he has no boosters running, man. So a single mistake from here on out, because we are all the way in stage 6, is going to result in him instantly being eliminated. In the meanwhile, TCW, I believe Hunter, he needed that first aid, did receive it. Now the HP will be back up to 75%, but Kuru, he does not have a single first aid for himself, and now Reaper is out of first aid, so he goes for a spray. This is the end of do or die in this game. We're down to the top 3 teams, TCW, AstroKids, and KARUNADU Esports. KARUNADU Esports, again, the only team with all 4 players still alive, so this has to be their winner chicken dinner, and a big one as well.
Absolutely. Look at that map control, look at that zone control as well. The split is massive. They almost cover 50% of the ground. AstroKids lose another player in the process while making it through, and now it seems like even they're under pressure. Team TCW, another one of their players will get knocked out, spotted, and finished off. KARUNADU Esports, they're not really letting the other players comfortable. As of now, they've got a vantage point to work with as well. Need to spot down the players of AstroKids if they want to get these eliminations on board. But for KARUNADU Esports, I don't really think there's a point of concern. Lovish, this man is on fire, Johnny. What is going on in his mind?
Yeah, he secures the opening, but the problem with this opening is that in an open position, you give up information about where you are, and that can be a big detrimental factor for the players of AstroKids. But hey, numbers equalized. One more man picked off from the side of KARUNADU Esports, so we're down to a 2v2. Gyro got spotted out, will get knocked out again. He is going to get finished off soon. And Levi and Lavish, they are just absolutely phenomenal in this match. 5 finishes secured by Lavish, Levi with 1 frag, but it doesn't matter. It's down to a 2v2 as we mentioned. Look at Baba OP though, he was crawling forward to try and mark the players of AstroKid, but he gets shut down. And now it's a pure 2v2 fight for the chicken dinner. KARUNADU Esports, they win this and they will stand a chance of moving to round 2. And AstroKids, if they win, they deny them the opportunity to do so. But Levi instantly gets shut down. And for Lavish, now it has to be the biggest clutch of his life. One of the biggest wins he will ever secure in the start of his professional career. The nade goes out. It is going to be quite close, man. He takes a lot of damage, but he still stays alive. The smoke wall in front of Lavish does indicate as to where he is. But the players of KARUNADU Esports, now they are splitting up. Look at them trying to wrap up that haystack from both the sides. The only problem over here is the difference in the HP of these 3 players. Manny, he's going to go down in a single shot, and Lavish will have a wonderful 1v1 duel against Stone BGMI.
Exactly right, and I believe that is going to be the tactic for KARUNADU Esports as well. They want to deploy Manny Jord as the bait so that Lavish and his position gets marked. He did heal himself up, but he's right at the edge of the blue zone right now. He will have to battle being the blue zone and being electrocuted as well. Lavish needs to spot him. But being prone down, I don't really think he will be able to do so. Finally, Manijod reveals himself. He comes out in the open. Shot will be connected. He finds a knock, but gets himself revealed as well. He needs to heal himself up before he takes another fight. It's a 1v1. The nade is being cooked. Can he land it? Can he time it? It's going to be the question. And there goes it! The explosion! AstroKids, they announced themselves to the world with the chicken dinner. And of course, Lavish. 7 eliminations. This player is going to make a mark in this tournament. Mind you.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive performance. 7 eliminations, and the way he ended the game, the nade delivered right at the feet of the opposing player. In a normal player, anyone else, not a normal player. I mean, these guys are normal players, of course, but majority of the players would panic when a player charges towards them like that, and they try to be flashy. They try to go for those one-on-one aim duels, but he remained calm. You have to prioritize what is important, winning the match and securing those points. And Lavish, he knew if he panicked, he would risk a 50-50 duel. The probability, the odds of coming out on top is completely even in that situation, because both of you are just pulling the trigger towards each other. Whoever connects that first shot wins. But with a nade, even if he gets that splash damage in, that puts him at a massive advantage, right? If he pops it close enough, he has the cover of the haystack to high behind as well, so he can negate the damage on himself while taking down the opposing player. And it just worked out perfectly. Presence of mind, the senses, just staying calm in that final situation, in that 1v2, that is what was impressive about that man.
You know, I feel like this entire team is impressive because one game Sheik steps up, one game Light steps up, one game Levi steps up, and of course, you've got Lavish here as well. And the way Lavish did it, especially you saw that bird's eye view when 3 teams were still alive. KARUNADU Esports had so much space, the split was absolutely phenomenal. And Team AstroKids took down one player by one player and beautifully got themselves the space, and eventually KARUNADU Esports had nothing to work with. They were the ones inside the blue.
Yeah, they were the ones inside of the blue, and of course this should have been their game. This was their game to lose, and they definitely lost it and served it on a silver platter to the players of AstroKids. And AstroKids as well. I did not think that they would end the game with 9 eliminations, to be honest, and I never thought that they would be the winners of this game. They were down to 2 players for so long, and yet they just walked into the zone, or crawled into it, to be a little bit more precise, and then just secured the win. And especially this man, look at this. Manijot crawling towards the play zone so slowly, took so much damage, unnecessary damage as well from the blue zone, that he was of no use in that final fight.
Exactly, and I mean, you do tend to overthink in situations like these, right? Especially when you're prone down, you want to stall your position as long as possible, because you know as soon as you try to beat the blue zone, you will have to get up, and if you get up, your position is spotted. So you want to stall that position as long as you possibly can, and that misjudgment just completely took it away from KARUNADU. But, you know, credit has to be given to Levi as well, how beautifully he kind of matched up and complemented Lavish in that particular fight, getting down players from TCW, knocking out another player as well. I believe AstroKids, like I've said, this is a power pack team who have all the fundamentals that is required for the modern game.
Yeah, and of course we are going to see them again in round 2 for sure, because at the start of the day, as we mentioned, they just need like 5 to 6 points to get a safety cushion going, and this win just propels them way deep inside of the top 64. So AstroKids will qualify in a very comfortable position, but that leaves a very open-ended question, right? Who gets left out? Do or Die did not have a good game. KARUNADU Esports barely missed out on the win, and they desperately needed it. Alibaba Raiders got taken out super early into this match by the players of AstroKids themselves, and all thanks to that third party as well that came in from the side of HeatBeasts. But let's see the points that they've been able to secure. We have AstroKids finishing the game with 19 points, KARUNADU Esports with 12, RAFN, they end the game with 10 points, but this was one of those teams that was way too far off from that qualification marker. HeatBeasts as well in a similar position as RAFN. But things get interesting when you look at Do or Die. 7 points secured from this game. And of course, their performance today was a little bit shaky, so they might just be extremely close to the qualification marker, close to the top 64. But I don't know, man, if they are going to be in it. And GS as well. This breaks my heart. GODSAINTS girls, they were doing so well for themselves. That win on Vacandi, the momentum should have been carried forward. And into this last game, I believed that they would have been able to secure those eliminations, but a second they were there, the next second they just were completely wiped out.
You know, I mean, all that being said and done, it seems like what is done in the past, you can't really change that right now. It's results time, basically, Johnny.
Yeah.
And right now, we definitely... I'm personally waiting to actually see the top 64 teams. But there are going to be major heartbreaks, of course, because now that we know that the cutoff is going to be around the 65-point mark, you know, as a matter of fact, if you do the math yourself mentally, there are so many teams who are in that vicinity, right? Alibaba Raiders, there is going to be that one point of concern, because I don't really think they have done enough. This last game was so important, but this team couldn't really make it through. KARUNADU Esports did majority of the work in the game of Miramar for GODSAINTS girls as well. I feel majority of the work was done in the map of Vikendi. Team VST... there is going to be a question mark, isn't it?
Yeah, VSTA, I think there's definitely going to be a question mark. And KARUNADU Esports, I might disagree with you because I do not know exactly how well they have performed in the first match. I mean, that first game was a little bit intense from their side as well. I think they are also going to be close to the top 64. But will they be inside of the top 64 or will they be on the 65th position, 66th? They can be 63rd as well. That remains to be seen, right?
My biggest question is if Team TAMILAS is going to make it through as of now, because inside the first group, I believe that the match of Sanhok, they're really going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah.
If they get eliminated by 1 or 2 points, just imagine what is going to be going through the players and their minds.
Yeah, I doubt Team TAMILAS will be in the top 64, to be honest. I think, yeah, that win on Sanhok would have changed everything. Had they won that map, they would have qualified. But I think they might just miss out because of 1 or 2 points.
Or potentially because Maisie had predicted them.
Oh. No, I think his prediction was MOGO Esports.
No, I think...
Oh, no, yeah, it was Team TAMILAS.
Yeah, his and Necro's prediction, I believe, was Team TAMILAS. We'll have to find out. We'll kind of double-check that once again if I'm wrong by any chance. But MOGO Esports, once again, a fantastic day for them. I'm very happy with Silly Esports because the dip in form that we had seen, it was getting to my head because I believe that maybe the first week was a fluke, but once again, no, they made sure that it wasn't really a fluke.
Alright, but let's do this, right? We have to build up a little bit of suspense before we reveal the 128 teams. Let's have a look at the standings of Red Group first, set Red, on our screens. And of course, not a lot of changes. TCW bring themselves 51 points from this particular week. And TCW, to kick things off, I think they were in a very precarious position with 19 points secured in that opening week. So, I think TCW also crossed that 60-point marker, but is that going to be enough?
Quite comfortably, TCW, that brings their total to 68 as of now. KARUNADU Esports, 29 points from the first week.
So, this is the problem I was talking about, right? Within the first page itself, we had 3 teams that have comfortably crossed the 65-point marker.
Alright, right. But as of now, KARUNADU Esports, 50 points. You've got another set of teams who are in front of our screens right now, Do or Die as well.
Exactly. But it remains to be seen where do these teams end up in the overall leaderboard now. Because that is all everyone cares about. But Do or Die, as you were talking about them, I think, alright, Do or Die is comfortable, man. 71 points.
Yeah, certainly, right. There are going to be these teams who are going to be comfortable, but as we flip another page, I believe this is where the problem is going to be, right? Alibaba Raiders, 24 points. They had 37 points from the first week, which brings their total to about 61. 61 points. Is that going to be enough is going to be the question.
That is definitely not, man. At the start of the evening, I think the top 64 was 59.
Yeah.
Yesterday it went up by 5 points. Today I think it will go up by, let's assume, 5 more.
I believe it'll be 6 exactly because the teams in the middle back have performed brilliantly. You've got a few names here as well. Elevate Esports will be one of them who kind of performed brilliantly in the first week. No real cause of concern, but for GHUSO, I'm not really sure. 45 points from the first week, 17 from the next, which brings their total to 62. And again, the same problems whatsoever. So there are going to be multiple teams, Johnny, and we always knew it, right? When you are talking about qualifying towards round 2, there will be that teams who either miss by a point or 2 or possibly are going to get taken down by a tiebreaker, and that is the most heartbreaking thing.
That's the one thing that we haven't talked about up until now, but now when the time comes for us to look at the overall leaderboard, you have brought it into the conversation just to add a little bit of spice to the discussion, by the way.
Salt.
Yeah, salt. No, spice. This is spice. I don't like salt. But anyways, it is going to be interesting to see how the tiebreakers work out, man. Because this is also something that we had already assumed, right? For example, on the 70th position, not on the 70th position, but teams from the 60th to the 65th all having the same point. Can happen. But let's have a look at the individuals. We have the iQOO MVP contenders, starting off with Goblin, who has been in a phenomenal form, I have to say, this season and this entire year. And it's a great pleasure to see Hector, how he's been playing in this tournament. This lad is amazing. We always knew it. But this is the first time we are seeing him go toe-to-toe with some of the best fraggers in the country. And luckily for him, one of them plays for his own team.
Absolutely. You've got to talk about Deve as well from Angry
Yeah.
Swans, right? 34 eliminations from the 12 matches that he has played. Also very happy with Admino as a matter of fact, because a lot of question marks were being raised on Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, but they did phenomenally well in their games, and especially this man. In fact, it's not just Admino. Every single one of their team, every single one of their players just kind of stepped up. You've also had Trace God from FSE Sports as well. And the best part about Trace God is this man is like Bahubali from the movie, from the Bollywood movie, right? That man lifted his entire team on his shoulders, and his Finnish contribution is one of the highest that I've ever seen.
Yeah, back must be hurting after the run in this round one. But hey, hopefully the preparation time that will be there for FSE Sports for the upcoming round, that is enough for them to actually do their homework, figure out how they want to take on the teams in the upcoming rounds, because FSE Sports is one of those big names that you get to see in every single major tournament, every single official that rolls around. And it would be extreme heartbreak for the fans of this organization, for the fans of the players that they have right now in their organization, in the playing four, to not see this team on the stage of the LAN finale. They have the potential to pull it off. The question is, will they fall along the journey, or will they just... well, will we get to see them on the LAN stage?
You know, there is always that thing about tournaments, and one of the greatest of football coaches had said, right, in a longer tournament, it's about peaking at the right time, peaking at the right end of the tournament, because you want to win the tournament, right? In the initial stages, it does get a little easier. You can kind of get away with a mistake or two, but if you actually peak way too early, it gets to your head, and then there will be downfall when it actually matters.
Yeah, but never peak at the semi-finals. I think Salty has good experience with that.
We will change the conversation to about the top 64 teams who will qualify. I'm not going to talk about any team or anyone who is actually moving through, because semi-finals, they hurt me quite a lot. If a team gets eliminated by 1 point, I think that will hurt me even more.
Yeah, that definitely does sing. Now that is salty, right? That is salty. But anyways, I mean, it is going to be an interesting day. It is going to be an interesting day once round 2 rolls around, because again, a lot of changes are going to be expected. I think MOGO Esports, teams that have been doing well, Blind Esports, MOGO, Silly Esports, the likes of Carnival Gaming, their pace is going to be dropped. iQOO Seoul, we did see a little bit of shakiness at the start of the journey, but it seems like they did make those fixes that were required when they were there in week 2 of round 1. And hopefully we are going to see them improve, because iQOO Seoul, this was one of those names which a lot of fan support is always going to be there. The fan supports transitions into a little bit of pressure on the players, but this time the players know how to deal with it, right? They have lifted the trophy before. Everyone was cheering their name at the last BMPS in Ahmedabad at the LAN finale. And of course, I think they are used to it now, but this time around, I think the switches that have happened are sort of causing a little bit of trouble for them, but they are going to be able to figure it out. So I'm quite excited to see that particular team in round 2.
You know, considering that round 1 had 128 teams, and majority of them, 64 of them, are going to be eliminated, round 2, I believe, is going to be a standoff between the best of the best. The groups are going to be much more stacked, which means, like you said, there's going to be the drop in pace. Majority of the teams who kind of be very comfortable, like you said, MOGO, Esports, Carnival Gaming, iQOO Seoul, I believe they're going to come back to their default settings, because otherwise it might get extremely tough to kind of handle that amount of pressure. But round 2 can also be a little bit of an easier job for them to qualify, because 48 out of the 64 teams are moving on through towards round 3.
Okay, but before we talk about the future, let's talk about the last few days and summarize this round 1. So I want to ask you a few questions, right? Surprising performances in round 1 that you witnessed.
Surprising performances?
Could be good, could be bad.
Team Cosmic. In terms of surprising, because I did not expect that team to actually qualify in the last day itself. 2 great games, 20 pointers to actually make it through. Definitely the most surprising element.
There is a surprise for me as well. It was Global Esports, because I expected them to do a lot better than they did, to be honest. But it is Global Esports. I know for a fact that these players will never overexert themselves, and this is a discussion that me and Necro were having since the start of week 2 of round 1. When we saw all of the teams that were hitting those 80, 90 points in 6 games, all of a sudden were struggling with like getting 10 points in a single day. And especially Blind Esports, man. What happened to them? Did they just like get a vacation or something in week 2?
I mean, it's understandable, right? Week 1, majority of these teams did their job. Week 2, alright, fine. We are going to play it. We're going to test the waters, just like Necro wants to say it. But majority of these teams, especially the pro teams, right, they knew their main priority is going to be qualifying. once week 1 is done, the job is sort of done.
Exactly, but I think now it is time to have a look at the overall leaderboard, the one that contains all the 128 teams. And of course, starting from the top, we have Carnival Gaming with 157, Hyderabad Hydras 145, tied up with Team Insane. Insane was phenomenal in week 2, man. I mean, and look at this. Team Insane, 87 finishes secured. Carnival Gaming, the only team to cross 100 points in terms of finishes. They got 101 finish points.
Yeah,
that is incredible.
Exactly, right? I mean, a century. But again, you've had Goblin and Hector in the same team who are in the iQOO MVP contenders. We move on pages. Here you've got Angry Swans who have got 103 points. You've got team captains, 99 points on them. Raw officials have done a pretty good job. Carpediem, quite comfortable. This page, 32nd team, Blind Esports, they stop at 87. How far below are we going to go down, Johnny?
I'm upset with Blind Esports. I will always say this. That week 2 performance, that should have not happened. They could have been in the top 4, man. Blind Esports did so well in their matches. So, yeah, that was heartbreaking. But moving forward, I think it's exciting to see Legacy Esports move forward. Error Esports, they maintain and in fact stay inside a very comfortable position. Team Limra as well on that 40th position. And of course, Glitz Reborn. I was very concerned about Glitz Reborn, but luckily they do manage to hold on to the average. 3 chicken dinners as well in the 12 games was impressive.
Absolutely. Then you've got Team 4 Miracles as well, 78 points, 77 points on them. And then you've got the 64th team, LOC Esports. 68 is going to be the cutoff as of now, but we will talk about it. TCW, they might have actually pulled it through. 70 points on them. Global Esports on 74 points. IMPRNT Esports on 72. You've got Team Crore on 71. And then we do have a couple of big names missing, have we?
Exactly, a couple of big names outside of the comfort zone that we witnessed. Team Cosmic, an incredible performance coming in from Team Cosmic in this opening round as well. GS, they tried their level best, but let's see what fate holds in store for them. Exciting to see GS as well, though. I'll be honest about this. This was a new name that we were excited to see, and of course they delivered. SBA was one of those teams that was very impressive during the opening week. Team TAMILAS, just a little bit of slip up in that opening week, and yeah, it's not doesn't really feel like the same Team TAMILAS we remember from the old glory days, right?
Exactly, right. Not a lot of aggression, not a lot of confidence. Team VST as well, they kind of falter. Of course, Nax did try his level best, but could not really push through. 59 points. And so many teams here, Johnny. The only pattern that I can witness is the difference in the point. It's so little, but then it means so much, right? You've got some big names here. You've got Alpha 6, you've got Fatality, who just only scored 51 points. Hail India, Lifecraft, Jubilant Divine, as a matter of fact, only with 48 points. You've got new version number 1 Esports of version 9. Team Psyche on 47. Huge surprises here.
Yeah, that is definitely a huge surprise. Bigger surprise is Big Brothers on 97. That is definitely where you not expect Big Brothers to be. And it's not just them, by the way. A lot of teams over here, we have seen them multiple times in the past. We've seen Team Empire Salty in the past as well. RVNC have been part of the official circuit for at least 2-3 tournaments now. Genesis Esports, this is another name we have been seeing for a long time. R Esports, a name we have been seeing for a long time. A lot of these teams on the last few pages. Bot Army Esports. Necro, I think, is going to be the man that is the most upset with Bot Army Esports right now.
Absolutely.
I can see him crying in the corner.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why it's better that he's not on the desk right now. Otherwise, he would have absolutely flamed. But
no, we call that motivational speech.
We call that motivational speech. Actually, it did help Silly Esports regain their form back, but not this time around. You've got Team RDX Girls over there with 17 points as well. Team Snipey being on the 128th spot. Again, these teams, they will gain a lot of experience as they move ahead, right? Of course, their journey in iQOO BMPS 2024 will be cut short, but I'm pretty sure the journey as an esports athlete, it's much longer. It does not start from just being, at the highest stage of one tournament. It starts from, you taking these learnings and you proceeding forward with these learnings.
Exactly, and I think all of this experience might just help out these teams in the future. Figure out what mistakes were made, and of course watch the entire tournament. I mean, majority of the times teams, once they get eliminated, just stop tuning in, but my suggestion would be watch how the teams that are going to be the ones that beat you out in the top 64, and of course do get to move forward. How do they perform in the next few rounds? You got to make the same adjustments as you move forward, right? But we do have the casters' predictions, and of course, so are we calling Maisie or Necro for Team Tamilas' performance today? Both?
I'm not really sure. Possibly let's just club both of them together as the casters, because, well, we went ahead with MOGO Esports. MOGO Esports could not really get the #1 spot, honestly. I figured that they potentially will be able to do so. Hyderabad, the Hydras, in fact, from AnkiBot, doing pretty well, in fact. And this time, Hyderabad, the Hydras surprisingly have looked very dominating. You remember BMPS 2023, they kind of struggled to put their performances under their belt, but now it seems like this is a completely different Hyderabad Hydras.
I mean, BMPS, you went way far back. We go back to BGI's 2024, and they just failed to qualify for the finals. And for a side like Hyderabad Hydras, that was a big blow, not being able to qualify for the finals, because you see a few names in a tournament and the roster of the teams playing a tournament, you automatically assume that a very comfortable journey to the grand finale. But that didn't happen, and I like the new motivation that this team has showed up with. It is just phenomenal.
Absolutely. You know, it's all about learnings, and it feels like Hyderabad Hydras, they've just learned on the right end of things. Of course, we did get to see a lot of the results, but majority of the qualified teams, in fact, the top 64 will be updated on Crafton in their esports and their socials. So if there are any alterations, we will get you know that.
Exactly, but before we say goodbye to you guys, a huge shout out to our lovely sponsors. So the iQOO BMPS 2024 is brought to you guys by iQOO, and of course our mobility partners, that is going to be Hero. But with that being said, round 1 comes to an end. It's time for us to bid you guys a farewell. This is Salty, joined by Super Johnny, and we're going to join you guys in the upcoming rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Until then, take care. Good night.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से?
Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।